this together. They're one wallet.
This is a market that's thinking at some point stimulus is going to happen.
We need support for the economy, both for monetary and fiscal policy.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene, Jonathan Ferro, and Lisa Abramowitz.
Good morning, everyone. Jonathan Ferro, Lisa Abramowitz, and Tom Keene. It is a simulcast on television, on radio. We welcome all of you around the world, across this nation. If you are in that odd East Coast October, it is the density of fog. For those of you on radio across Washington up to Boston, drive careful. The fog is never, it's like a London fog, John. It's so bad, it's a London fog. Tell me London is gorgeous.
It's got a London feel. London's always gorgeous. It's beautiful. What else do you want me to say?
Oh, there it is. It's gorgeous. Thank you on Bloomberg Television.
For our listeners on radio.
The picture of St. Paul's, and on radio, it is a tapestry of gorgeosity across the River
St.
Thames
Paul's
from
just
Queen.
piercing that beautiful blue sky.
It's just gorgeous as well. That's a postcard John just put up. Okay, we got lots to do in this hour. Jeff Hughes is going to be with us in a moment, but I really want to focus away from the market and the data. Futures -3, Dow futures negative 23. John, we forget the claims are in this hour, this nation on a labor basis. There's no other definition. It's not an opinion. It's flat on its back. And you bring that over to a debate tonight. Do you think it'll come up?
I think it will come up repeatedly, Tom. Professor Stiglitz at the open of this hour said it perfectly. For the people at the bottom who are really, really struggling, they are really, really struggling. And in the midst of this pandemic, Tom, we said it repeatedly when we were on air. We were the lucky ones. We got to work from home. Many people didn't have the luxury of being able to work from home. And then even when we reopened, many of those companies didn't reopen. And if those companies did, they had to resize the business. And those people have been laid off. And here we are in October still talking about another stimulus package. Why? Because this economy is still not reopened at the point that we can let this economy run on its own in a self-sustaining way. It still needs assistance in the argument of many.
Michael McKee will be with us at 8:30 to give us perspective there on claims. Lisa, all of this folds over to, John mentions Professor Stiglitz, his student, Chair Yellen at Yale University a gazillion years ago. I've never seen her more fired up about stimulus. What's your stimulus update this morning?
Well, this is the question, and I think that what we're hearing from an increasing number of Fed and former Fed officials, including Lael Brainard, as John was highlighting earlier, is increasingly strong language saying we need fiscal, frankly, lowering interest rates and buying more bonds and possibly, going further into riskier assets isn't going to get money to the lower tier of individuals, of earners, of Americans, of people around the world. People are looking to fiscal, and without that, how long can this recovery be sustained? We'll find out.
Oh, we're going to find out. We're going to skip the data check here. Simply 10-year yield 0.81%. Pretty much unched here with, again, a little bit of red on the screen. The VIX under 30, 29.11. Jeffrey Yu is with BNY Mellon. He is a senior strategist and is wonderfully eclectic about linking foreign exchange dynamics into everything else that's out there. We're thrilled he could join us right now. Jeff, I want to talk about the persistent stronger renminbi, the Chinese yuan. Is that managed by Beijing, or is that the market speaking?
A bit of both, right now. So Beijing's managing it less. I think that's been clear for the market to see. So the market now is trying to see, okay, you're not managing it. Let's see how far we can push renminbi stronger before you actually start to want to manage it a bit more, because this is getting uncomfortable for China. Rates are still quite high if you look at where their bond curve is. Sure, there are some big activities in terms of the domestic IPO market coming through, but at the end of the day, one strong spot has been exports, right? But a stronger currency that could eat into exports. So the market is going to be testing the PBOC tolerance up ahead.
How does renminbi diffuse, leak, if you will, to the other currencies of the Pacific Rim and indeed over to U.S. dollar?
Well, there are two ways this can happen. One positive, one perhaps less positive. The positive side is stronger renminbi, stronger purchasing power for Chinese, the fabled Chinese consumer that the world desperately needs to come through. Then they have more purchasing power they can spend and lift the economies around them. However, if China actually starts to get worried about this and starts to push back, starts to intervene, then Korea, Japan, Taiwan, they're going to get nervous as well. We don't want a localized currency war. But for the time being, I think the renminbi has given everyone else a lot of space, especially Korea. That's one where I think the market is quite fond of as well.
So, Jeff, it comes down to tolerance. Let's talk about levels. Dollar China, 668 right now. We saw 664 earlier in the session. What kind of level do you have in mind?
Well, I think when we get to, say, 650, that kind of a level, the PBOC may need to take a double take. But let's go back to 2014, 2015. When did the PBOC really start to talk down the renminbi? When talk about it being, quote unquote, fair valued? That is the key phrase from Yi Gang, who is now the governor. There, we were heading towards 610. People were talking about it breaking 6 and heading into 5. Nowhere near there yet. All the PBOC leadership, they were on the wires yesterday. No one uttered a single syllable about the renminbi. So it's telling you these levels right now, they're happy with it to continue to advance.
Down to 650 then, Jeff. Let's build on this. The derivatives of this trade, stronger China, stronger currency. People have been loading up on copper, bidding up the copper price. Out of those trades that have been attached to that stronger Chinese currency, what do you think is vulnerable at the moment, Jeff?
So from a positioning point of view, we've already seen the Aussie adjust a bit, right? So, but for copper, so for Chilean peso, for Aussie dollar, I actually think in particular Aussie is not that vulnerable. I would like it to actually move forward a bit after the RBA figures out its policy path. If you are an oil-related currency, I think that's where you don't want to own the China beta, because all the comments are from the leadership. Next year, and then next week, they announced the next 5-year plan. China wants to go green. China wants to move away from fossil fuels as well, go to early carbon neutrality, and then start to shrink its carbon footprint. So that isn't really a good story for fossil fuels. So you still go long iron ore, you go those proxies, but for oil and energy and the rest, I'm not so sure.
Okay, so the flip side of the strong yuan, of the strong copper call, is the weak dollar call. What could potentially be the catalyst to further weaken the dollar from here?
Well, I think a massive reallocation story, and we're talking medium to longer term, irrespective of what happens to the election. I think that is in place, right now. You look at the underlying bid for Chinese government bonds. I mean, look at the yields right now at 315, 320 on a hedged basis. It's actually they're quite solid as well, let alone unhedged flow. So as long as China continues to grow and the rest of the world and the US underperforms on growth, I think that reallocation story into Chinese assets, into Asian assets, which is outperforming, I think that will undermine the dollar. It's not the usual suspects, though. Markets want to be short dollars against perhaps the renminbi, Korean won, they're looking at Taiwan dollar, and the rest. And against the euro, sterling, not so much right now. They're kind of in the same boat.
All right. In the short term, though, there is the potential for underpricing a contested election, underpricing what Sabas Boas Weinstein called credit chaos that he's predicting around the U.S. election. Does the dollar strengthen in that type of scenario?
So volatility is going to be key there, and one of the drivers. But if we go back to a March kind of scenario where market just scrambles for liquidity, then probably it will be a dollar positive story. But having said that, all of the facilities established, by the Federal Reserve in March, they are still in place, or they can be reactivated very, very quickly. Right? So I don't think it's going to be as severe as we saw in March. And also, just be wary of what you want to own the dollar against. Dollar yen downside, dollar Swiss downside. People might want to own those trades as well as election hedges. How
much is the yuan strengthening on the heels of a Biden win, of the expectation that's being baked into markets?
I don't think that is a catalyst right now. It's more, on the China alone, its own economy, its own numbers are actually strengthening flow. And also, with the asset allocation, with what's going on in the equity market, big tech IPOs coming up, and further opening of the bond market, it's that underlying institutional reallocation to China, which has actually been building for some time now. And again, I think it's moving independently of the polls. Now, if the trade relationship, can be, let's just say, less chaotic over the next few years, that's going to be positive for China. But I think that'll be positive for the US and the world as well, because global trade starts to normalize somewhat. So I don't see any inconsistencies with, say, good US markets and good Chinese markets. But for now, I think it's a China standalone story.
Jeff, final question from me. You've always got a favourite trade. What is it right now?
So, right now, again, I like the China proxies. I want to own Aussie. I want to own a Korean won. And on the other side, probably sterling is my favourite funder right now. I think the BOE's got it wrong. I think they need to do a lot more up ahead. What Sunak announced today, not enough. So I want to add to my sterling shorts.
A seller of sterling, a buyer of the China proxies. Jeff, great to catch up, sir. Jeff Yu of BNY Mellon, thank you. Jeff Yu, Tom Keene, the language of the square mile. That was just a snapshot of it through the last 7 minutes.
Yeah, what's great there is the
thing.
dynamics. It's the dynamics and the fluidity of the math and the theory as well. What's great about the Bloomberg, John, you take what Jeff, you just said there, and if I'm in a meeting with him on Wall Street, I'm punching up what's called GBP-KRW, where he wants to go long yuan, short sterling. And it's slapped up right now, right within its trading range, going well back 4 or 5 years. So can you affect that trade, John, for me right now and make your usual 6%?
You want me to make 6% for you right now,
We
Tom?
call that two field goals.
I wish. Look, I think the trade, from his perspective, makes a lot of sense. More challenges to come for the UK in the economy, the Bank of England threatening negative interest rates, several policymakers are, and a continuation of a better story in China. If you're looking for a currency pair, maybe Tom Keene, that's it. Sterling against the US dollar has actually been stubbornly resilient over the last month off the back of the Brexit headlines.
What I would note is the news flow and all the worry that's out there, the leases of the world, worrying and worrying.
Oh, let me just tell you this.
You know what? You get through the election and you move on. Maybe that's what we'll
I'm
get.
excited for sterling to go down, to weaken versus the dollar, because then we get better gifts from John.
That's true.
I don't have a position in this at all. All I can think of is Lisa and what she said the other day. I walk around with my head down. I walk around with my head down.
Did you write that
looking
down?
At the facts.
How many things have you written
down? Looking at the
down?
facts.
There's
Lisa Bramberts.
Yeah. There's a tattoo parlor down in Soho selling Lisas. You can put them on your arm. I'm looking at the ground.
That's me.
This is beautiful. Lisa.
It's a debate.
You've been to the tattoo parlor next door to Glossier.
I have.
Is that the one you've been to?
I have.
And you know what? I knew straight away which tattoo parlor you meant.
Oh, man.
Because you'd been lining up outside Glossier.
You got that right.
For makeup again.
You go in and I'm going to go
for anyone
get a
that doesn't
tattoo.
believe me, Google Glossier downtown Manhattan, and next door there is a tattoo parlor.
There
and
is.
I'm telling you, that's what Tom is talking about. Show us your tattoo one day, Tom. Producer screaming at me. This is Bloomberg.
The second and final presidential debate is tonight in Nashville. It's one of the final high-profile chances for President Trump to change the narrative of the campaign. Polls show him losing to Joe Biden. Debate rules have changed, and a candidate's microphone will be muted at times when the other candidate is speaking. And the president has claimed that that's unfair. He says the same thing about the choice of topics and the moderator being NBC's Kristen Welker. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin have made further progress on a coronavirus stimulus package, but Senate Republicans are reluctant to embrace any deal that's led by Pelosi. Language for the bill would have to be drafted by the weekend if lawmakers are to vote on it before Election Day. And in the UK, Chancellor of the Exchequer Rishi Sunak has unveiled another bailout for businesses hurt by the coronavirus. The latest package is aimed at pubs and restaurants struggling under the UK's Tier 2 lockdown. The UK also raised job support aid, cutting employers' contributions. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Rishka Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Best, your weekly review of the most important business news, analysis, and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
Ken Burns, welcome to Bloomberg Big Decisions.
We have always been a mixture of things. We are always stronger for that mixture.
Growth is a way to stay competitive, delight more and more consumers.
Welcome to the Best of Bloomberg Technology. I'm Emily Chang.
They've moved the needle by acknowledging that they have to monitor the content.
What is one word of advice you'll take with you?
Learn how to listen. And that is certainly something that has served me well.
Ankiti, where do you go from here?
It's a huge market. It's a huge opportunity. I want to go 100x from here.
Our philosophy is to partner where we can and stand apart when we should.
Give you a sense of the real-time action. The 10-year yield tumbling now 11 basis points, so continuing in this knee-jerk risk-off feel.
We are not going to tolerate foreign interference in our elections or any criminal activity that threatens the sanctity of your vote. We've been working for years as a community to build resilience in our election infrastructure, and today that infrastructure remains resilient.
12 days away, Christopher Wray there, the FBI director, on the news of the last 24 hours. The allegation of meddling from Iran and Russia in the US election. From New York and London, good morning to you all. Alongside Tom Keene and Lisa Abramowitz, I'm Jonathan Ferro. 12 minutes away from initial jobless claims in America, plus 60 minutes, and you'll have a market open in America. Equity futures down 6, negative 0.2%. Just a mild risk aversion through Thursday morning. It lingers just a little bit. Yields down a single basis point to 0.81%. Dollar stronger, euro weaker, euro dollar 118.22, Tom, down a third of 1%.
It's a good data check. All churning, John, is how I'd put it. I would renote here, 10-year yield like a rock, 0.81%, up near that high yesterday of 0.83%. Right now on Tennessee, on Nashville, and on this debate, someone with experience. Rick Davis is a Bloomberg contributor. His service to John McCain in the election, where McCain took just under 57% of the vote in conservative Tennessee, and we're thrilled that Rick Davis could join us today. The company line, Rick Davis, is the gentleman from Delaware and Scranton needs to pick up the kind of Tennessee voters that voted for John McCain. They have clearly turned Republican. Can Biden, at the margin, pick up those voters?
Well, it'll be tricky in a place like Tennessee, but it depends on which part of the state. As you know, that state is divided along its horizontal axis, and the further you get into the cities in the east, the more moderate voters you have. And you go to West Tennessee, and it's a totally different picture. So I do think that some of those voters may migrate, and we see a lot of evidence in the polling data now that part of what's migrating them isn't ideology, but personality.
Okay, personality. Let's take it out of Tennessee to the states that matter. John and Lisa and I have had real conflicting reports. What is the Davis take right now on the momentum of these two candidates in those key state polls?
Well, I spent a lot of time in Arizona politics over my career, and that's a good place to look because it's got one of the largest counties in the country, Maricopa County. It's a swing county in the sense that you win Maricopa, you win the state. Republicans have dominated in Maricopa County, which is why you've had so many statewide Republicans, and national elections have gone Republican in Arizona. Last time it went for a Democrat, it was in Bill Clinton's second term. So right now, I would say Arizona is leaning Democratic, which would be quite a big deal. And there is no pathway for Trump to get to 270 without Arizona. So when you look at what's happening there, it's the suburban women and the elderly voters. Arizona is a great state to retire in if you like 120 degrees in the summer. And those women suburban voters who have historically supported Republicans back in 2018 started migrating to Democrats, and they are still headed that way today.
So aside from the Democrat-Republican horse race, there's the issue of policy, in particular having to do with the Supreme Court. And Joe Biden, the Democratic presidential nominee, saying in a recent CBS 60 Minutes interview that he would form a commission to study the U.S. court system. This in response, perhaps, to questions about whether he would support court packing. What do you take from this type of response from him? Is this politically savvy, or will this be read as basically court packing, basically preliminarily?
Well, as a Republican, we used to win a lot of elections against Democrats because of just this problem. There was no reason for them to bring up this issue of court packing, but the left side of his party couldn't help themselves. And in response to the current debate about the selection of Trump's selection for the Supreme Court, they let this come out. And so all of a sudden, an issue that was not at all in the public domain throws right on the presidential calendar. And Biden has done a horrible job of answering the question. Simple question. Are you planning on expanding the court? All he had to do was say, no, at this point in time, I do not have a plan to expand the court. But in a nod to his left flank, he has clammed up and won't answer the question. Now this is sort of a partial answer that just then drives more debate about court packing. All this at a time when this Thursday, the president's nominee will get voted out of committee, probably without any Democrats in attendance, and you're going to have a new Supreme Court justice that's kind of missing in the debate. And so it's a strange way for the Democrats to handle this issue. They've created this problem for themselves, and I really don't think Joe Biden's doing a particularly good job of answering the question.
Rick, let's talk about managing a campaign and how you manage a calendar as a campaign manager, and how the early voting we've seen this year changes the game. Typically, you'd go out and do that Oppo research. You might sit on it, wait to put it out there in October. Have things changed, Rick, this year? And does it change for good?
It's been changing for quite some time. I mean, early voting has been steadily increasing over the last 2 decades. And so if you have not changed your approach, the calendar actually runs you. You don't run the calendar. And it's one of the great businesses in life where there's a deadline, and that deadline is everything, right? You either win or you lose. Right now, you've already got 44 million people have voted. In some states, 30–40% of the population's already voted. If you are now putting out information that is relevant to the outcome of the campaign, you're already late by almost half. And so you're right. It's absolutely essential that you manage the clock, just like a good Dean Smith basketball game. And so what I think is happening is the Trump campaign lost their initiative after the convention. Early voting began in the start of October. You've had a record amount of early voting so far, and it puts them at risk that even though they may do well by Election Day, it may not be enough to make up for the early vote that has already occurred.
Rick, fascinating stuff, and always enjoy your insight. Rick Davis there, Bloomberg contributor. Tom Keene, isn't that the story? The hill to climb in the next 12 days.
Well, it's going to see the hill to climb, and you look at it any different number of ways. I mean, let's remember here, the president has shown a little bit of polling momentum over the last number of days. John, I'm going to go to you talk about the flip. Greg Valliere, X number of days ago, saying Donald Trump is still in this race. Greg Valliere this morning saying the polling of the last 18 hours is very unfriendly to the president. Where's Greg Valliere going to be on Monday? I don't know.
Look, the polling from Georgia, we had the New York Times poll that had them effectively tied from likely voters, Tom. The polling from Texas, the Quinnipiac poll that we've seen in the last 24 hours, Texas virtually tied. These are states that haven't been blue since 92 and 76. I mean, you've got to go back, Tom, a long, long time for the last time that happened. And I think you add in 2016, and it's why so many people, Tom, just don't buy it.
Yeah, I think that's up there. And what's important here, John, is you and I can't do the research. Lisa can't do the research. We need Kevin Cirilli, like he's been doing 24/7, pounding the research. I mean, that's just the only way to do it, John. I mean, research matters.
Yeah, that's the research. Check it out. For those on radio, it's him at Pancake Pantry. Pancakes, syrup, and butter.
Kevin looks very serious about his pancakes. Seriously, we have to put this out on social.
You know.
He looks really, really serious about those pancakes.
Well,
any bacon on them?
Just walnuts.
Not a pile of pancakes without bacon, I've been told.
He's going to have a long neck with it to chase it down. Trust me, 2 long necks.
I won't talk about the eating habits of my compatriots over in America ever again. Oh, no.
That's called having a full
From London
Nashville.
and New York. This is Bloomberg.
When opportunity knocks at the door, don't say, blimey, I've still got my pajamas on. Say yes to stuff and it will take you interesting places.
We're clearly going through some very unusual times and, enormous difficulties getting groups of people to agree on things.
From Bloomberg's European headquarters in the City of London, join us on Leaders with Lacroix.
I think what we've seen during this period of time is that communicating via video is not a fad. We are using it in all aspects of our lives, for work, for learning, for communicating, for staying in touch.
From New York and London, for our audience worldwide, this is Bloomberg Surveillance Live. On Bloomberg TV and radio, alongside Tom Keene and Lisa Abramowitz, I'm Jonathan Ferro. Equity futures down about 7. We're negative 0.2% on the S&P 500. The economic data moments away. It's Thursday morning. It means one thing. Bloomberg's Michael McKee drops by to bring us initial jobless claims. Mike.
Well, we're just getting the numbers in here, John, and we got 787,000. A major drop from last week, which was 898,000. Remember the big surprise last week when claims went up so much? We get the opposite this time. The previous week's level revised down to 56,000 by 56,000 to 842,000. So there was a big blip last week that's now gone away, and we've gone down to 787,000. So that would be considered some good news. We've talked a lot about this, about how you don't really want to make a big deal out of the numbers, because the actual level, because of the questions about the long-term numbers in states like California. But the change is obviously a major bit of good news in terms of the economy. We've had this story that the economy is slowing down, and it looks at this point like maybe the number of jobless claims has fallen off a little bit. Now, the problem I'm having here, guys, is that my whole, here we go. Here's the whole data. They say California has fixed its problems, and we can show you what has been going on, I think, with California for weeks. They've been using the same numbers over and over again, 262,000. Well, this week, California records 158,877. So that is the difference. California back on the rolls with at least more accurate numbers, and it shows a big decline in overall numbers. One quick thing,
please,
Tom,
Michael, please.
I just want to give you the total number of people getting some kind of benefits falls to 23,150,000. That's more than 1 million lower than in the week before. That's back to October 3rd, because that number is 2 weeks delayed. So it's also a big drop, even if 23 million is a lot of people.
Look, these are unambiguously good for the president. This is going to be perfect timing for the president at the debate tonight. And we should point out, John, I believe you mentioned Mr. Kudlow miraculously picked up the phone and dialed 1-800-FARO today for a conversation. I mean, Michael, they want to get the message out here, right? These are just unambiguously better numbers, right?
Well, yes, they are unambiguously better numbers when you're looking at the weekly change, when you're looking at the total number of people still getting jobless benefits. I mean, you look at 787,000. The prior high in the Great Recession was 650,000 or so. So we're still way above that, and 23 million people still getting some kind of benefits is nothing to be too happy about. So the president has a sales job to do tonight if he wants to make the case. He has to say it's not only a little bit better, but it's going to keep getting better, and here's why.
So I'm looking right now at the market response, and it's not actually responding all that much. I expected to see more of a pop in futures on the heels of much better than expected jobless data, still a very high number. Why do you think people perhaps are not responding more to the optimism, to the potential momentum that was unexpected by analysts?
Well, I think you got two things going on, Lisa. We're all working off of these high-frequency numbers rather than data that is a little slower to come in, and there are contradictory numbers. I mean, you look at some of the open table numbers have been down. We see the TSA boardings going up. Retail sales have been slow, but rising just a little bit. What do you make of all this? It's hard to know. And now, with 12 days to go to the election, there's a lot of uncertainty about what happens there, and I think that is probably tamping down at this point on the market reaction to claims one way or another. The notes I was getting this morning from bond market traders are looking at the jobs report for October, which comes out 3 days after the presidential election. And they said that, we'll get the election out of the way and hopefully know something about who's going to be running the country, and then people turn back to the economy.
Michael McKee, thank you so much. Really interesting report. Very different, of course, the California asterisk there as well. Right now, with a very smart research note, great acuity on it, Thomas Koster joins with Pictet Wealth Management. Thomas, I love your paragraph on gasoline demand. You say, look at the stuff that people actually do. Define for us the year-over-year drop in gasoline demand, and what does it mean for this economy?
Yeah, indeed. So gasoline demand on a weekly basis, and data was released actually yesterday. It's down 12% year on year. So that's still a very feeble, piece of data, and that suggests to me that the recovery is, progressing at a slow pace, and it seems to be even stalling going into the fourth quarter. So I remain prudent about the outlook, especially going into the Christmas period, and I think this data on gasoline demand tends to confirm my view, I would say.
Broaden that out, Thomas. What do you see in the high-frequency data?
Well, so I think that the piece of news that was on the strong side was retail sales. But I think, the other, data I'm looking at is how much in terms of payments the federal government is sending in terms of unemployment benefits. And that's really falling off a cliff. So we are into an income cliff at the global macro, at the US level, and especially at the household level. And this income cliff could lead to a sharp slowdown in consumption. And again, we have to keep in mind that Thanksgiving and the Christmas shopping season, this is the most important shopping season for the US consumer. And so we are having this income cliff at a time when actually the consumer is supposed to go out and spend. And I'm nervous about that.
So a lot of people are nervous about the second dip and the second wave of infections. Thomas, I wonder from your perspective, if we hit that income cliff and we don't offset it the way we did 6 to 9 months ago, the nature of the next slowdown and that loss of momentum, can you explain the difference between what we might experience and what we have experienced?
Right. The recovery was really driven by the consumer, again, due to, high unemployment benefits. We've seen incomes rising, but incomes due to the federal government. It was not wage income going up to make sure I get it right. But the problem right now is that we have an income cliff. And I do not believe in the theory that there's accumulated savings over the summer, because what happened is people paid down their credit card debt and their credit cards. And the problem is that we're going into this crucial shopping season with, I think, much less ammo, if you will, and the consumer is in much weaker state. And if you look at confidence surveys, well, they're a bit all over the place. But if you look at what people are ready to spend on durable goods, for instance, I'm nervous about that. So I think the signals are not good going into that shopping season. And the fact we have gasoline demand, so this is actual driving from real people, that's still down by more than 12%. That's no good going into that fourth quarter.
Given the pessimism that you just described, and then pair that with the upside beat in fewer jobless claims that just came out than expected, granted, still an astronomical number compared to history, how much are you looking for the momentum to slow? What are you seeing? And are jobs no longer a leading indicator going forward?
Right. So in terms of GDP, I think if we don't have a fiscal package, we're looking at probably zero growth in the fourth quarter. So after more than 30% growth in the third quarter. And if we have a fiscal package, because I still do think that in November, Congress will kind of wake up and pass a small or moderate fiscal package that will help to save consumption, in which case I think we could have growth of around 5%. So it's really the choice between 0 and 5% in my view.
Did you say 0 and 5%? That is a massive, massive, massive canyon. What's the in-betweenness there? I mean, how do we get back? Let's say Morning in America is a run rate 2.8% GDP. How do we get there?
Right. So the only, one piece of good news in the U.S. right now is the housing market. But again, it's been performing very well. And I'm a bit afraid that, it won't be able to support growth again in the fourth quarter as it did in the third quarter. So it's like, if you will, a Boeing 747, we had 4 engines, but now we're kind of only running on 1. And you see, housing losing momentum, consumer spending losing momentum. I'm also worried about corporate investment. I think that could also lose momentum, especially in the oil sector. I think with the recent drop in oil prices, what you could see is oil investment could be slashed as well. So the signals are not really good going into this fourth quarter, and we really need more fiscal spending, including unemployment benefits to be boosted again.
Thomas, Tom was asking you a question about trend growth, and he mentioned something north of 2%. Do you think trend growth, best case, coming out of this mess, best guess, Does it have a one handle or a two handle?
Yeah, it's probably have a one handle. The problem in each recession, we lose productivity growth along the way. And that's always the case, unfortunately. And I think it's still the same thing here. The other worry I'm worried about in the US is population growth. What we're seeing in population growth, especially new birth, that's really scary. You see natality going down, so you see less population growth, you see less immigration, and that's not good for headline GDP growth. It's very simple. If you have less people, you have less growth.
You need more productivity. Thomas Costa, great to catch up, sir. Fitech Wealth Management Senior Economist. Got to say, if you're just tuning in, the data better than expected. That was just a very concerned Thomas Costa on the path forward. And Tom, you asked the question about trend growth. A one handle. That's what you get your hands around, apparently, a one handle for trend growth.
It's called trend growth, folks. And the other fancy phrase you'll hear with bow tie phrase, potential GDP. There's a number of people very good at this. And to be fair, John, Michael Ferroli at J.P. Morgan, and I think of the wonderful John Herman at MUFG, they've always modeled a banded growth. And you're right, John, the bottom of that band is one-ish. The problem with that is I don't know how politically the nation moves forward with a sub 2% trend growth. It's just basically un-American.
Fuels division and tension.
Yeah.
More of it. Tom, the bond market's bid off the back of a better number. Go figure. Yields 80 basis points on a 10-year. We come down a couple of basis points on 10s, on 30s, down another 3 basis points in today's session at about 161. Interesting that this market's not really responded. Lisa mentioned this. Not really responded, Tom, to that better than expected data.
Yeah, there's no question about it. I've been looking at the screen. Folks, we look at a screen here with the 4 asset classes and lots of blinky red and green. And, it's really not blinking right now. I would go back again to the larger trends, John, like Jeff Yu of BNY Mellon mentioned, with a 6.68 yuan. That's a big move.
Tomorrow, a big conversation. National Economic Council Director Larry Kudlow joining us outside the White House on that stimulus conversation from London and New York. This is Bloomberg.
With the First Word News, I'm Ritika Gupta. Some of President Trump's advisors are urging him to change his tactics for tonight's final presidential debate in Nashville. They're said to have told him to trade his aggressive demeanor for a lower key style, and it's not clear what he'll do when he faces Joe Biden. The president trails in the polls, and the debate is one of the last high-profile chances for him to turn things around. The top U.S. spy chief is accusing Iran of meddling in the presidential election. Director of National Intelligence John Ratcliffe says the Islamic Republic faked a series of intimidating messages to Democratic voters. He said both Iran and Russia have obtained voter registration information, and Tehran is already using it. The founder of Saba Capital, Bose Weinstein, managed to be one of the biggest winners in the pandemic sell-off. Now he's positioning himself to win again before the presidential election. Bloomberg's Eric Schatzker spoke to Weinstein in an exclusive interview.
When I look at how low credit spreads are today versus objective measures of future volatility, like the VIX, and even in our own minds, when we think about the onslaught of news that's going to come out, I believe that credit, when spreads are low as they are today, is asymmetric, it's shortfall, and I want to delve into that deeply. And I think the markets are rightly telling us that there's a very good chance for volatility.
Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
The Boston Symphony Orchestra presents BSO at Home. While you stay inside, enjoy a curated collection of archived concerts and behind-the-scenes stories from BSO musicians. BSO Homeschool provides lessons for music lovers of all ages. New performances and messages from musicians are added regularly. Enjoy these selections and much more at bso.org/at-home.
Live coverage of the final presidential debate Thursday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time here on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
It's such an interesting new world.
The world is changing.
For us, it's not about being first, it's about being the best.
While everyone is zigging, we're zagging.
We feel like we can maybe help people out more.
We have an enormous number of big ideas.
This has so entangled itself into our social fabric and into our social status pipelines and into the development of children that even if you opt out, that's not enough.
I am David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
When we think about where do we get money from, the creation of debt and the printing of money, and where do we get the support when we're talking about the next bill that might or might not pass, next stimulative, it has big implications to the economy, to the markets, and so on.
Ray Dalio of Bridgewater, doing what he's been doing recently, out with a new book, and of course the themes there of our macro economy, of our global political economic system. This with the challenges of Bridgewater recently, of course, many others in alternative investments having challenges as well. Never challenged is Barry Ritholtz, Bloomberg opinion columnist. He'll be hanging on every word of the debate tonight, no question about that, with Ritholtz Wealth Management as well. Barry, you had an opportunity to sit down with Mr. Dalio. First of all, did you address Bridgewater? Did you address the challenges of doing an interest rate parity strategy at the zero bound?
Yes, in fact, that was one of the questions I had about risk parity, about the all-weather portfolio, about gold, and specifically, what should investors be doing as rates, the 10 years under 1% on the way to zero, what do you do? And his answer was, as rates have fallen, you should be reducing the amount of bonds in your portfolio. If there is no yield, why bother? At a certain point, there's just no capital gains possible. He was very, very aggressive about you want to see less and less bonds in a portfolio as you approach the zero bound.
I'm glad you went there, Barry, because this is really germane, and I'm sure it's on your Masters in Business interview with Mr. Dalio as well. If our listeners and viewers are told bonds are difficult, where do you go to get the advantages of that fixed income coupon stream?
So I have a slightly different answer than Ray personally. For our clients, we are looking at things like preferreds. We've explored dividend strategies. It's the same risk as equity, so it doesn't work. We've looked at a number of the covered call and call writing strategies. They just add a whole bunch of risk and complexity and cost. That's the problem with those. They kind of try to create a free lunch. The internal debate is this a free lunch or not? And I look at those skeptical. The trade-off, the thing that's most in between stocks and bonds are the preferred.
Yeah.
They have a couple of risk characteristics to them that make them unlike bonds. Just look at how all the preferreds traded back in February and March of this year. They all took a 30% shellacking, just the way equities did. The difference is they 90% recovered back to par, for lack of a better word, $20 or 25 or 100 or whatever the par they're using. And they're still, 3, 4, 5, 6% yield, depending on the risk properties of each. It's not there. So here's the bottom line. Yields are low. You have to accept that. The only way to get more yields is to take on more risk. That's the bottom line.
Okay, so this is the difficult thing when listening to Ray Dalio. He has a lot of big philosophical themes about monetizing debt, about the widening wealth gap between the richest and the poorest individuals, both in America and globally. And yet, are you saying that it all comes down to an investment strategy that looks like what everybody else is saying, which is go long risk, and you know what? You're not going to get paid for it.
Well, so far, people who have been going long risk on the equity side, they've been getting paid for it. I think he's much more nuanced than that. When we started talking about the political and wealth gap and the disparities in power and the increasing concentration of wealth and how many people have not had the same equal opportunities to succeed, he thinks that's a drag on the economy. And he lays out a kind of compelling case that if the president is reelected, here are the areas that are going to do better. Here's what you should expect to do poorly. And if the challenger wins, well, here's what we're going to see from that. You're probably going to see a whole lot more fiscal stimulus. You're probably going to see a whole lot of infrastructure spending and Green New Deal and all that sort of stuff. He goes, one has a higher possibility of seeing yields and inflation tick up. They both are pretty big deficit spenders. It's not like the Republican gets to say, oh, the Democrat's a big spender. We see what's happened with the deficit here. The impact isn't so much this is better than that. It's which sectors of the economy are going to thrive or do poorly under each administration. It was pretty nuanced. And as always, Ray is always he's such a historian. He does these deep dives into 1,000 years of, we haven't even gotten to China, the rise of a big power. There have been, 17 such instances of a new power coming along in the past 1,000 years. And I believe 12 of those ended up in a shooting war. The rest of them were economic or currency wars.
Well, Barry, I want to switch gears here if I could, and that is over to the vaunted mystery of small cap and maybe a rollout away from the big tech stocks. Do you see evidence of that yet? I mean, are you on board the big rotation to small cap? We get about 15 different opinions here.
Yeah, so we've been waiting for emerging markets to mean revert. We've been waiting for small cap to mean revert. We've been waiting for value to mean revert. The bottom line is the combination of very low rates and even if you're not in a lockdown, the work from home pandemic circumstances, they benefit bigger international companies that have the ability to tap the capital markets for either equity or debt issuance. That tends to be the larger companies. The last time I looked at the top 10 stocks in the NASDAQ and in the S&P 500, they were about 27% of the S&P 500. That's pretty close to an all-time high, and they have since ticked up since then. Yeah. This is their environment. Tell me when this environment changes, and that's when you can expect to see some sort of a rotation. But this could go on for another 6 months or a year for all we know.
Barry Riddle, thank you so much. Always good with Bloomberg Wealth and, of course, his work for Bloomberg Opinion as well. The news flow is absolutely extraordinary, of course, culminating tonight in the debate. David Weston leading our coverage there. Kevin Cirilli is in Nashville as well. And any other number of news stories. Claims came in really quite good with constructive revisions as well. A lot of that off of California's adjustment finally to catch up with the national disaster that we've seen in this pandemic. There is another news item. I don't know what to make of it because I'm really not expert on this, but this is on the Maxwell-Epstein release of court documents. This was widely anticipated for 9 a.m. this morning, and the over 400-page document has been released to the public, and that will be for certain parts of the political economic society of great interest. We wanted to bring that information to you. In the markets, we see futures -7. The yield, 0.81, really remarkable stasis in yields right now with the euro 118.29. Please stay with us through this political and economic day. On Bloomberg Television and on Bloomberg Radio, good morning.
Ada 3 kelompok pengungsi tersebut yang sudah berpencar arah. Kemudian kami dari Polsek Banda Sakti berkoordinasi dengan perangkat desa Kampung Jomblang melakukan upaya pengumpulan secara persuasif serta minta tolong kepada warga. Alhamdulillah warga yang terpecah semuanya berkumpul.
Tunggu señor.
Valuations, particularly sort of technology landscape, have gotten to some pretty extraordinary levels. So I think it's not a surprise. I don't think it's any indication of the beginning of the end, but I do think markets don't like uncertainty.
Even in a pandemic, big companies have maintained easy access to financing, but small businesses and consumers are finding it much harder.
There's certainly a large part of the economy that's not being seen by the banking system.
I'm Shonali Bassick. Join me for a Bloomberg special report, The Credit Disconnect, this weekend on Bloomberg Television.
We explore the trends, investments, and competition of the European ETF industry. Join us on Bloomberg ETF IQ Europe.
From New York and London, for our audience worldwide, good morning, good morning. The countdown to the open starts right now with 30 minutes until the opening bell. Equity futures down 8. We're negative 0.25%, and we begin with the big issue. The stimulus roadshow continuing amid seemingly a never-ending 48-hour rolling deadline. Talks resuming later today with House Speaker Nancy Pelosi remaining, guess what, cautiously optimistic.
I'm pretty happy. I think we have a prospect for an agreement. There's some delay on the part of the Republicans about the appropriations piece of it, but I hope that will be resolved. And I'm optimistic because even with what Mitch McConnell says, we don't want to do it before the election, but let's keep working so that we can do it after the election. We want it before.
Chief of Staff Mark Meadows sounding less optimistic, telling Democrats to make some concessions of their own.
The president's willing to lean into this, and if we see any amount of fair negotiations from Speaker Pelosi, which we haven't really seen today, when you look at $1.9 trillion, is Nancy Pelosi really going to tell the American people that I'm not going to send that relief to you just for political reasons?
President Trump preparing to blame Democrats as well, tweeting the following, quote, "Just don't see any way Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer will be willing to do what is right for our great American workers or our wonderful USA itself on stimulus. Their primary focus is bailing out poorly run and high-crime Democrat cities and states." All of this setting the stage for tonight's final word in the final presidential debate in Nashville, Tennessee.
This election is a choice between a Trump super recovery or a Biden steep depression.
This president cares more about his Park Avenue perspective on the world, the stock market, than he does about you.
Biden's plan to kill the American dream.
It is a presidential responsibility to lead, and he didn't do that.
COVID. That's all they put on. That pandemic is rounding the corner.
Turn the corner. Things are getting worse.
You must defeat Sleepy Joe Biden and the radical left.
This president embraces all the thugs in the world.
He has no clue, but that's all right.
Joining us now from Nashville, Kevin Cirilli, Bloomberg chief, Washington correspondent. Kevin, quite a night coming up for you.
Quite a night coming up. Three things on my radar as it relates first and foremost to stimulus. Some new headlines crossing the Bloomberg terminal. Senator Marco Rubio, a Republican from Florida, meeting with Senator Ben Cardin, a Democrat of Maryland, and talking about small business. They're also going to have House members in on that meeting. Again, further indication that negotiations are now continuing not just at the high leadership level. Secondly, tonight at the debate, yes, expect the economy, expect the fiscal stimulus, but also expect foreign policy and geopolitics. New developments overnight from the Director of National Intelligence, John Ratcliffe, at a hastily thrown together press conference ahead of news reports yesterday, suggesting that Iran and Russia hacked via cyber in terms of voter registration. That no doubt will come up. And then finally, the third point here is how will foreign policy play for both of the respective campaigns? For the Biden campaign, they're going to say that the Trump administration did little to better protect democratic institutions following the 2016 election. But for President Trump, facing sagging battleground polls and a bevy of battleground state polls that just came out from Fox News within the last day that shows him trailing in states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, he needs a reset. Will he go combative or will he go more moderate? This is the question that will be on everyone's minds tonight at the debate as he looks to get momentum heading into the November 3rd election day when already 40 million Americans have voted. Jonathan?
Well, that's the problem, Kevin Cirilli. Already 40 million Americans have voted. And we've all seen the polls, similar polls, the last 24 hours. One poll, level in Texas, another poll, level in Georgia. Kevin, who does he need to speak to tonight?
Well, twofold. First and foremost, he can't dismotivate the base, although internal polling from the Republicans suggests that they are motivated to turn out. But he also needs to make inroads with suburban women, especially those who are on the fence in terms of whether or not to show up and turn out like they did in 2016 to some extent for his campaign as well as for Republicans. When you've got Senator Mitt Romney, a Republican of Utah, saying that he wrote in a different candidate, he didn't say who, that's the type of Republican that Biden is hoping to pick up and that President Trump is hoping to win back. And then finally, I would just very quickly note, as it relates to some of these polls, yesterday I spoke with the chairman of the Democratic Party, Tom Perez, and I said, what keeps you up at night? And what he said to me was a deja vu of 2016.
Kevin, you have the glow of a man who just had a nice pile of pancakes. I know you just had a nice pile of pancakes. Kevin, it's good to see you. You enjoy yourself. Long day ahead of you. Kevin Cirilli from Nashville, Tennessee, thank you very much. Let's get to the price action this Thursday morning, shaping up as follows in the equity market. Equity futures, just a little bit softer, down 8 on the S&P 500. We're negative 0.25% there. The bid stays in the bond market, claims better than expected, but some California noise, so to speak. Mike McKee will give you the detail on that a little bit later. Down a basis point on 10s to 0.81%. The dollar stronger through much of G10, euro dollar 118.28. Here's a take from Morgan Stanley recommending investors buy any dip surrounding the election. Mike Wilson writing the following: if the S&P 500 were to go down to 3,100 and we didn't know what was going on with the election yet, we're going to be adding to risk at that point no matter what. His colleague, cross-asset strategist Andrew Sheets, expressing a similar sentiment, writing the following: while we think the S&P 500 would initially trade lower in a blue sweep scenario, we'd ultimately view this as a dip to buy, with a bull market still intact. Andrew, I'm pleased to say, joins us now for more. So, Andrew, let's talk about that blue wave leading to a dip. That's not what's been described on this programme by many guests before you. Why?
Yeah, so thanks and good morning. Look, I think there are a couple of factors that would play into that. I think the first is that blue sweep scenario, I think, is the scenario where we at Morgan Stanley think interest rates would rise the most. And I think given current correlations, that rise in interest rates would be problematic for the S&P 500, even if actually it might be less problematic for other equity markets around the world. I think secondly is that I think the market would move to price at least some probability of shifting corporate tax policy, shifting capital gains tax policy. It's hard to know exactly, or we don't know exactly what a Biden administration would ultimately do, but I think the market under a blue sweep scenario should at least provide some discount for it. And then third, and I think you actually kind of hit the nail on the head here, there's been a lot of focus on the polls, and I think a lot of discussion over, well, if a lead by Biden is so well flagged in the polls and the markets aren't responding to it, then maybe it won't have any market effect. But I think something that's quite clear from a lot of our conversations is I think as much as we're all talking about the election, I don't think investors are actually moving and investing and changing their positioning around ahead of it because, as you mentioned, there's still so much uncertainty. There's, I think, still a lot of kind of carryover from 2016 around that surprise event. So I wouldn't assume that just because the markets haven't reacted so far, they wouldn't react to that sort of event.
Andrew, what we've said repeatedly on this programme, and I'm sure you share this view as well, it wasn't just the outcome of the 2016 election that was a surprise to many people. It was the outcome of that outcome in the markets. People started suddenly talking about the Trump trade, infrastructure spending. But what really defined the last 4 years were two things for markets: tax cuts and a trade war. Andrew, as you've pointed out, elections have consequences. How difficult and how soon can you gauge what those consequences actually are?
Yeah, so I do think the makeup of Congress is going to be incredibly important here. I mean, I think this is a comment that you've been making and many people have been making, but I do think congressional control is really the difference between a potentially kind of large and significant fiscal response and kind of continued fiscal response, something that could drive a very different recovery than what we saw following the global financial crisis, and a much more muted response that could risk a much slower, weaker recovery. So I think that is a huge kind of fork in the road as it pertains to markets between these kind of two futures, one of which might be a sharper recovery, more inflationary, more reflationary, and the other is much more like what kind of followed the GFC, slower, weaker, more disinflationary. So that to me is the real kind of wedge for market outcomes. And I think as you mentioned around 2016, and we also saw this in 2008, I think we also all have to keep an open mind, right? The conventional wisdom has been wrong a lot about what different political outcomes mean for the market. And so I think we all have to kind of take that with a grain of salt and be willing to update our views as events unfold.
Andrew, the bands are so wide. We could have something like $2 trillion plus of fiscal stimulus on a blue wave. If you had a divided government, you might not get anything at all. I know you're thinking about this, persistent fiscal failure. As you look at the markets cross-asset, Andrew, what's the most sensitive part of financial markets worldwide cross-asset right now to the prospect of persistent fiscal failure?
Yeah, sure. So look, I mean, I think there are a number of things that are affected, but in terms of what would be most affected, it would certainly mean that bond yields would not rise. It would keep them low and where they are. I think it would be very supportive of the continued kind of outperformance in tech and growth. I think it would also probably present some risks to commodity markets. In the sense that I think those are expecting a more robust, stronger bounce back. And it would imperil, I think some of the small cap, more cyclical, reflationary trade that we happen to believe in, that we are supporting. So, our current positioning, our current recommendations are consistent with what we think is the fact that it's more likely than not that we have a stronger fiscal response coming out of this election. But if that doesn't happen, I think it's a risk to that reflationary view, and it's a risk to some of our current recommendations.
Andrew Sheets, always great to hear from you, injecting some much-needed humility into the conversation ahead of the election. Andrew Sheets there of Morgan Stanley. Equity futures right now, -8, down 0.25% at the market desk, with your movers ahead of the opening bell. Here's Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle.
John, let's start out with the big one, or Tesla. Shares are popping higher after the electric vehicle maker company did put up a big clean quarter. They beat right across the board, the 5th straight quarter of profitability. Importantly, margins are higher, and they reiterated the goal of delivering 500,000 electric vehicles this year, and even said next year they could deliver as many as 1 million. Investors clearly liking it. This year's top stock still on the top of the pile. As for some other earnings movers, Coca-Cola is popping on a good quarter. They beat sales by more than 3%. They're saying that challenges are ahead, but they do think they will recover faster than the economy. We also have AT&T sharply higher in a strong quarter. Lots of gains in wireless, surprising. American Airlines down about 0.6%. They beat fourth quarter estimates. Those, of course, are greatly lowered. Capacity for the fourth quarter down more than 50%, recovery far off. And finally, Chipotle, interesting, they actually put up record revenues, John, but delivery, because it grew so much, up more than 200%, weighed on margins. That stock is down.
Been once for anyone who's been following this week, and Abigail and I talking about restaurants. Abigail, thank you. Coming up, COVID hospitalizations climbing throughout the United States with record infections spreading across Europe. That conversation coming up next with PIMCO's CIO of Global Fixed Income. Andrew Balls is coming up next. This is Bloomberg.
Women leaders were actually better at controlling the deaths from COVID-19. Do you think out of this pandemic, we'll see more countries be willing to elect female leaders?
When we look at women leaders, we tend to project on them baggage that they shouldn't bear.
Women are given an opportunity when no one else wants to do the job.
Women had a very clear objective. They wanted to save lives.
The women leaders, if you look at their careers, have also built up a level of trust.
In fact, women have to be better at communication in order to be elected as leaders, whereas this doesn't hold true for men.
We need to get those sexist stereotypes out of our head and give women a fair run for leadership.
Trying to change the stereotypes about women is not only the business of women, but men have to be part of it.
This is a market that over the past few weeks has made it clear it wants to go higher. It got a little spooked by the idea that geopolitical tensions are rising.
the more testing you have, the more cases. They say cases are up. Yeah, testing is up. We have more testing than India, China, and almost every other country put together.
We make up 4% of the world's population. We have 20% of the world's deaths. We're in a situation where we have 210 plus thousand people dead. And what's he doing? Nothing.
Presidential candidates playing the blame game with a second wave of outbreaks setting alarming milestones around the world. US hospitalizations reaching a 2-month high with cases intensifying throughout Europe as well. Spain and France both topping 1 million total infections, while Poland, Germany, Hungary and Romania post a record rise in daily infections. Bloomberg's Guy Johnston joins us now with the latest. Guy, you and I have been talking about this the last few weeks. The numbers, not good.
No, the numbers aren't good. Clearly, the virus is out of control in large parts of Europe at the moment, John. The numbers are climbing and climbing quickly. There is a great deal of talk of the kind of circuit breakers that are now being used in parts of the UK. A 2-3 week period, maybe, of complete lockdowns. Governments would desperately like to avoid that. The economic cost of all of this is really mounting and mounting very quickly as well. We're going to get PMI data out of Europe tomorrow for October. It's going to be fascinating to see exactly what is happening, particularly in the service side of Europe's economies as we go through into winter. So that is the situation right now. Governments are stepping up, trying to figure out a way to protect their economies. Rishi Sunak, the Chancellor of the Exchequer this morning here in the UK, coming out with a beefed up package of help for the British economy, basically standardising the help that are available to different regions of the country as they go from tier 1 to tier 2 and then potentially up into tier 3 as well. Hopefully we are going to see at the press conference, which is going to happen at 11 Eastern today, John, 4 p.m. here in the UK, we may get some understanding of what the cost of all of that is. In terms of the way that markets are reacting, we're at the bottom end of the range for European equities, which has been very range-bound for quite some time now. While we have seen yields being lifted over the last few days in tandem with what's been happening in the States, we're now seeing bond yields pushing back lower again. And we did see some very disappointing consumer data out of Germany in the form of the GfK data a little bit earlier on. A lot of grim news coming out of Europe right now, John.
Guy, thank you. Looking forward to the coverage with Alex Steele in about 40 minutes' time. Just want to bring you some breaking news very quickly. The Senate committee advancing Amy Coney Barrett's Supreme Court nomination. That panel vote was unanimous, but with no Democrats present to vote. The Senate will vote on Amy Coney Barrett's nomination, for the confirmation, rather, on October 26th. So that is this coming Monday, and that is where the focus has been for Senate Republicans on Capitol Hill, on the Supreme Court nomination and the confirmation of Amy Coney Barrett, and not on the fiscal plan. What changes as we come out the other side of the weekend? PIMCO expecting a cyclical recovery with some economic scarring, writing the following. The first half of our secular horizon is likely to be characterised by the long climb to recovery, with above-trend growth for a couple of years as the global economy emerges from the deep hole of the COVID recession. PIMCO's Andrew Balls, I'm pleased to say, joins us now. Andrew, always great to get you back on the show. Fantastic to see you. Let's just start right here. The prospect of moving out of this mess when we face potentially a second dip in Europe and maybe worse still to come.
Yeah, so you're seeing the second wave here in Europe. I don't think this is probably should be a big surprise to anyone. This is going to be something which is difficult through the winter. In terms of our forecasts, we tend to think that it's going to be another year to 18 months before you get back to the level of GDP from the start of 2020. So it's a long climb, as we say, to get back to where we are. Where we were. A couple of important swing factors. Firstly, fiscal, which you've been focusing on in the US in your program, and more announcements here in the UK today. And then the second thing is the various health interventions. So there's a lot of potential for good news in terms of vaccines. There's already been good news in terms of treatments. So this is not going to mean that we don't have a big problem over this winter. But I think it's consistent with this idea of the gradual recovery over the next year, 18 months.
Well, Andrew, let's push this through the bond market and start in Europe, in Italy. If we have another shock, and we seemingly are getting one in Europe right now, how do Italian bonds react to that? Do they behave like a credit, again, as they have done time and time again over the last 10 years? Or do you see more sovereign-type characteristics to the trading of BTPs in the last few months?
Yeah, so I think Italy this year, you did see a spike in March in terms of sovereign spreads, but is coming significantly. And I think this reflects just the European policy response. So the European Central Bank was quick. Earlier this decade, they spent years focusing on arguing about what the right thing to do was. But this year, they were quick in terms of their actions. And then, thin end of the wedge, but the European Recovery Fund is significant. So far, you have had well-behaved markets. Italy has behaved well. Spreads have tightened, and that's very important because everywhere there is a big increase in fiscal spending, the need for a big increase in fiscal spending and deficits, and you don't want this combined in Europe with sovereign instability. So you never know. In Europe, it's often one step forward, two steps back. But I think thus far you can have a reasonably positive view that we're not going to have a repeat of the sovereign crisis we had earlier in the decade.
So how would you manage your exposure in Europe right now with regards to peripheral bonds, Andrew, and also with regards to peripheral banks and bank credit?
So I think that Italy looks fine. It's very liquid. I would still, to your earlier question, see it as a kind of a source of credit risk, not safe government bonds, but credit risk. But looked at like that, it looks pretty attractive. We're a bit overweight in a number of our portfolios in Italy, also in Spain. I think European banks, there are some good opportunities lower down in the capital structure and in some of the peripheral countries. But our preference tends to be the UK, the US, Switzerland, where we think there's better valuation in the UK, greater stability in terms of the US and the regulatory environment.
Build on the United States for me, just away from credit, Andrew. In the last couple of days, Treasury yields have backed up on the 30-year, back to about 160, on a 10-year, through 80 basis points, still range-bound 50 to 90 over the last 4 or 5 months or so. Andrew, do you have a number in your mind where any potential sell-off in Treasuries becomes self-limiting?
Well, I think that's a good question. I think if you get above 100 basis points, 100, 125 basis points around there, I think that I would want to be adding to Treasury positions there. And then, looking a bit further out, it's going to be hard in the US and the rest of the world to see a very big rise in yields for two reasons. First, I don't think that economies will be able to withstand a very large increase in market-driven yields. And secondly, I don't think central banks are going to allow it. You're going to have very strong efforts against this to anchor the front end of the curve. You have, in some places, explicit yield curve control, other places, kind of unofficial yield curve control. So I think over time, what that means is steepening positions in bond markets on yield curve, steepening positions, anticipating that better macro news or better news in terms of inflation would be priced more into the longer end of the curve, the 30-year part of the curve, while central banks are continuing to anchor the 2 to 5 year part of the curve.
Andrew, always great to get your thoughts on this programme. We appreciate your time. Thank you, sir. Andrew Balls there of PIMCO. Coming up on this programme, the analyst action you need to know. That'll be next in our morning calls, and later at the opening bell, Dan Ives of Wedbush joins us to break down Tesla's results. And he has got a big bull case call in the mix too. That's around the corner. This is Bloomberg.
Mercedes-Benz is on a path towards CO2 neutral mobility. So we have flicked the switch there, and really we're going to step by step electrify everything. And what does that mean? Combustion engines get electrified.
Here are the morning calls. A look at some of the analyst recommendations on Wall Street this morning. We begin first up with Piper Sandler raising its Apple price target to $135. The analyst expecting heavy carrier promotions to boost initial sales of the iPhone 12. Goldman downgrading Peloton to neutral, 140 price target. The analyst seeing limited near-term upside following the stock's 460% rally over the past year. Unreal. And finally, Baird upgrading Tesla to an outperform following its quarterly results. The analyst calling it a must-own stock for anyone seeking exposure to disruptive technology. Much more on that stock still ahead. And the outlook for big tech with Wedbush Managing Director Dan Ives joining us at the opening bout. The opening bout just around the corner. Equity futures erasing this morning's losses. This is Bloomberg.
The Census Bureau has asked Congress for a 120 extension. I don't know that you even have to ask, and I think 120 days isn't nearly enough.
Some things you see coming, some things you don't. The trick is to be ready for anything. John from Infrastructure Support is working every day to keep essential market data flowing seamlessly. We keep on, so you can keep on.
Give you a sense of the real-time action. The 10-year yield tumbling now 11 basis points, so continuing in this knee-jerk risk-off feel.
I keep going to say there's 12 days until the election, and then you realise 40 million plus Americans have already voted. So really it's 12 days until the voting ends and not really 12 days until the election begins, I guess, if that makes any sense. 13 days' time, you might find out if someone's actually won. Maybe. Equity futures are down by only 3 points. We're negative about 1/10 of 1%. That's your opening bounce. Switch up the board in the bond market. Treasuries do not respond to better than expected initial jobless claims. Some California noise in the mix, apparently. Yields unchanged, 0.82%. Yields were lower earlier in the session by a couple of basis points. And in foreign exchange, the dollar turns around in the last 24 hours, goes from weaker to stronger against the euro. Euro dollar 118.30 and down 0.25%. And crude with a lift, joining the copper rally of the last couple of weeks. Commodities doing okay, up 0.8%, $40 and around about 30-odd cents. That's the cross-asset price action this Thursday morning with your movers at the market desk. Back with us. Here's Abigail.
John, let's start out with some more earnings movers with Align Technology really absolutely soaring. The maker of Invisalign opening at a record high, trading above $400 for the first time ever. They put up a blowout quarter, and what makes this so interesting, we have folks staying at home willing to take the risk or using the isolation of staying at home to put on those braces. So that stock really benefiting from it. Las Vegas Sands also sharply higher, up 7%. Now, they put up a bigger loss than expected, not so surprising. What is surprising, they expect Macau to be back in the black soon. Apparently, Golden Week really helped out. Whirlpool opening up 3%, and this is one of the stay-at-home champs as investors, or consumers really put new appliances into their homes. Another big quarter. They also reinstated the full-year guide, so the stock is being rewarded. Kimberly-Clark, not so much, down nearly 6%. They missed. They actually boosted the full-year adjusted earnings, but it looks like their professional sales is down on the stay-at-home trend. As for two other big-name movers, Peloton and Tesla. Peloton is lower as Goldman Sachs has cut their rating to the equivalent of a hold, basically saying this stock has gone too far, too fast, up about 460% on the year, all the good news priced in. Interestingly, Tesla is up just a little bit less than that on the year, John. You can see the bulls still charging ahead. They put up a big third quarter where they beat estimates right across the board. Reinstated the goal, or reiterated the goal, I should say, of selling 500,000 electric vehicles this year and indicating that next year they could sell as many as 1 million cars. So the Tesla bulls continue to charge.
I'll take the 400% gain. That's for sure. Abigail, fantastic. Thank you. Equities up 0.25% on the S&P. Consumer staples lagging down 0.2%. Tesla up around about 4 percentage points on a session so far. The CEO, Elon Musk, focusing on cost controls after the company posted its 5th consecutive quarterly profit.
I do not think we lack for desire for our products, but we do lack for affordability. And so we have to improve the affordability of our products so they are not out of reach of people. We want to bring them more in reach over time, but also improve our cost of production.
Ed Ludlow joins us from the West Coast, San Francisco. Ed Ludlow, great to catch up with you, sir. Margins, really impressive, Ed.
Gross margins at the heart of it, John, and CFO Zachary Kirkhorn really stressed that margin is driven by their improvements in the cost of production, like Elon Musk was talking about. A record quarter for revenue driven by a record quarter of deliveries. You know, this is a quarter in which they instituted price cuts in both the US and China. We didn't hear much on the demand picture. We don't know where this demand's coming from geographically speaking, but it seems to be there. Look, regulatory credits are continuing to impact the top and bottom line. The simple fact of the matter is that Tesla has recorded more regulatory credit revenue in the first 9 months, double in the first 9 months what it did in all of last year. So there's going to continue to be this question about how Tesla's profit profile looks going forward once you strip out those regulatory credits. The other kind of promising thing is all the things are on the horizon. It looks like all of these new factories, Berlin and also Austin, are going to come online next year in some limited form. We'll see deliveries from those states, and cash improves significantly in the quarter as well. And I think what analysts and investors will be most pleased to hear is a commitment from Elon Musk and Zachary Kirkhorn to deploy that capital to drive growth, because in previous quarters that has been a concern. They talk a big game, but when will they spend to kind of grow this footprint? 500,000 commitment, you know, reconfirmed, as Abigail said. And there is also some increase in the installed capacity, both in Fremont and Shanghai, that gives some evidence that they could do it. Although I think across Wall Street this morning, many still think that's a tall order.
The stock this morning up 4%. Ed, thank you. In just a moment, we'll catch up with Dan Ives of Wedbush. Next week, massive lineup of earnings. Amazon, Apple, Google and Facebook. Looking ahead, Bloomberg's Sarah Ponzek. Hey, Sarah.
Hey, John, big tech earnings are on deck, as you see there. Add Twitter to the list. And ahead of this next week, we do have this news just crossing the terminal a couple of minutes ago. The Judiciary Committee has now voted to authorize subpoenas for both Mark Zuckerberg and Jack Dorsey, the CEOs of Facebook and Twitter. This over the handling of that New York Post article. They're saying that they did suppress it on Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden. But back to earnings. So far, tech reports have been very strong. So far, just 13 companies in the S&P 500 information technology sector have reported earnings, but 92% have beaten EPS estimates. Still, we have seen declines in the 24 hours they've reported. Actually, the worst performance of any sector. Netflix does not fall in this basket, though. But there you see, these are strong reports. We're not just seeing growth, we're seeing strong growth from the likes of Micron, Lam Research, also Adobe and Oracle, as you can see there. But the question is if this growth rate will continue, or if the best of what's to come has just been pulled forwards with the likes of COVID-19, as we did see with Netflix. Will we get more clues on that next week as we hear from the rest of the FANG names and also just many more tech companies? If you look at the number of tech companies reporting that are belonging to the S&P 1500s, to be clear, companies, 83 of them will be tech next week. That's 15% of the earnings report in what's going to be the busiest week of this earnings season. However, JP Morgan strategists say that even though third quarter profits for tech are robust, it does look like EPS revisions to the upside are peaking. If you take a look at this chart right here, that's going to show you NASDAQ 12-month forward EPS compared to that of the S&P 500. EPS estimates for the next 12 months for the NASDAQ have lagged those of the S&P 500 since August. Now, JP Morgan strategists are saying that this could usher in the long-awaited rotation, the much-discussed rotation out of tech and into other areas of the market, John.
Sarah Ponce, thank you. Let's talk about big tech right now, shall we? We'll do that with Wedbush's Dan Ives. He remains bullish on the high flyers, reiterating tech stocks could still go another 20 to 25% higher. Every time Dan says this, I shrug, and then they go another 20 to 25% higher. It'll be led by FANG names, he says, cloud software, cybersecurity, in a market starved for growth. The secular growth themes around the tech sector are unprecedented, with the COVID backdrop accelerating growth stories by 1 to 2 years in many cases. Dan Ives joins us now. Dan, let's pick a name. Let's start with Tesla. You bull case 800. A lot of people anticipating your appearance. They wanted to ask some questions on the Bloomberg. This was one of the questions I got from a terminal subscriber. Can they make money without those emissions regulatory credits, Dan? Can they make this kind of money?
I think they can. I think they showed it last night. Profitability trajectory continues to see a step up. That's the key to the bull thesis, and they continue to prove the skeptics wrong. I view it really right now as a major step forward going into 2021 for Tesla, and I think a big prove me quarter for Musk.
Well, let's talk about the emissions credits and the contribution to margins as well, Dan, because there's a lot of interest in that. Can you strip that out and help me understand the actual margin on a car that's sold without the credits?
Yeah, I mean, right now, especially if I look at China, you're seeing about 15 to 20% more profitability in China versus the U.S. When you strip it out, look, you'll have about 23% gross margins. That beat the street by 200 bips. And that's really the key here to the sort of bull thesis that you see playing out for Tesla in terms of not just China, but overall peel away the onion. What does core profitability look like on the auto side? That's front and center.
Moving forward, front and center is the expectations that the C-suite is setting and what the street's expecting. Is there too much daylight there, Dan? Do you think the C-suite's building things up a little bit too much?
I don't think so. I think we're still in the early innings of a golden age in terms of for transformative technologies such as EV, 3 to 4% penetration here. And I think what you're just seeing is tip of the iceberg in terms of where this overall story is going. It comes down to China. China's the hearts and lungs of the bull thesis in Tesla.
Well, that's really interesting that you say that, because some people are starting to think about the green revolution in Europe and maybe much more so in the United States, pending the election coming up in about 2 weeks, Dan. Your thoughts on the politics in the United States and the impact it could have on a name like Tesla?
Yeah, I think ultimately a blue wave is ultimately more talent for EV. And I think that's something from a tax credit perspective, you could see that reinvigorated into the Tesla story. And of course, in Europe, that's why they're planting the flag in Berlin in terms of having a manufacturing footprint there. Europe's also key. And that's why this is all sort of the combination to get to 1 million units over the next 2 to 3 years. And at least right now in the EV market, it's Tesla's world and everyone else is paying rent, although competitors continue to come from all angles.
Dan, before I let you go, let's look ahead to next week. I said it at the top of this conversation. Every time you've come on this year and said another 25% upside, I've shrugged. I'm sure some people have laughed, and the market's performed, and it's moved your way. Dan, next week, what are you looking for from these numbers, from these huge tech heavyweights?
Look, I think it's still a golden age for technology. I think we're only halfway through the re-rating here. I think FANG names in terms of Apple, Amazon, I think we're going to see from Microsoft on the cloud. I think it's going to be a huge step forward. I still view it in tech, scarcity of growth stocks. And that's why next week I view it as sort of a fork in the road where ultimately it's a green light to own these names going into next week and going into year end. And if you get a blue wave, I think that ultimately just adds to what we see on some of these tech names despite antitrust risk.
Dan, just finally, what happens if we get a big move in the bond market and Treasury yields shift higher off the back of a potential blue wave? What would that mean for your thesis, for your valuation?
I think it will make some more volatility on the valuation side. But as we've talked about many times, I think there's just a re-rating. It's a paradigm shift going on in technology in terms of some of these transformative technologies like cloud, cybersecurity, and others. And that's why what COVID's done, it's accelerated the growth stories by 1 to 2 years. We look out a year from now, 20 to 25% higher in tech stocks, regardless of who's sitting in 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
Dan, unreal and great performance this year. You've called it the whole way. Dan Ives of Wedbush, thank you, sir. Let's get back to the market desk and get you some movers. Here's Abigail.
John, right now we have a handful of sectors for the S&P 5 trading higher. One of them is industrials. This despite Union Pacific. The railroad company is dropping. They put up a bad quarter, missing estimates. Very importantly, their operating ratio was down. Carloads down by 4%. On the other hand, the top stock for that sector, the industrial sectors, CSX, Union Pacific's competitor, doing quite well, up 5%. They beat estimates. They also added $5 billion to their stock buyback. Having a great day, AT&T up more than 5%. They beat estimates on the bottom line with gains in wireless, while HBO Max has added now has 8.6 million active subscribers. And then finally, Palantir, the data mining company, is going to help with COVID-19 tracking. Investors like it, but it's interesting, John, that stock's still below its $10 opening price from its direct listing a few weeks ago. Higher on the week, but for some investors, still not where they'd probably like to see it.
Abigail, thank you. Coming up on this programme, the Fed's presence in the bond market, pinning yields down. That conversation coming up next with JP Morgan's Thomas Kennedy. Looking forward to that and looking forward to tomorrow. So much so, I will tease tomorrow not once, I will do it twice. We will catch up with the White House, National Economic Council Director Larry Kudlow. We'll also be speaking to Mohamed Al-Arian, Hugh Hendry and Bob Prince of Bridgewater. That is tomorrow, the Open, 9 Eastern. What a show coming up. We've got to finish this one first. That's still to come. This is Bloomberg.
De esta manera me gustaría decirle a los empleadores que fueran más humanitarios con sus trabajadores, que les hagan valer sus derechos.
Y estábamos viviendo en dos casas, en una 50 personas y en la otra otras 50. En cada casa había 5 habitaciones. En cada habitación había de 3 a 4 camas abarrotadas. Vivíamos de 6 a 7 personas. Un baño para cada habitación y una cocina para todas.
Una vez que nos atendieron en el hospital, al salir nos avisó una compañera que ya nos habían reportado a migración.
Gracias a Dios ahorita de salud yo estoy muy bien, pero en lo moral no estoy muy bien, porque a causa de esa enfermedad yo perdí todo, perdí mi trabajo.
Yo creo que mi caso resulta un gran problema de cómo las personas migrantes estamos en riesgo de explotación por parte de los empleadores.
When opportunity knocks at the door, don't say, blimey, I've still got my pajamas on. Say yes to stuff and it will take you interesting places.
We're clearly going through some very unusual times and, enormous difficulties getting groups of people to agree on things.
From Bloomberg's European headquarters in the City of London, join us on Leaders with LACWA.
There is very clear evidence that globally, as the debt has gone up, interest rates have gone down. Now that's a pure association. There is no proof of causality. Central banks and governments are in this together. They're one wallet, and we cannot afford higher rates. It's as simple as that.
HSBC Steve Major saying central banks could discover challenges breaking up with their governments and financial markets. Cleveland Fed President Loretta Mester considering a shift in bond buying to put a lid on any potential sell-off, telling Bloomberg earlier this month the following: I can imagine wanting to shift to longer-term treasuries as we did during the Great Recession if we needed more accommodation. On this, Bloomberg's international economics and policy correspondent Mike McKee. Mike, this is one of the questions at the moment in the bond market. If we get a sell-off, does the Fed step in?
Well, it's a question of the bond market, but at the moment it's not really a question at the Fed. They're talking hypotheticals there. Remember, there are two kinds of questions here. One is what's good for short-term tactical trading on trading desks, and the other is what does the economy need? The Fed's looking at the latter. Here's what the trading desks are looking at: a 10-year note yield that has moved marginally higher over the last couple of days. It's what passes for volatility these days. President Mester suggesting they don't really need to take a lot of action to deal with that at the moment. Maybe someday down the road they could add to QE or adopt yield curve control or just change what they buy. They are heavily weighted towards the short end of the curve right now, and they could just start buying some longer maturity bonds to try to bring the long end down if it starts to go up. But do they need to do that? Well, take a look at mortgage rates. The 10-year note yield has popped up just a little bit, but mortgage rates, the 30-year average across the country, haven't moved at all. Pretty much tells you that the effects on the economy are so small the Fed doesn't need to worry about it. Does the economy need help going forward? Well, jobless claims might suggest no today, but there's a lot of noise in that. They do fall by 55,000 and a 56,000 revision lower last week, but it's not a good news story. It's noise. California had been cleaning out its numbers, getting rid of fraud and extra filings. But at this point, they've given us accurate numbers, and we see a big drop. Still, 787,000 is a lot of people filing first-time claims, John.
Not pretty, Mike McKee. Not pretty. We talk about it every week. Michael McKee, thank you very much. Tom Kennedy from JP Morgan Private Bank joining us now. Tom, always fantastic to get you on the show. We're talking about those claims. You've said the peak pain is behind us. Can the concentrated pain that you identify and others too, can that persist, Tom?
Yeah, I think it can, John. Good morning. I think the concentrated pain is,
you can look at a glass half full or glass half empty. We're glass half full relative to consensus on Wall Street. The concentration of pain, number one, allows stimulus to be targeted to the places where it's needed, but also it's remaining so far concentrated in sectors of the economy that are heavy on the labor market, but not necessarily heavy from a GDP perspective. The U.S. consumer is proving to be very resilient, John, and they are spending, but reallocating from leisure and hospitality spend into more bang for your buck sectors. Think real estate. Just the multipliers on GDP are higher there. So concentration to us is actually good. We want to keep it that way. But you're also hearing in my voice, John, where the stimulus is still necessary if this concentration remains.
And that could be dependent on what happens in the next couple of weeks, Tom. A subject of this programme tomorrow with Bridgewater will be about the dispersion and divergence we've seen over the last 6 months, and whether over the next 6 months we could be set for some convergence. Tom, do you think we could be?
No, I don't think so, John. Every rock we try to turn over to see more broad-based and dispersed pain, it's really hard to see it. Again, the labor market's getting tons of attention there. John, we've been looking at where capital destruction has been happening and where it might happen in the future. So you could think households, corporates, small businesses. The household sector, John, how many people are showing you the delinquency chart and saying, oh, delinquency spiked, foreclosures are going to follow? The vast majority of those delinquency rises are forbearance. And JP Morgan's Q3 earnings just showed on our platform, almost half of the forbearance folks went away. And it's not because they were going to foreclose on their home. It's because they became current on their mortgage. So the trend is actually going the other way on the consumer. And I've heard you talk at numerous times what's happening in the corporate space. Defaults have largely peaked. They've been concentrated in retail and energy. And the way that the market is pricing is suggestive defaults are going to be back to historical averages in 2021.
The maturity profile has improved at a number of companies as well, pushing that term of the debt profile out too, Tom. I just wonder, putting all this together, what's the market call for you now, Tom, and credit?
We're still pro-cyclically positioned. John, this is the same position we've had for the last 6 months, though. And it starts from the top down. Macro, we're more optimistic relative to consensus. This fear of further capital destruction is exaggerated, and risk premiums still look attractive. We're really looking to high yield and mostly the upper tier portion for yield enhancement and securitized credit.
What's exaggerated about it, Tom, when you look at what's playing out in Europe at the moment? The second wave, more restrictions, potentially a loss of momentum in the economic recovery. What's exaggerated about those concerns, do you think?
I think it's mostly just folks looking at stale data, to be quite honest. The Sluice survey that people will quote to us and do it regularly in client conversations with me, and it's data from Q2. The market has moved, and the stimulus is flowing through the economy, and the reopening process has happened considerably over that time. And I think the exaggeration is like, oh, it's just going to come in the future. But to your point, access to liquidity, access to capital is there. So there's no real reason to believe that we're going to fall off a default cliff. And I think all the evidence we're seeing since Q2 suggests that to be the case going forward. And John, make it even simpler, right? In the housing market, why are you going to default on your mortgage if you could just sell your house at 10 to 12% higher than what you could have this time last year? It'd be a very odd thing to see.
Well, it depends where you live, of course. But Tom, so far at least, you've been constructive and you've been right. I found myself, said that a few times every time you and I have spoke over the last 6 months or so. Tom Kennedy there of JP Morgan Private Bank, thank you. Coming up next, the market moving events you need to be watching in our trading diary, right here on Bloomberg.
The Boston Symphony Orchestra presents BSO at Home. While you stay inside, enjoy a curated collection of archived concerts and behind-the-scenes stories from BSO musicians. BSO Homeschool provides lessons for music lovers of all ages. New performances and messages from musicians are added regularly. Enjoy these selections and much more at bso.org/at-home.
What is happening today in India is actually a determination to rebuild our economy.
India has an opportunity not only competing in the space of the factory of the world, but a very big opportunity to compete in being the office of the world.
Their CPG history, their experience, and really how we might be able to combine together to really create this fantastic public company. And so we kind of got into the SPAC thing a little bit before it became such a hot method of going public.
Market with a lift, up a third of 1%, 25 minutes in. Here's your trading diary. What you need to be watching through the week. At the top of the hour, existing home sales. Fed presidents Barkin daily discussing the economy and the pandemic at 1 p.m. Eastern. Intel reporting results after the close. At 9 p.m. is the main event. Talked about it all morning. The last presidential debate from Nashville, Tennessee. And finally, Friday, market PMIs in the United States and in Europe too. From London and New York, that does it for us. Coming up tomorrow, do not miss this. What a lineup. Larry Kudlow from the White House, Bob Prince of Bridgewater, Mohammed Al-Arian, and Hugh Hendry. A lot of macro thoughts out there, and I cannot wait to bring you that program tomorrow. This was the Countdown to the Open. Catch me on Twitter at Ferro TV. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Best, your weekly review of the most important business news, analysis, and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
Ken Burns, welcome to Bloomberg Big Decisions.
We have always been a mixture of things. We are always stronger for that mixture.
Growth is a way to stay competitive, delight more and more consumers.
Welcome to the Best of Bloomberg Technology. I'm Emily Chang.
They've moved the needle by acknowledging that they have to monitor the content.
What is one word of advice you'll take with you?
Learn how to listen. And that is certainly something that has served me well.
Ankiti, where do you go from here?
It's a huge market, it's a huge opportunity. I want to go 100x from here.
Our philosophy is to partner where we can and stand apart when we should.
It's such an interesting new world.
The world is changing.
For us, it's not about being first, it's about being the best.
While everyone is zigging, we're zagging.
We feel like we can maybe help people out more.
We have an enormous number of big ideas.
This has so entangled itself into our social fabric and into our social status pipelines and into the development of children that even if you opt out, that's not enough.
Months after Hurricane Maria, Puerto Rico is still in peril. Huge swaths of the island are still without power, running water, or access to medical care. Experts estimate that it will take years before these services are restored island-wide. Much of the blame has been placed on FEMA for a slow response in comparison to recent disasters on the mainland. But recovery from a disaster of this complexity and scale has proven more challenging than anyone anticipated. And filling the gaps between an overextended public sector and a suffering populace falls on the private citizens. Robert Anderson is a Puerto Rico resident of 4 years.
The eye of the storm came in south of El Yunque, swept up towards San Juan, and out to Arecibo. Everything on the right-hand side is what we call the dirty side of the storm.
This isn't his first time in a disaster zone. With a military and telecom background, Anderson worked on repairing damaged cell phone towers in New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina. Some might be tempted to label him a disaster capitalist, seeking lucrative government contracts for his expertise. But as Anderson finds himself in the middle of a humanitarian crisis, he and his associates are developing a variety of pro bono recovery projects that target the island's hardest hit areas.
I see two Puerto Ricos. We're here in San Juan. They have telecommunications restored. They may or may not have power, but basic services are in place. They're able to get food, they're able to buy things. They're surviving. And when you look outside of the San Juan area, you can go 15 minutes from here and find areas that are devastated. I'm working on the devastated side.
Today, he's put together a boots-on-the-ground mission to provide medical care to some of the island's most isolated and vulnerable residents. Steve Berenbaum is one of Anderson's business associates. He offered an extra car and a set of hands.
So we received an initial report from a nurse that was out in the area. We're headed to the northeast region of Utuado for some people that are in need of urgent medical assistance.
Dr. Sally Priester is a physician from San Juan. She filled a van with medical supplies at her own expense and brought along a team of nurses. Google Maps estimated our first destination to be a 90-minute drive. But it didn't account for obstacles like this. Our first stop was the home of an 82-year-old blind Vietnam veteran. His roof was blown off by the storm, and he's been living alone in a back shed for nearly 2 months.
His cane actually got broken in the storm, so he's limited mobility. He has a number of medical ailments. Dr. Priester's having a look at him. We called the VA. They're going to get him set up with what he needs, get him stabilized so he can then be transported either to an evacuation center or off the island. It's when the chain gets broken, when those families that are connected to them leave the island or take off, these guys get left at the end of the road, and it's tough.
FEMA was not officially part of Robert's team, and their arrival caught everyone by surprise. Their job here was to survey and report back to their superiors, and did not come with medical aid of any kind.
People think that FEMA is there to hand out bottles of water, and it's not what they do. FEMA has a role to play. They have a very specific role. They bring in ships, they bring in airplanes, they bring in tractor trailers with pallets of things. But they're a big machine, and there's gaps in that thing. And you're seeing one of the gaps here, and we help fill that role. These guys are in a bad situation before, and now they're struggling for real basic things. One of the risks that you run is people going from fear to hopelessness. Those are the folks that we're trying to reach.
And how are they reached? How are they even found?
Word of mouth, mostly.
And what's your role in all this?
Ghost in the machine. I'm lucky enough to be able to communicate with folks in FEMA, the state of Puerto Rico.
For a ghost, Robert makes his presence well known. Not only was he the de facto leader of the mission, now with FEMA in tow, he created his own maps to survey storm damage.
So we're right here.
And delivered them to FEMA HQ free of charge.
I have pretty good reach.
Perhaps that's how he managed to earn himself a coveted FEMA badge without actually working for them. And it's these relationships that allow him to operate more efficiently than an NGO or a government agency.
We're able to resolve problems at a different level.
Our next stop was on a mountaintop, a family of 11 struggling to care for their special needs brother in what was left of their house.
Probably we are the first health team to come and visit this family.
Muy bien, todo muy bien.
The patient has Down syndrome. He is all day in bed. The difficulty with this is the patient cannot be alone. The most important thing is that you need to take care of the chronic disease besides disability, because they have been not going to a doctor, and no doctor has come in here yet.
So we need a refill of this medication.
After maybe 54 days, it's not getting better. And the only way that you can be able to see that is coming to the ground, drive, and see the people and talk to the people.
You can see San Juan from here, but you can't get there. It's like the Emerald City.
On this stop, we caught word that a man living alone at the edge of the jungle was in need of care.
So we decided to take a little detour, come up here and check out and see what's going on. One of the challenges is to find those people that are at the end of these roads that need help.
¿Pero por qué estás solo? ¿Por qué estás por acá? I'm asking about why he's alone right here. He said things in life happens. You know, I'm here by myself.
So ¿dónde vive acá? En la parte de
This is not a job. To do this, you need to have passion for what you can do. You're not going to get paid.
It's said in disaster response and emergency response that the real first responders are your neighbors. You don't need to wait for a lucrative FEMA contract to go out and do good and to help the community.
In the end, do you feel like you're making a difference?
Lives you touch and people that you can affect. I don't really think about it in those terms.
But why do you do it?
It helps me sleep at night. I think it's as much for the people that are going out to help and do things as it is for the people that you affect.
Whether out of altruism, or the lure of a paid gig, or some mixture of the two, Anderson hopes to stay here to help shape Puerto Rico's future.
Puerto Rico's essentially been a colony for 400 years. It was treated poorly by the Spanish. It was not treated well by the United States when they first got here. Puerto Rico can continue in the way that it's always been, or Puerto Rico can rebuild itself like nothing that's ever been. And we have to do everything we can to make that real. That's the bottom line.
When I met him first online, I found him to be really sweet. I think I was the one who was talking for an hour. He was just listening.
When we met, I saw her. She was beautiful, intelligent, and kind, which was, something that I was looking for.
Anshu and Sumit are one of about 12 million couples that get married in India every year. Unlike their parents' generation, they're not from two close villages, but from two cities on opposite sides of the country. And their love didn't start through community matchmaking, marriage brokers, or classified ads in newspapers, but began online.
So we met through jeevansathi.com. So it's basically an online portal where we have detailed profile of different grooms and brides.
It makes a lot of remote profiles who are located in distant areas more accessible.
Thanks to growing internet and smartphone usage, matrimony websites and apps in India are starting to disrupt the matchmaking industry. More and more people are finding their partners at the click of a mouse. jeevansathi.com, where Anshu and Sumit met, is one of the biggest players. Young Indians looking for love set up profiles including their caste and horoscope, but their criteria for choosing spouses appears to be changing.
We have seen the shift from traditional caste community conservative parameters to something which is more focused on education, employment.
Anshu and Sumit's marriage was initiated by their parents, but modern Indian couples like them have more input than previous generations.
We looked up to them to agree for the proposal, but it was primarily our decision that we wanted to be with each other.
So what's the emoji you use the most to send to each other?
There's a bear which basically we use for indicating a hug.
Yeah, that's our language basically, bear icon for a hug.
Time flies when you're in love, and just 1.5 months after they first met online, the couple got engaged. They decided to hold their wedding less than 3 months later. But planning a traditional Hindu wedding on such short notice is no easy task. The massive event usually lasts 3 days, has various ceremonies and celebrations, and involves the entire two families and hundreds of guests. Luckily, there are websites and apps for that.
We searched online, we got in touch with Wedding Brigade, and they helped us finalize the venue. And it makes the search faster and efficient.
Startups like the Wedding Brigade are challenging traditional wedding planners in this $50 billion industry. It provides various services from booking banquet venues to buying wedding gowns. The website makes money by charging commission from vendors.
People don't want to be limited to what is available around them. They want to know the entire range of options available before making a decision. And now it's easy to find almost everything on one portal.
Anshu and Sumit are officially married in a ritual that has gone on for thousands of years, but their love started in a very new way. Technologies might be changing the way couples meet, date and get married in India, but they're definitely not changing everything.
The technology was only the first level help that we could get to find each other. Everything else was very humanly and emotions and feelings based.
Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren has become a symbol of everything the Republican Party stands against.
Everyone gets a right to basic health care. We need strong oversight of these banks.
A legal scholar and a consumer advocate turned politician, Warren has branded herself as a champion of the working class and made a career out of standing up to big business. While rumors of a 2020 presidency bid remain just that,
I'm not running for president.
her Senate seat is up for re-election in 2018, and Republicans are already pumping millions into super PACs to defeat her. This is the story of how a law professor and politician came to be seen as the biggest threat to Republican values and the greatest hope for progressive America. Elizabeth Warren was born Elizabeth Ann Herron, the youngest of 3 siblings, on June 22, 1949 in Oklahoma City to middle-class parents. After waiting tables to help her family pay the bills, Warren became a star on the high school debate team. She landed a scholarship to George Washington University at the age of 16, but 2 years later dropped out to marry her high school sweetheart, Jim Warren. By 1980, Warren was a mother of 2, divorced and remarried, had earned a bachelor's degree from the University of Houston, a juris degree from Rutgers, and practicing law in New Jersey. Warren then went on to become an influential law professor, teaching, lecturing, and publishing highly cited work on bankruptcy and commercial law at 7 universities around the country, eventually settling at Harvard Law School. But Warren wasn't always a liberal lion.
Elizabeth Warren used to be a Republican, actually.
That's Stephen Dennis.
I'm a Senate reporter for Bloomberg. Around the time that Elizabeth Warren switched parties, she became a fierce opponent of a Republican drive to make it much harder to file for bankruptcy. She fought that for a decade. It ended up passing anyways.
While her efforts ultimately failed, her warning calls were heard in 2008.
We're in the midst of a serious financial crisis. Our entire economy is in danger, and without immediate action by Congress, America could slip into a financial panic, and a distressing scenario would unfold.
Professor Warren was tapped to help with oversight in the government bailout.
She would excoriate bankers and their bonuses and their practices.
Why should the U.S. taxpayer alone carry city?
She proposed a series of tough regulations, which became the basis for much of the Dodd-Frank financial law that we have today. That sort of catapulted her to national stardom, particularly among the progressive left.
Encouraged by her newfound notoriety, Warren declared her bid for the U.S. Senate on September 14, 2011. During the race, her opponent Scott Brown tried to derail Warren by accusing her of falsely claiming Native American heritage, a controversy that earned her the nickname
Pocahontas.
Nevertheless, she was victorious and won the Senate seat by a comfortable margin. She used her new tenure to challenge everyone, from banking regulators and Treasury officials to members of Wall Street and Congress.
I'm really concerned that too big to fail has become too big for trial. We need tough new laws to hold corporate executives personally accountable. No one should be above the law.
She called for Wells Fargo CEO John Stump to resign for fraud, introduced the Bank on Student Loans Fairness Act, and reintroduced the 21st Century Glass-Steagall Act. In 2016, after staying silent during the Democratic primary battle, Warren finally endorsed Hillary Clinton and had some harsh words for candidate Trump.
Donald Trump is a loud, nasty, thin-skinned fraud who has never risked anything for anyone, and that is just one of the many reasons he will never be president of the United States.
But she was wrong.
The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer.
Warren wasted no time resisting Trump's agenda.
Have you ever managed or overseen a $1 trillion loan program?
I have not.
How about a $1 billion loan program?
I have not.
Okay.
In the Donald Trump era, Elizabeth Warren has been playing defense and trying to prevent Donald Trump and his cabinet appointees from rolling back protections that she helped enact.
Warren actually found herself rebuked by Mitch McConnell for reading a letter by Coretta Scott King about Jeff Sessions' record on racism during his confirmation.
She was warned. She was given an explanation. Nevertheless, she persisted.
That moment became something that's on t-shirts, bumper stickers, slogans, and that really galvanized a lot of support for her. It's been very hard for Republicans to get much of anything done this year, and that's at least in part to this resistance movement that Elizabeth Warren has helped champion.
We are here to fight back.
Enough of Elizabeth Warren. Like you.
Millions of dollars are being funneled to defeat Warren in the midterm elections in 2018. But it's the rumors of a 2020 presidential bid that has further prompted powerful donors to fund her opposition, often using the same playbook of constant and ruthless ad campaigns that many believe helped Trump win in 2016. It's anyone's guess if she will endure what Hillary could not.
You know, the question for Elizabeth Warren is whether she can go from being a liberal firebrand to somebody who can regularly get 60 votes for initiatives in the Senate and 218 in the House and drive an agenda, and whether she can bring together coalitions for political victories. That's the challenge, and we'll see what happens.
Sadiq Khan, the mayor of London, has made some powerful opponents.
He doesn't know me, never met me, doesn't know what I'm all about. I think they're very rude statements, and frankly, tell him I will remember those statements.
My message to Donald Trump and his team is that, your views of Islam are ignorant.
He's the first Muslim mayor of a major Western capital and proud of it. This is how Sadiq Khan went from the son of Pakistani immigrants to a lawyer, lawmaker, and now the mayor of London. Khan's parents emigrated from Pakistan. His father was a bus driver, his mother a stay-at-home seamstress. The 10-strong Khan family squeezed into a 3-bedroom flat in South London. He wanted to be a dentist, but TV in the 1980s convinced him otherwise.
Objection!
LA law, with its swagger and ill-fitting suits, caught Khan's eye. He graduated in 1991 with a degree in law from North London University and joined a human rights firm. Khan worked a number of high-profile cases, often clashing with London's Metropolitan Police Force. But he had bigger political ambitions.
This is what being a new MP is like, squatting on a bench in the absence of an office, dealing with letters from constituents.
Reports are just coming in of an explosion here in London.
And there's just explosions, and then it was just smoke everywhere.
Everyone's just asking what's happened.
Only 2 months after Khan entered the Commons as a Member of Parliament, London was attacked by Islamist extremists.
That day will stay with me for the rest of my life.
He spoke out against the attacks both as a London MP and as a Muslim.
He has been very clear about his opposition to violence, opposition to terrorism, and has set out to make the case for a more open and peaceful Islam.
That's Thomas Penny, one of Bloomberg's Westminster correspondents.
Here is a man who is a Muslim, and he is standing up and being open and straightforward and being clear that the problem here is not Islam, but it's Islamic extremism.
In 2015, a decade after the attacks, Khan ran for mayor of London, and his faith was back in the headlines. His opponent, Zach Goldsmith, trying to link Khan to radical Islam.
The debate got again personal and nasty. The Goldsmith camp has called Khan extreme and accused him of associating with, quote, those who seek to do our police and capital harm.
There's a pattern of behaviour.
Even the former Prime Minister David Cameron repeated the allegations.
He shared a platform with Sajil Shahid, the man who trained the ringleader of the 7/7 attacks and accused the United States of bringing 9/11 on themselves.
But the smears didn't stick.
Zach Goldsmith ran a very negative campaign that was based on what people knew was a lie.
This election was not without controversy. And I'm so proud that London has today chosen hope over fear and unity over division.
After taking the mayor's office with a comfortable majority, Khan has brought a business-like efficiency to the role, scrapping expensive vanity projects like the Garden Bridge and the new Routemaster buses, which cost £350,000 each. The former lawyer who used to fight the police in court is now praised for his close relationship with them.
I was talking to a very senior police officer in the Metropolitan Police who said there was a sea change when he went into City Hall, and the police were saying how much they welcomed this because they knew where they stood and it was more straightforward to work with. So he works like a lawyer, he works like a government minister.
Khan's kept his faith at the fore. He's an outspoken voice for moderate Muslims across the world.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
Now, by giving the impression that Islam and the West are incompatible, you're playing into the hands of the extremists.
The ongoing spat between Khan and US President Donald Trump escalated when Trump went after Khan, misquoting him on Twitter just hours after the terrorist attacks of June 3rd, 2017. Khan's now one of the most prominent Labour politicians in the UK. In fact, a recent poll of Londoners found Khan was more trusted to keep the country safe from terrorism than the Prime Minister or the Labour leader. His story of going from the son of an immigrant bus driver to the mayor of one of the greatest cities in the world plays well with Londoners. But can he appeal to the rest of the nation? Has Khan got his eye on the top job? And is the UK ready for a Muslim Prime Minister?
What does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hacked emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning. He used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats who faced real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped at the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness. Don't you think?
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks!
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
When it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for 5th generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connected devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network, factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
When people think of Vladimir Putin, they think of capital P, power. And that's exactly the impression he creates. Whether it's physical power, firing different weapons, riding in various James Bond-esque modes of transportation, or tossing hapless opponents in judo. Or political power, ruling his own country with an iron fist, crushing his political opposition, or, most recently, being accused of meddling in foreign elections for his own benefit. This is how Vladimir Putin went from a poor, tough kid in Leningrad to a KGB spy to the very symbol of modern Russia. Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin was born in 1952 in Leningrad, which is now St. Petersburg. His father was a factory foreman and his mother a homemaker. It is widely said that Putin's public-facing tough guy persona can be traced back to him getting into fights when he was younger, which paved the way for him to take up judo. After getting a law degree from Leningrad State University, Putin joined the KGB Foreign Intelligence Service. He spent 16 years in the KGB. When Putin returned to Russia, he began his political career.
He went to work for Anatoly Sobchak, who was then the mayor of St. Petersburg.
That's Leonid Bershidsky.
I'm a columnist at Bloomberg View.
Putin thrived in Sobchak's administration because
he was sort of considered pretty efficient city official at that time. He was very loyal to Sobchak.
So loyal and efficient that
he was noticed by Yeltsin's close circle.
And those people soon brought Putin over to Moscow to work in Yeltsin's administration, where he quickly climbed the political ladder.
Then, of course, he was promoted to Prime Minister of Russia.
That's Dmitry Trenin.
I am currently director of the Carnegie Moscow Center.
Around this time, Yeltsin and the people around him, the so-called family, decided that Putin would become Yeltsin's successor. And then this happened. The apartment bombings were carried out in 3 Russian cities, killing 293 people and injuring more than 1,000. Putin immediately accused Chechen separatists for the bombings and followed it up with action.
He was credited with having a very successful military campaign against the terrorists.
And it worked.
After that, he became an heir apparent in the eyes of the Russian people.
3 months later, Yeltsin resigned. And on his way out, a famous exchange.
He was getting into the car in the Kremlin, and the last words that he addressed to Putin before getting into his car was, "Take good care of Russia."
So Putin took over as president, and 3 months after that, won his first election. But just because Putin won the presidency, that didn't mean he had all the power. This is Michael McFall.
I was U.S. ambassador from 2012 to 2014. In the 1990s, there was a fire sale of all the things worth owning in Russia, and certain people,
the oligarchs,
did better than others in that fire sale, sometimes called privatization, and those people tended to be well connected with the Yeltsin regime, and they weren't Putin's friends.
But they probably miscalculated, thinking that they could easily find a way to influence him. This became impossible almost from the start.
From that very moment, there was warfare between him and the oligarchs.
That's when Putin gave the oligarchs a choice. Putin's way?
Some of those people from the 90s managed to figure out a new way of dealing with Putin and have survived.
Or prison.
Others could not find common vision, and so they lost their assets.
Khodorkovsky once was Russia's richest person, worth $15 billion, but he ran afoul of President Vladimir Putin and spent a decade in prison.
With domestic power consolidated, Putin focused on restoring Russia's global influence.
Putin is the guy who believes in the expansionist Russian state. Georgia and Ukraine and all the other Soviet republics that split off when the Soviet Union fell apart, he still believes that they're traditional Russian satellites. A lot of his strategy is about keeping them in the orbit. That Yeltsin line, take good care of Russia, that's how he understands it.
And he used annexation and invasion, as well as oil, gas, and trade to keep former Soviet republics in Russia's orbit. In 2008, Putin's 2 terms were up, and he decided to step down as president. Dmitry Medvedev stepped in as president, and Putin went back to prime minister. But really,
Putin never left power. He pretty much continued running the country, and Medvedev was a bit of a figurehead.
There was actually a period of cooperation between Russia and the U.S. that benefited both countries during Medvedev's presidency.
Because Medvedev did not have the same negative attitude towards the West as Putin did.
But when Putin came back to run for a 3rd term, in the lead up to the 2012 election, it was widely believed that both the presidential and parliamentary elections were rigged, and Russians took to the streets. Putin blamed the protests squarely on America, and more specifically, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
He believed that she had sent, and this is his words, a signal to demonstrators.
Still, Putin won by a huge margin and set about crushing the protest movement immediately upon his return to the Kremlin. Over the next few years, Russia's economy tumbled. Putin annexed Crimea, leading to sanctions. The price of oil fell drastically. The ruble hit a new low, and America played down Russia's influence, with Obama calling Russia
a regional power.
Despite all of that, Putin's approval rating remained sky high, and then an opportunity for payback.
I think I'd get along very well with Vladimir Putin.
In 2016, there was one candidate who called Vladimir Putin very smart.
Trump exhibited tolerance towards Putin's actions annexing Crimea, and similar views on NATO and sanctions.
Secretary Clinton didn't support any of those views.
Even though Putin denies any wrongdoing,
U.S. elections. Yes.
the U.S. has accused Russia of being behind the leaking of 20,000 Democratic National Committee emails, which many say helped Trump beat Hillary Clinton in the presidential election. Which leaves us here, with the possibility of a President Putin until 2024, positioning Russia to be the world power he always imagined it should be.
Jack Ma is Asia's richest man and most recognizable business tycoon. He's the chairman of Alibaba, China's e-commerce giant and one of the 10 largest companies in the world, yet he still wants more.
We know where we're going. We want to be the 5th largest economy.
Big words from the man some call Asia's Jeff Bezos. He's confident, he's charismatic, and he's definitely not the average CEO. This is how a poor school teacher went from the classroom to being one of the most influential multi-billionaires in the world. Ma was born in China's southeastern city Hangzhou in 1964. His parents were traditional musician storytellers. As a teenager, he started to learn English from foreign tourists after China opened up in the late 1970s.
And then for 9 years, Jack Ma hung around outside the Hangzhou Hotel, which is now called the Shangri-La. He would get up at 5 a.m. to talk to travelers.
That's Bloomberg technology reporter Lulu Chen.
And I cover China Internet for Bloomberg.
Ma failed China's National University entrance exam twice before being admitted to local teachers' college. He graduated in 1988. He applied for 30 jobs and got rejected, including from the fast food giant KFC.
When KFC come to China, come to us, say,
You applied. 24 people went for the job. 23 people were accepted. I was the only one guy.
Then Ma got a job at a local university and taught English there for about 5 years, earning just $15 a month. On the side, he started a translation company with several friends. During a company trip to the US in 1995, Ma had his first encounter with the internet at a friend's place in Seattle.
I searched the first word, beer. I don't know why, because it's easy to spell, baby. And I see beers from Germany, beers from USA, beers from Japan, but there's no beer from China.
So he searched for the word China instead and still couldn't find anything. And that got him thinking. He wanted to build something that would put China on the world's map.
He started China Pages, a Yellow Pages-like website, but it didn't take off. Then Ma joined a government agency in Beijing to help set up a website. By 1999, the internet stock boom had gripped Wall Street, and back in his Hangzhou apartment, Ma decided to try again. With his wife and a group of friends, Ma raised $80,000 and set up Alibaba, a site that allowed businesses to sell stuff to each other.
人家美国人强就强它的硬件，强就强它的系统建设，这方面确实比你早。但是玩信息玩软的，中国人的脑袋绝不比你长。我们在座的所有人的脑袋绝不比你们长。
By 2000, Alibaba had raised $25 million from investors, including Goldman Sachs and SoftBank.
He had no business plan and zero revenue, but his eyes was very strong eyes.
In 2003, Alibaba started Taobao, a platform for individual sellers to trade with each other, and publicly declared war against eBay, who had started to make a foray into China.
Jack Ma has this famous saying that Alibaba is a crocodile in the Yangtze River, whereas eBay is a shark in the ocean. And if they fight eBay in the ocean, then they'll lose. But if they fight them in the Yangtze River, then they have a home base advantage.
In 2007, just 1 year after it forced eBay out of China, Alibaba debuted its business-facing division on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. But it delisted 5 years later as its performance sagged. But in 2014, Alibaba raised $25 billion in the world's biggest IPO in New York.
Everybody should have a dream. What if that dream comes true?
After achieving dominance in the business of e-commerce in China, Alibaba has been building an internet empire worth $472 billion, with businesses in cloud computing, online video streaming, movie production, healthcare, sports, retail, and even news media.
Alibaba buying into South China Morning Post really raised eyebrows. This is the largest English newspaper in Hong Kong, and it shows that Jack Ma's ambitions weren't limited to e-commerce. He wanted to influence not just Chinese users, but also overseas users as well.
The US has criticized Alibaba for allowing companies to sell counterfeit and poorly made goods, but in China, it enjoys the favor of China's government. It's part of Ma's company philosophy.
In love with the government, but don't marry with them.
Jack Ma's an extremely fortunate man for jumping on the internet sector so early. Note that this is a person who has no coding skills at all. He's a natural showman and a gifted public speaker and really able to convince others to believe in his vision.
Ma's vision of growing Alibaba to be the world's 5th largest economy faces strong competition at home and abroad. It will require more than just naked ambition and charisma, but Ma is great at getting himself in the right place at the right time. So far, it's served him well.
Peter Thiel is a walking contradiction. He got his bachelor's and Juris Doctorate from Stanford, but speaks out about the horrors of higher education, saying college is
as corrupt as the Catholic Church was 500 years ago.
He's a staunch supporter of the free press, yet he bankrolled a lawsuit to bankrupt an independent media company.
But these were not journalists.
And most of all, he's an immigrant libertarian who's the most public supporter of Donald Trump in all of Silicon Valley.
What Trump represents isn't crazy, and it's not going away.
This is the story of how an openly gay, immigrant genius, libertarian billionaire went from tech contrarian to Silicon Valley's biggest Trump supporter. Peter Thiel was born on October 11, 1967 in Frankfurt, West Germany, to Suzanne and Klaus Thiel. Peter's family emigrated to Cleveland, Ohio when he was 1. An Ayn Rand devotee during his youth, Thiel attended Stanford University majoring in philosophy.
His Stanford experience shaped a really big part of who he decided to surround himself with.
That's Lizette Chapman.
And I cover technology and venture capital here at Bloomberg.
He and his Stanford friends made their first big splash in tech with PayPal. After selling to eBay for $1.5 billion, they would become known as the PayPal Mafia for each incredible success after PayPal. For Thiel, that began with an early, modest $500,000 investment in Facebook.
And in VC speak, early means big risk, but also big reward. He turned that initial $500,000 investment into more than $1 billion in cash.
But Thiel was just getting started with Facebook, and he went on to make a whole bunch of wildly successful investments.
From SpaceX to Airbnb to one of the largest, most powerful companies in the United States, if not the world, and of course that's Palantir.
The incredibly controversial secretive data mining startup he founded with his colleagues from PayPal. It connects data silos and then allows non-technical people to search that information for patterns. Data like
financial information, feeds from video cameras, biometric details, passport information, flight manifest.
Palantir doesn't talk much about how they collect this data, who has access to it, or what they do with it. But they have contracts with
the Department of Homeland Security and the CIA and the Department of Justice and the Securities and Exchange Commission
and several other federal agencies. It's the richest company you've never heard of, valued at $20 billion. But there are plenty of obscenely wealthy people in Silicon Valley. What makes him different...
He's a complex ball of multiple contradictions.
Take college, for example. Even though college was extremely important for Thiel, there's something called the Thiel Fellowship.
In exchange for dropping out and a promise not to pursue college, Thiel would give them $100,000 each.
You basically tell people that if you get a diploma, you're saved. Otherwise you go to hell. You go to Yale or you go to jail.
Also, his relationship with the press.
Here's another contradiction. He's donated to free press initiatives, including the Committee to Protect Journalists.
But he also secretly spent tens of millions of dollars bankrolling a lawsuit filed by Hulk Hogan over the publication of a sex tape and bankrupting the independently run Gawker Media. Why did he do this? Because in 2007, one of Gawker Media's blogs, Value-Ag, outed him as gay. And with the lawsuit, he
found an opportunity to get back at them by funding the lawsuit that Hulk Hogan was able to bring then, but he wouldn't have been able to do that without Thiel's money.
And finally, Thiel's biggest contradiction, his endorsement of Donald Trump.
When he was asked about his support for Trump, he was surprised at the outrage that came with it from many of his colleagues in Silicon Valley. He didn't want more of the establishment.
No matter how crazy this election seems, it is less crazy than the condition of our country.
After briefly supporting Carly Fiorina in the primaries, Thiel pivoted to Trump, donating $1.25 million to Trump and his associated super PACs in October 2016. And he didn't just help Trump financially. He gave a full-throated keynote speech supporting Trump at the Republican National Convention.
I'm not a politician, but neither is Donald Trump. He is a builder, and it's time to rebuild America.
And when Trump was finally elected, Thiel was given the reins to an enormous amount of power.
And I want to thank you, man. You have a very special guy.
He was named the transitional advisor. And in that role, he did a lot of interviewing and a lot of vetting to fill hundreds of cabinet positions and different jobs within the administration.
But it turns out Thiel's support isn't unconditional.
Talking to people who spend time with him, I have also heard that he is no longer a great supporter of Trump.
It was reported that Thiel was unhappy with the direction of Trump's presidency. Ever since, he's been mum, making no public appearances, no statements, and staying out of the spotlight altogether. Although there have been suggestions that Trump could tap Thiel for a top intelligence post or ambassadorship, there's no indication he'd accept.
He's described his relationship with politics as schizophrenic. He gets really involved, and then he runs away as fast as possible.
Whether Thiel takes a new position or simply continues as a board director at Facebook and Palantir, at just 50 years old, he's primed to wield some serious influence in technology and politics for decades to come.
Two 2016 was again the hottest year on record, and the previous 17 years have seen our 16 most scorching. Scientists overwhelmingly agree. Global warming is the culprit. And it's just getting started. Ice caps, extreme weather, wildfires, droughts, and the hits keep coming. What are we doing about it? In 2015, the world took its boldest step yet to stem climate change with a historic accord in Paris. But now comes the hard part. Nations must change energy policies and invest huge amounts of money, and they will likely do it without the United States. President Donald Trump announced on June 1st that the U.S. would withdraw from the accord.
The reality is that withdrawing is in America's economic interest and won't matter much to the climate.
Here's the situation. Decades in the making, the Paris Agreement united the U.S., China, and more than 190 other nations in a push to limit fossil fuel pollution. The UN-sponsored plan secured pledges to cut greenhouse gases, the emissions that trap heat in the Earth's atmosphere, in an effort to avoid the rising seas and other environmental disasters that climate models predict. But even if all pledges are met, the globe is expected to warm by as much as 3.4 degrees Celsius this century, more than the UN target of well below 2 degrees. Meeting the Paris Agreement means that governments will have to offer more incentives for clean energy, scale back support for fossil fuels, make emissions more costly, and reduce deforestation. It's estimated that the deal will require $13.5 trillion of spending through 2030. Here's the argument. Unlike past climate pacts such as the Kyoto Protocol, each country set its own Paris targets and then promised to revisit and improve them. The U.S. was primed to play a lead role in climate change, but Trump's Energy Independence Executive Order reverses Obama-era rules and directives put in place to combat climate change, and expands production of coal, the dirtiest fossil fuel. The resulting policies threaten the global fight against climate change. Without the U.S. commitment to emissions reduction, other countries may join it in abandoning the Paris Agreement. This could make it almost impossible and even more expensive down the line to stop climate change. Optimists argue that the shift to a lower carbon future is already underway. Businesses, cities, and U.S. states, such as California, are already investing in wind and solar and taking other steps to make it work.
I've actually been called an environmentalist, if you can believe that.
There's an inherent attraction to light and being human. And I think on a very deep psychological level, light is this way in which we experience the energy surrounding us in a very personal manner. My name is Matt Dilling. I'm the founder of Light Bright Neon Studio, and we manufacture, produce, and restore neon works of art and design. origins of the creative content of a lot of the work at Lightbright comes from a variety of sources. Sometimes people come with a napkin sketch, some people come with an Adobe Illustrator file, and we have a whole design team who then we kind of work together to help create layouts of what it might look like. Scale it up and create a paper template using a pen plotter. And that paper template actually becomes our guide for what we're going to bend the neon to. We take from the office into the glass shop. We pick out the right size tubing with the right color for the right size project. From there, we heat up the glass tubing. The torches heat the glass well in excess of 1,000 degrees in order for it to get into its molten state. We heat up and bend the glass tubing to match the template. One of our chandeliers has over 100 different bends in it. So each one of those bends has to be marked for a heated up bend. We also have to allow the glass to cool between the bends so that the next area can be worked on and heated up in its own unique fashion. It turns into spaghetti, and then we have to make sure that that spaghetti lines back up and cools to the template. We use a blow hose to connect our mouth to the tube, create a volume that's closed, and we can control the pressure in there with our mouth. There's just a variety of challenges that come up inherently in working with glass. Glass can crack due to stress, and sometimes you'll just have a batch that all it wants to do when it gets near a torch is crack. After we've bent various components, we have to go in using the crossfire or the hand torch and actually weld all of those pieces together. The last step on that is then to weld on electrodes onto either end. Each one of those steps is very, very specific. I draw inspiration from so many different experiences. It's hard to come up with one thing that's particular, but one of the ways that I really am able to connect with the creative is to float. Floating is a similar experience to meditation, to psychedelics. Going into a blackened room and laying out in a body of water and salt that's heated to your body temperature, and it allows for all sort of external stimulation to fall away. And your internal world really begins to bubble up and manifest. You really get to experience a different relationship to your mind. I think I work with neon because I can't not work with it. It's so challenging and so rewarding. And those things are so intertwined that there's no way of separating it out. I learn so much and continue to learn so much by working with it. I find so much inspiration in working with it, and I just continue to experience new and different things through the medium. It's that close to me at this point. Once the neon tube is completed, we have to hook it up to our manifold for bombarding. The manifold is open, a vacuum is drawn. We check the tube for leaks with our Tesla coil. We close the tube back off, and we heat it up using a very large and powerful transformer. As the tube is heated up, it releases anything that's not inert inside the tube, and we evacuate that out. We introduce the gas into it, and we seal the tube off, sealing into that tube whatever gas we introduced into it. I think my favorite part of making a neon light is when you see it lit up for the first time. Different gases, when electrified, emit different wavelengths of light. Neon gas is this very bright orange, fiery red color. Argon gas creates a very intense blue, but that light output that is produced can then be expressed in a different wavelength by coating the inside of the tubes with a phosphor coating that takes that one wavelength of light and emits at different wavelengths. We bring it over to the aging table where we hook it up to an age-in transformer and allow it to settle, age the gas in that we've introduced to it. There's always a stray particle of something left inside the tube. But that time that the oxide coating can act to scrub whatever is left inside the tube while things are getting settled into place. Once the tubes are aged in, we move on to our process of assembling two halves of the fixture together in a jig, gluing up the center of the fixture to its spindle. Once the adhesive dried, we would connect the wires from the fixture together into a transformer, and we turn on power and it lights up. Part of what we love about what we do here is that we try and put out into the world the kind of things that we'd like to see. I still am surprised when it lights up. I'm still excited when I get to see it illuminated. There's an ineffable quality to it. To me, is this insight into the inner workings of the universe. It literally is. It's a way of looking at what is surrounding us in the cosmos in a new light.
A bit like an addiction. You've got to make something, you have to do something. It's borderline obsession. And every bike we build is my favourite bike at the time, and as soon as it's done, I want to build another one. End-to-end cycles is something I've been thinking about ever since I started cycling in my late teens. We want bikes that ultimately you'll really enjoy riding. There's never a bike that's the same. There's always a slight change. And as we build them individually as well, they have the marks of a bike that's built by hand. Most people I know cycle have an idea of their dream bicycle. And it may be an evolving idea you've had in your head. And we've worked with a lot of people that have come to us with sketches and scrapbooks. It's really, really nice to build something that's just one-off and unique. I think a lot of people see a bicycle as two wheels and a frame in the middle. There are a lot of subtle changes and nuances in design which can change the riding characteristics quite dramatically. I'm a really big fan of modernist architecture, and the simplicity of a modernist building is really hard to achieve. And with some of our bikes, they may look very simple, but I think people should not underestimate the time and effort that goes into designing a product. Tubing is key to a bike's feel and ride. Reynolds tubing has been in my life ever since I can remember. Growing up, I could never afford a frame manufactured with their tubing. We can now put a badge on our bike saying manufactured at Reynolds, which is a sort of thing as a kid I just wouldn't have believed was going to happen. Every part of the bike has a specific tube. It's not universal. The first thing we do is get the tubes out, check they're correct, check the wall thicknesses, sand the edges, make sure it's all really clean, because if it's not clean, the tubes won't join together correctly. We build in steel because I still believe it's one of the best materials to use. It's been used in bikes since the late 1800s, and they're still using it now for a very good reason. It's the flexibility that we can replace the tube, repaint the bike, and you wouldn't know it's damaged. I just like working with it. It's very sculptural. This isn't sort of aerospace precision engineering. It's a steel rule and a marker. So when we're cutting the tubes, it's within a mil or two. But what we're trying to do is take the best from bicycle building in the past and add a little bit of modern flair to it. There's various techniques for building bicycles. We do a thing called fillet brazing, where you connect a pipe together. We use a bronze rod and a flame. We heat the tubes up to the same temperature and we fill the joint with bronze. And it gives a very, very sort of fluid, lovely, sort of quite sculptural feel. It's got to practice. You've got to be able to judge material temperatures. You've got to just look at it and you just get a feel for it. It's a stage where your tubes start to look a bit like a bicycle. My father's a jeweller. He'd make sort of very pretty things, which are lovely, but for me, they don't really have any function. What I love about bicycles, you can start on a Monday with a box of tubes, and you can be riding it by the weekend, and it can last you for the rest of your life. Outside of the frame and forks, the other most important part is the wheels and tyres. When you build the wheels, you have to lace them, so there's little holes going all the way around the rim. You poke the spoke through. We do build all our wheels by hand here because a machine can't get 30 years worth of wheel building experience. Colour is very, very personal. With any of our bikes, you can have them painted whatever colour you want. We've matched one to a teapot, so we can get that scanned and we can match that, or someone's favourite item of clothing. I like to let the bike sit for 4 or 5 days minimum, just so the paint can have time to cure a little bit, and then we assemble it. We get out all the new components, and it's a case of putting them together. Some bikes you can assemble in 3 hours, some will take 3 days. And we've built bikes that cost in the £10,000 plus mark. Some people, they're saving up and this is their bike and they're going to own it for the rest of their lives, so we just want to make sure they get the right thing. I think the bike for me was the first time I had some freedom, so as soon as I had one I was off. A lot of people still get that thrill as when they were a kid blasting down a hill, wind going through their hair. It's fun. Everyone has their favourite jacket or something that just makes them feel good. If you've got a bike that fits well, you actually feel part of it. Building bicycles as a creative outlet is fantastic. It's not something you do because you're going to get a big paycheck at the end of the day. You do it something you have a passion for it.
If you ever saw a wooden surfboard, it was probably hanging in somebody's house or underneath the deck. But kind of in the last 10 or 15 years, wood has made a big comeback. They surf wonderfully. It's beautiful and it feels great to be on one of them. I always had a love for wood and kind of passionate about things that went in the water. I've kind of been around wooden boats most of my life. There's just so much character. The way they're built, the stories that come with them, a lot of that has translated over to why we build surfboards the way we do. When we first started thinking about building surfboards, wood was the natural material we chose. They have a very high strength to weight ratio. Wooden surfboards have the longest history of use in the surf world than any other material. People have been surfing wooden surfboards since kind of the first documented history of people riding waves. The board starts in CAD, where we take a 3D model, break down the shape, and kind of create frames and templates and all the inner parts of the board that we get cut on a CNC machine. We take those frames and we just pop them out, assemble the frame into kind of a skeleton. We go out to our lumber shed, pick a bunch of cedar, and bring them into our mill shop, put glue along the edges, clamp it all together into a panel. Everything's book matched, you have symmetry in the colors and texture of the wood. Cut your outline. Take our assembled frame, gently put it down right on top of the plank. Once that foundation is started, you're basically building up the three-dimensional shape, the outside part of the board, using lots of strips that kind of interlock and fit together. Every piece of wood is going to be different, and it's all going to react differently. There are frustrations with it, but I think that's one of the things that keeps it challenging. You learn to read the kind of what the grain lines are doing and what the color of the wood is telling you. Once those rails are cleaned up, we put our top planks on. It's a little bit like putting a lid on a box. It's like, this is it. Whatever's inside that board is staying inside that board. And by tensioning some rope, you can clamp the two together. It's like a time capsule. What makes our boards unique are they are built right here in York. They're built using material that grows right here in the state of Maine. They're built 100% by hand by local craftspeople and surfers. There's a lot of time that goes into these boards, between 40 and 60 hours start to finish. We wanted to build surfboards that were as hollow as they could be, but still be strong enough to work well. Too light and they don't surf well, but too heavy and they don't surf well. So there's a balance point there, and that's where we try to be. Taking the board off the rocker table once the top has gone on, that is by far one of my top favorite parts. It's just you and a shaping stand, a board, and a hand plane. Everything else is out of your view. It's simple, it's pleasurable, it's quiet. You can be with your thoughts and you can just kind of be present. There's something about taking a nice sharp edge tool to a beautiful piece of wood and feeling the curls coming off and knowing that every pass that you're making, you're kind of getting it closer and closer to what you have in mind. Once we've shaped it down and the board's looking like it's supposed to look like, it's time for it to go into the glassing room. 4-ounce fiberglass, laying it over the board, draping it over the edges, cutting it, applying epoxy, and on the board. Once both sides are lamb coated, it's time to put in the hardware. Drill and router and install the fin box. And on the other side, we drill and put in the leash plug and a vent. There's a lot of air just naturally inside the board, and that air wants to expand and contract with temperature changes. And that vent has a little piece of Gore-Tex fabric in it, and it allows air to kind of breathe both ways, but it doesn't allow water to get in. Once all that hardware is put in, it goes back into the glassing room. We brush a nice, beautiful, thick coat of epoxy over the whole surface, and that we call a gloss coat. That's supposed to look beautiful and glossy and shiny and flawless. You get to see that board come to life. Whatever the colors in the wood, they really come out. It just makes it look like candy. You just want to touch it and run your hands down it, and it's just kind of the icing on the cake. Once everything is hard, we put it into what we call the oven, get that epoxy to cure, really kind of bake it, and just get it to harden. Put in the fin, screw in the vent, and ship it out. We just love the idea of building something that's sustainable and long-lasting and made by hand. Kind of gives you a deeper connection to the product over something you might buy on a shelf. When a customer gets the board, they feel it. They 100% feel the amount of work and the amount of passion that went into the board. So I'm not really looking at hours and efficiency. We're looking at like doing it right and enjoying it as we go.
Ma Baoli, better known as Gang La, is one of the 4 Grand Marshals leading New York's Pride Parade this year. But in the country he comes from, being gay is still a social taboo. The CEO of a Beijing-based internet company is on a mission to improve the lives of millions of gay men in China.
对于每一个 LGBT 人群来说，即使这个国家不允许你跟同性爱人结婚，但是你仍然要勇敢地去选择你自己的生活，你仍然应该拥有幸福生活的权利。
Ma's company Blue City runs an app and a website specifically for gay men. Blued is one of the biggest gay social networking apps in the world, with an estimated 30 million registered users. Unlike most other apps, Blued is more than just dating or hookups.
大家可以在我们这个软件里面找他自己的情感，然后可以阅读相关的内容，然后可以进行一些娱乐，比如玩游戏啊，比如看直播啊等等。
Back in 2000, when Ma studied at a police school in northern China, he realized he didn't feel like everyone else.
因为他们都找女朋友，然后谈恋爱，但是我对长得好看的同性的男生，我反而觉得对我更有吸引力。所以那个时候我就到互联网上去找这样的一些资料，然后希望能够告诉我自己，我到底是谁。互联网上所有的信息都是负面的，都是错的，就是说同性恋要电击疗法，要被治疗，然后要吃药等等。
After visiting some foreign websites with different attitudes to homosexuality, Ma created his own site for a Chinese audience, encouraging people that
他们也是正常的，他们不用自卑，然后也不用自杀。
Even though attitudes towards homosexuals are slowly changing in China, it's still a social stigma. The virtual world of Blued, where members can be open about their sexuality, is for most a striking contrast to their real lives. This is live streaming, a function added to Blued in late 2015, right as the internet craze was starting to take off in China. Many self-made stars like Jin make decent amounts of money by receiving audiences' virtual currencies and gifts.
我们不是彼此的初恋，初恋这种事儿多不靠谱啊。
For Kyle and Klaus, a couple who have come out, live streaming on Blued means something different.
其实我经常会收到很多粉丝的一些互动的留言，就是类似就是说你们让我们看到了同志情侣之间的一些希望啊，我看到这样的留言我是很欣慰。
The government's rules for acceptable content online may shift quickly in China, with LGBT material in a grey area. Many companies feel the chill of the recent internet crackdown, but Blue City still runs as usual. Ma has won the Chinese government's trust by helping with HIV prevention among gay men. A third of the company's staff are dedicated to screening pornographic and politically sensitive content.
我不太多的愿意去对抗，我更多的愿意去对话，去改变他们的想法。我觉得这个可能在中国来说是更有效的。
In the past 5 years, Blue City has grown from a team of 7 people to a promising business with about 250 staff. Ma said the company earned over $15 million last year, mainly through advertising and selling virtual currencies to live streaming audiences. Now the company is expanding overseas.
我希望吧，通过我们的努力，Blue能够成为全球第一家在美国纳斯达克或者是纽交所上市的这样的同质互联网公司。
This is Rich Chiga. He's a Chinese rapper by way of Indonesia, and he's very popular on the internet. This is Joji. He's a Japanese-Australian singer, and he's also very popular on the internet. Plus, Joji invented the Harlem Shake meme. Let me say that again. This guy, Joji, in the blood bathtub, invented the Harlem Shake meme. But we'll come back to that. So Rich and Joji are both signed to 88 Rising, an entertainment company hoping to build a lasting global brand that will outlive singular moments of virality. They primarily create content combining Asian culture and hip-hop, a formula that apparently pleases the internet gods greatly. They've only been around for 18 months, but they're already putting up major label numbers.
I think that we have an unprecedented collective of talent, a group of predominantly Asian artists, really making waves globally, which from an independent point of view as well.
88's founder, Sean Miyashiro, cut his teeth launching Vice's electronic music channel, Thump. But quickly, Sean became interested in life beyond dance music.
I knew that after launching a whole content platform that I have kind of the ability and the know-how to do it again, but for what was the question.
So Sean moved to the Bronx to start over and figure it out. He couldn't afford an office space, so he worked out of his car at the top of a grimy parking garage.
Everything kind of started here. If you look around, this is my environment. This is my serenity, really. 88 Rising was built here. Built on the grounds of LA Fitness, residence in a parking garage. I was living in the Bronx. I'm just like, damn, where the hell do I go? So I just come up here and I just kind of figure things out every single day. Being like, okay, what the hell is this thing? Coming here was kind of like my own kind of private office, basically. To be honest, I would even go to the bathroom here. I would take pisses here, you know what I mean? It was, it's just too far to go back down there. When I need Wi-Fi, I'd spend a good part of the day at Dunkin' Donuts. Hi, how are you? Can I get a chicken snack wrap?
Before 88 Rising officially launched, Sean caught a surprise break in the form of a Twitter friendship with a funny 16-year-old kid from Indonesia named Brian, who taught himself English by watching Rubik's Cube tutorial videos on YouTube. Seriously, that's true.
I thought his Twitter was genius, from the future, just crazy, and just the shit that he was saying, the memes he was making. But I didn't know that he rapped or anything like that. I really didn't, and he came up with that stick 2 weeks later.
Dat Stick was Brian's first ever attempt at making a rap song, and it immediately went viral.
Everything was great about it, but the one thing that I noticed is the song was hard as hell. Just everything about it, man. Just it was menacing, bro.
Soon after the video dropped, Brian signed with 88 Rising.
I'll FaceTime with Rich. Sorry for calling you Rich Chiga on my phone, Rich. Brian, he gets super pissed off that he's saved in my phone as Rich Chiga. He's like, dude, am I not a human to you? What's good, bro?
What's good, brother?
How you doing?
Doing great. Let's do the sound check.
How was it?
It was tight.
So, Brian could definitely rap, but some viewers understandably took offense at a Chinese kid satirizing rap cliches and calling himself Rich Chiga. But if a group of well-known rappers saw the video and genuinely liked it, that could at least help validate Brian as a legit hip-hop artist. Plus, it could be really funny.
It was just kind of an idea that I just had on the spot. Everything that rappers say is better and funnier and smarter and wittier, and it's just more entertaining. We just edited it as tight as possible, put it up, and it really worked.
Yo, this nigga got a pouch on and a Reebok pouch. This is the hardest nigga of all time.
You said when you come for a trigger like me. That was dope.
Like, it's just lit, and I think people will take it as a joke at first, but it's like if he ran with that and kept doing more videos like that, it's just lit.
You know, I'd never been to America before, and like all of a sudden, it's like I see like all the rappers that I listen to just like reacting to my stuff, and I was like, what? How did this happen?
The reaction video also went viral, and even led to a remix of Dat Stick featuring Wu-Tang's Ghostface.
I'll get on that track. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Really, on the remix?
Yeah. Oh, you know him?
And yeah, the remix went viral too. Brian has since acknowledged the misstep in his name and claims he may change it. But for the time being, he's still Rich Chiga to his fans. An ever-growing global audience, hungry for more releases from emerging talent around the world.
I didn't know that it was gonna be this impactful and this important to people, and I'm very thankful and blessed that it has. And every day now that I wake up, it's like it's just like a new mission every day.
A major part of that mission involves Joji. Remember the bloody bath guy? He's a former YouTube personality in the middle of a career transition.
The sound of this song, Will He, it's like a trap song that you can like slow dance to. Awkward prom shit, you know what I mean? I used to do crazy episodic internet videos. It was going well, and one day it was me and a few friends just in a room. We were casually chilling, and then someone plays the song, and it's brand new at the time. I happened to have a lot of costumes laying around, so I told the other guys, I was like, get in these costumes and let's just dance to it, like who cares? We were like, okay, let's just go crazy at the drop. So that video goes up, I go to sleep, and the next morning, everyone's doing it, like next morning. That taught me a lot about the internet, how people want to just be a part of something. And from that point on, something changed, and I was a little better at understanding demographics and people and what they want to see and what they want to hear. I was friends with a couple other artists who were affiliated with 88, and then I also started to realize that 88 is the bridge between Western and Asian entertainment, and I really wanted to be a part of that.
Joji just released the In Tongues EP, his first project as a serious artist.
Joji's In Tongues record came out a couple weeks ago. It's #2 on Billboard on the R&B charts, which is crazy for independent release, and he's like a brand new artist.
And the success is even more impressive, knowing he went from creating something like this,
it's just Taco Bell, what could possibly go wrong?
to creating something like this, the newest music video for his song Demons. Tonight, Rich Chiga has a show in New York City. Tickets sold out in an hour.
I came here, I'm first online. I was here at 1. I was the third person online.
So why'd you get here so early?
Because I want to see Rich Chiga. I want to touch him.
What do you guys think of Joji?
He's
That's my dad, son.
Did you guys cop the new EP or like?
Yeah. I woke up at 6 in the morning just to cop that shit. And then I listened to it, and that shit started making me cry.
This is actually kind of exciting. Every time, this never gets old. Like, you live online and social media, but like, there's nothing like just being with the people.
said I should quit.
More often than not, viral success happens by accident. And then after an appearance on Ellen or Jimmy Kimmel, the creator's star power fizzles out. But Idiot Rising has figured out how to turn potential gimmicks into brands with an actual following that keeps coming back for the next thing.
Oh, shit!
So keep an eye out for Idiot's next move. But more than likely, it won't be covered on network television or terrestrial radio. Although, as they've already proven, nowadays that really doesn't matter.
Online retailer Farfetch is betting it can shape the future. This is its concept store, showcasing the latest in retail tech.
How do you capture all of that fantastic information that you gather in store with customers, touch and feel products? And we created a concept called the connected rail. And this is using a combination of RFID and ultrasound. The RFID signal recognizes the product, and the ultrasound recognizes the movement. Take the product off, and then you'll start to see your products appear. And essentially, it's like online browsing behavior. Whichever products you touch and pick up in the store are automatically sent to your app. This is effectively what you've created is your in-store wish list. In the middle, you'll see essentially a hologram of the product. What the customer sees, they control the experience on a touch device. What this allows the customer to do is take elements of products and then add their own style to it. Right, so this is the connected mirror. So in this example, I see my products. I select a coat, and that's tried it, and it's slightly too big for me. So what I can do is choose an alternative size and send a request to the sales associate, and they'll bring that size to me in the fitting room mirror. You'll also see that we've got some product recommendations here. Crucially, the sales associate's able to push items into the mirror from their device. If you wanted to, you could simply use the mirror and pay and go. Your items would then be packed and dispatched to you afterwards.
Do you want me to turn you so you're looking outwards? Yes, please. How about there? First time we came out with B, Jade said, "It feels like I've been released from prison." Do you want these, Mrs?
Definitely.
Definitely. Right.
Yeah.
And she could say hello to everybody, people she hadn't seen for months.
It's
Oh, it's Jade.
Oh. So you can talk to Jade through this.
Hi, Katie. She's there.
Hi.
Every time anyone's seen her, they want to know why she's there. And it's kind of the opposite of when you're in a wheelchair and people see you and they kind of go, oh, should I look? I don't know what the right protocol is. When there's a tiny robot with its bright little eyes going around just looking happy everywhere, it really opens you up for conversation.
We've got some friends here, look.
Hiya! When I saw her for the first time, I remember thinking, this is going to change things. This is one of those points where if this was a book, this would be the cliffhanger. have a condition called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which means that I have a lot of dislocations, there's a lot of pain, and a lot of seizures and whatnot. So I can end up on my own in my room for long periods of time.
Yeah, my love.
A lot of the time, with a condition like my own, of course there's the pain, and the pain is bad, and the dislocations are bad, and the seizures and being in paralysis and never knowing whether you're going to be able to wake up properly tomorrow, that's bad. But what's worse still is being able to count the number of people you see a day on one hand.
Are you ready?
Sure am, I'm just hoping the connection's going to stay.
Yeah, me too. Alright, here we go.
When you're used to just the same little metre by metre and a half window every day, and you've been there for months, being able to just see the sky from somewhere else, or the tops of trees, or a sign, is incredible. Or being able to have that kind of chat in the car that most people would probably take for granted.
I'm going to go past Grandma and Grandad so you can give them a wave. Now, if Jade is particularly seizure-y, she can still take part. And that's brilliant, really, because before she would just be left in a bed or in a house with just her carers. It's quite a small world, that.
Right, so there's one of her. Here, this costume I'm busy making at the moment. When I'm not on bed rest and I'm not just wearing pyjamas all the time, I enjoy being able to dress as different characters and go to Comic Cons and that kind of thing, because it just lets me show a different side of myself, and it's a bit of fun. If you can't go out that often, you've got to enjoy it when you do.
Was that? Good.
It's one of those weird things where I want to not have to use B because I want to be well enough to be able to go to those places myself. Like, it really makes a big difference to me to be able to go into school. But the thing is, with my condition fluctuating all of the time, I can't go into school reliably.
He's written it out bigger on the board. Thank you.
Today's the first day that I've been in school via B, and so far it's interesting. There's still a few little things that we need to work out, but for the most part I think it's going fairly well. And it's brilliant because I can really tell the difference between today and yesterday. How yesterday I forced myself to go into school when I wasn't very well, and I was really tired afterwards and ended up having loads of seizures, whereas today I've been able to do all of the work. I've been able to keep a clear head and not be ill, which means I'm able to be more focused on my schoolwork.
So there is my first step of working, is to simplify root 8. The algebra test is next week.
Now I'm trying to make friendships which I'll be able to maintain with B. Before that, I've ended up letting people down quite often. B gives me hope, yeah. She's just always there. And if I can't do something, she can. And if I need sort of assistance to be able to make commitments, then she's there, and she means that I feel like a more valuable person because I'm more reliable.
When it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for 5th generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connected devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network, factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
Order submitted.
The cubicle represents a tyranny. It confines your imagination, your thoughts, into a small physical area. Imagine pretty much every software engineer or finance person being able to, disconnect from their desk and look at holographic monitors on a beach and doing their work from there. That's not going to be science fiction. It's the modern office place.
Silicon Valley is all about building the future. A startup called Meta thinks it's getting there first, thanks to a big bet that it's made on augmented reality.
How are you?
Good, thank you. Welcome to Meta.
Thank you.
Call it a 360-degree office where you can spatialize your thoughts as part of your workflow for education, architecture, design, engineering, etc.
People often mix up augmented reality with virtual reality. VR totally blocks your ability to see or hear the real world. AR overlays holograms onto what you already see. Meta has tried to make its version of the workspace feel familiar.
You grab the hologram instead of using a controller or a mouse, and your brain already knows how to do it. In other words, we've designed an operating system that humanity has always known how to use. So you can see this eyeball, which is, by the way, photorealistic. You can see my hand is occluding the eyeball, and now the eyeball is occluding my hand, right? You see those two circles? They get small, and then they turn into this glowing white ball, and then I can move my hand around supernaturally. I can do this with two hands and rotate the thing. I could stretch it. I could throw it back right into the shelving system, and that's all you have to learn to become a modern worker.
And to prove this, the employees at Meta have started to get rid of their computer monitors, trading them in for Meta's augmented reality headsets. Myron thinks that in less than a decade, we'll all be just wearing strips of glass that can project holograms.
In the early 80s, everybody had computers on their desktop, but no one was using them because they had a lot of work to do. So they were still using typewriters. And at some point, the CEO took all the typewriters away and everybody was forced to use their computers. So it's very exciting to see a new generation of technology, a new paradigm.
I consider us like pioneers in the holographic wild. I'm pulling up my browser with my hands and sending out emails to colleagues and just kind of really acclimating to the new environment.
Now you're putting on my computer, essentially. Our digital lives live on our phones. We have all of our pictures and notes and all these kinds of things. So, and why don't you write yourself a little sticky note? I like it. And go ahead and just take your fist right over the top of the sticky note and close your fist. And now...
Oh, what? Meta's own transition to augmented reality has run into plenty of unexpected problems. And it's still going to be a while before you'll start to see these devices in your office. But I think it's a future worth waiting for.
If we could see these holograms between us, we will have been able to share our work with one another more naturally, more efficiently, and more productively than ever before. Humanity will have evolved slightly.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
This is Hatsune Miku, Japan's sensational virtual pop star. She's released over 100,000 songs in multiple languages and performed sold-out concerts around the world. Her image has appeared in games, on TV, in car races, and is even etched on the side of a Japanese space rocket.
I came for Hatsune Miku, Carlos.
She's Lady Gaga's favorite digital pop star and opened shows for her in the US 3 years ago. Tens of thousands of fans attended her exhibition and live shows near Tokyo recently.
理想のアイドルっていうと、どの曲でもミクはすごい綺麗に歌ってくれる。
他没有缺点啊，没有任何让我们感到不开心的一些新闻。
She's everything to everybody. That's probably why she's so popular.
Miku's creator Hiroyuki Ito and his Sapporo-based company have been developing the virtual diva for over 10 years.
初音ミクとは、キャラクターとしてすごく、YouTube とかで検索すると、たくさんの初音ミクが出てくるんですけども、元々の、初音ミクのその原点は歌声を合成する、ソフトウェアなんです。
Both the software and character are named Hatsune Miku, meaning the first sound of the future. Originally based on Yamaha's Vocaloid technology, Miku the software has a sound bank containing voice samples and a huge array of tools. You input the melody and lyrics, then Miku the character sings them. To date, Krypton has sold 120,000 software licenses at $200 each to fans around the world who use it to create numerous songs and share them online. Some of the fan-created songs are chosen to be part of Miku's concerts, for which they're paid a royalty fee.
もともと初音ミクっていうその、存在自体がそのボトムアップって言いますか、中にはアマチュアクリエイターじゃなくて今もうすでに、プロになって活躍している方もいらっしゃるんですけども。
The company also has other revenue streams. It makes money from merchandising, licensing deals, and concert ticket sales. According to the real-life musicians who perform with Hatsune Miku, the virtual pop star is interesting and surprising.
今年で3年ぐらい、ちょうど3年ぐらいになってきて、ライブも数十本、数百本だったの。そういうことが演奏によって起こせるためのそういう器みたいな感じになってます。初音ミクらしさって僕はあんまりない。初音ミクって何だってありっていうか。
For Ito, Miku has the potential to change the way we think about music.
そういう新しいそのテクノロジーによって新しい音楽のあり方っていうものを模索していきたいと思っていました。
And for her fans, it goes even further.
初音ミクって魂がないので、だからみんな魂を作り上げるために存在する。
Order canceled.
Now, there are a lot of fitness gadgets out there. In my quest to get fit, I tested 17 of them over the last few months. At least one personal trainer I know was a little bit skeptical.
Yeah, I've been watching these new technologies come to the market for almost as long as I've been a personal trainer. They're just tricks and tropes. They're not much different than the Bowflex machines or, to be honest, the original Jane Fonda workout video.
But some of these gadgets that are just coming to the market do so much more than what they used to do, just tracking your activities. Out of all of them, this chest strap was my favorite. It comes with a robot coach that points to the future, one where you might not need a human trainer at all. And it works like this. You wear the chest strap so that it can read your heart rate, and that connects to Move's free app that talks to you.
Welcome to Move Heart Rate Hit Outdoor Running. Let's get moving and warm up in Zone 2.
Move's computerized coach tells you what to do at that exact moment, whether you're running outside or you're doing body weight exercises indoors.
Swing your arms faster to get your legs moving quicker. Let's crush this round.
And by reading your heart rate, she knows exactly how hard you're working. She keeps you honest.
Way to go, you are in the target zone. Keep pushing, you're almost at the end of the round. Don't give up.
I've been running for 7 years now, and my biggest problem is that I never push myself hard enough. I end up going on the same slow, comfortable 30-minute jog, but the Move HR Burn blasted me out of that rut. By the end of these half-hour exercises, I was drenched in sweat in a way that I never am when I work out alone. Training with a real person is great, whether that's your group instructor or your coach or your personal trainer, but humans, they're expensive. For the rest of us, this $60 gadget is all you need.
what does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hacked emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning. He used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the Collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats who faced real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped at the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness. Don't you think?
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks!
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
I'm about to expose everything you won't admit. And action! This entire video is based on a true story. When I do like motivational speeches or even tell myself like, love yourself and you should love yourself.
This is Lily Singh.
But to fans all over the world, she's the YouTube star Superwoman.
What up, everyone? It's your girl, Superwoman. I know we can change the world for the better, one positive day at a time.
My parents now know what I do. They didn't know what I did for a long time in the beginning of my career. I was just making videos in my room. They had no idea.
Mom, Dad, have you seen my keys? I can't find them anywhere. Because you're always on phone.
Until someone called them, like a family member from another part of Canada, was like, Canada, is your daughter making videos? And the mom was like, I don't know, Lily, are you making videos?
Just making videos grew into an entire career. Today, Lily's YouTube channel has some 12 million subscribers, over 2 billion views, and guest stars like Michelle Obama, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and Seth Rogen.
I think a lot of young girls are raised to believe that you're gonna go to school and then graduate and then get married and then get a job and then have kids.
And Lily was on that path, all the way through a psychology degree at York University in Toronto. But when she started thinking about a career,
I started to immensely panic and think something was wrong with me because I tried to figure out my life and it wasn't working in that straight line.
It was 2010 and YouTube was only 5 years old.
I thought nothing of YouTube. I was probably the last person in my circle of friends to discover YouTube. And I remember when I did, I thought, this is so strange. There's people making videos in their rooms and other people are watching them.
So she figured, why not give it a shot?
I one day posted a video because I was sad and I wanted to be creative and happy.
She didn't know how to edit video or write scripts, so she winged it.
It was so bad and so cringe, and my expectation was literally nothing. I was like, I'm gonna put this video up, a couple of my friends are gonna watch it, probably make fun of me, and that's gonna be the end of this. The second and third video came from, wait, 70 people watched my first one, can I get 80 to watch the next one?
She kept creating, she kept posting, and the viewers kept coming. Lily had found an audience.
A lot of the comments were, oh my God, there's a brown girl on YouTube.
More specifically, Indian. Lily's parents immigrated to Canada from India, and Lily was born and raised in Scarborough, near Toronto.
My home life was awesome. My parents, even though I portrayed them to be quite strict in my videos.
Oh, Lily, where's the rest of your skirt, huh? I teach you like this, to walk around like this, showing everything to everyone?
They actually aren't like that at all. They're pretty modern and pretty cool.
Your dress is short. Don't know what for.
And were pretty lenient with me. I mean, I got away with a lot of things. I was a brat. I was a brat.
She had a different idea of what she wanted out of life than other kids. In a grade school graduation slideshow, her classmates said they wanted to be lawyers and doctors.
And then I came up and I was like, rapper.
Making out with your friends, man. But then you say that you hate hoes.
And I could just feel my parents being like, why?
Because that's just not something women really did in the Singh family.
I know there was a ton of people that weren't happy about my birth being a female, so I think, and that's some real-ish, but it's a real thing. The best thing I could have done to prove to so many people that didn't want my mom to have a daughter was to become Superwoman.
What up, everyone? It's your girl, Superwoman.
It was the name of Lily's favorite hip-hop song by Lil Mo featuring Fabulous.
I love the song so much because it was one of the only songs at the time that was an empowering female song, where Lil Mo's going on about, like, I will save guys with my superpowers, and I will save girls with my superpowers, and I am Superwoman. I thought, this name that I've had for so long that empowered me when I was younger, I'm gonna make this my screen name.
Maybe there should be a new series.
Superwoman didn't just burst onto the scene overnight with a viral video. It was a steady climb fueled by hard work.
The moment that I thought this is going somewhere and this could be a career was the first time I performed internationally. It was in India. And it was the first time where I was truly across the world and people knew my videos.
Singh has transformed herself from a bratty kid to an internet personality to a media mogul. She starred in a feature film, A Trip to Unicorn Island, in 2016. And her book, How to Be a Boss, hit the New York Times bestseller list in 2017 while she was on a 30-city international tour. Lily started out with the goal of getting millions of subscribers and financial security.
Hurry the hell up!
But after surpassing those goals, success has new meaning.
I've really come to terms with the fact that my definition of success is what's the best legacy I can leave behind. And it's not the number of views and the number of subscribers. It is the number of people that can say, this girl changed my life or changed something in my life positively.
CTE is often found in the brains of deceased athletes, military veterans, and others with a history of repetitive brain trauma. Hundreds have donated their brains to the VA Boston University Concussion Legacy Foundation Brain Bank.
This is a former NFL player who died in his early 70s, and this is a veteran who also died in his early 70s.
Dr. Ann McKee dissects these brains.
The hippocampus and the mammillary bodies are very important for memory. I can see that they're slightly affected.
McKee recently dissected the brain of former New England Patriots player Aaron Hernandez, who was convicted of murder and later committed suicide.
You'll see right away that the brain is showing signs of shrinkage. You can see the crevices in the brain that you can't see in the normal.
McKee says Hernandez's severe case of CTE impacted his decision-making, depression, and ability to control rage and aggression. Right now, she thinks we're underestimating how many people have CTE.
We were able to distinguish between CTE and controls and CTE and Alzheimer's disease. The next question is, can we do this in the blood, and can we do this in living people? And we aren't there yet with those answers.
But the need for a diagnosis in the living is motivating companies such as Quanterix in Lexington, Massachusetts, to work faster on technology that could diagnose concussions and CTE in as few as 30 minutes. Kevin Rusovsky is the CEO.
It's like a high-powered microscope, and so by doing that, we can see little biomarkers that you couldn't see before in the blood.
Quanterix received a grant from the NFL and just went public. Since then, its stock is up more than 40%. The company sells a machine called Simoa for $175,000 to other biotechs, hospitals, and researchers.
And for the first time in history, we're able to see brain health in blood, and that's a major breakthrough, and that's leading to less invasive testing, and we've already been able to see evidence of concussions, and there's the beginning evidence of being able to see the accumulated effect of concussions.
Quanterix is also trying to detect Alzheimer's disease, multiple sclerosis, and ALS. Rusovsky says he thinks diagnosing concussions will be easier than diagnosing CTE.
Diagnosing CT in the living probably is a couple years away. We're real excited to see the progress, but reducing some of that work into actual tests in the laboratory takes time. There's regulatory approvals, there's a lot of red tape that you have to go through.
Also in this race to diagnose CTE in the blood are Athlon Medical and Exosome Sciences. And New York's Mount Sinai Hospital is scanning for the disease in the living. But it's just one step in a series of questions for those with serious head trauma. There's still no cure for CTE.
Even if we had a great idea for a treatment, there's no way to test whether it's effective or not. So that's the enormous advance that we'll get if we can develop a biomarker for this disease.
In Boston, Ann Mostu, Bloomberg News.
Wine is a $300 billion global industry where one person's opinion can make fortunes or break them. That's because of this man, Robert Parker, and his newsletter, The Wine Advocate. For 3 decades, he dominated as the world's most influential wine critic. Now Parker's protege is building an empire of his own. Antonio Galloni runs Venice.
Antonio, tell me, what are you trying to build at Venice?
Well, at Venice, we started with the idea in 2013 of building a world-class platform. We have a database of about 250,000 professionally written reviews. On Delectable, we have 7 million user reviews. Through Delectable, we also have a partnership with Whole Foods and several other partnerships that we can't announce just yet. And when you put that all together, what we have is something that no other company in our space can even come close to.
Do you think of yourself as the next Parker?
Not at all.
Why?
Because Steve Jobs said you can't live your life trying to be somebody else. So he's one of my biggest influences, and I've never wanted to be a replica of somebody else because a replica is never as good as the original. Bob is a genius, fantastic, one of a kind. We're going to be something completely different, and I have no desire to be some version of somebody else.
Different in what way?
Every decision that I've made at this company is completely anathemic to what Bob did with his company. I want our writers to be partners. All of my senior people are locked into the company. They all have equity or they have a path to equity based on business results. That's something that we never had at Parker. Our benefits are world-class, and everything that we've done at Venice is completely different from that model. When Steve Tanzer, who is the most experienced active wine critic in America, wants to work with us, that says something. When Alessandro Masnaghetti, who's the best cartographer of of vineyards, wants to work with us, that says something. When Neil Martin, who's a superstar wine critic with enormous experience in Bordeaux and Burgundy and the former lead critic at The Advocate, wants to come and be part of our team, that says something.
You make it sound like The Wine Advocate was a disaster as a company and a miserable experience as an employee.
No, it was great because I got to work with Bob Parker when he was at his prime, and Bob was like a second father to me, and we talked on the phone all the time, and he gave me great advice.
Can anyone's palate dominate the wine criticism business the way Parker's did, and should anyone's palate dominate it the way his did?
I just think the world is very different today. It's just a totally different world. It's probably not healthy to have a single person dominating the world.
It's not even wine criticism, it's the wine industry.
Yeah, that's probably not the healthiest thing in the world. But I think that there's just such an opportunity right now with social media and technology to reach such a massive number of people that I think it's possible that 1 or 2 people will actually have more influence than Bob Parker did, because they will, again, this goes back to your first question, not trying to be a version of somebody else. You see this in sports all the time. It's like, oh, well, nobody will ever beat this record. And then somebody comes along, it's like tennis, Pete Sampras. Nobody's ever going to win as many Grand Slams. Now you have 2 guys who are ahead of that and 1 knocking on the door. And so I think a lot like that.
You're a former investment banker. How does that inform and influence what you're doing and what you've done?
My generation has had to deal with a lot more challenges. That's why I think we're actually much better poised for the future. My first job in finance, the first thing that happened was long-term capital, 1998. Then the tech bubble melted down. Then there was a mutual fund trading scandal. That was all like within about 5 or 6 years. And these are the things that I had to deal with as a young executive. My peers who were 20 years older didn't know how to manage in crisis. They'd only seen Black Monday. They'd just been in a big bull market. It's very different. So I'm very lucky. People of my generation or a little bit younger have actually had to deal with a lot more crises. I think that's actually good for learning how to cope with challenges in business.
From the outside, it kind of looks like you're trying to demolish the house that Parker built, right? You left the Wine Advocate.
Yeah.
You merged with one of his chief rivals.
Yeah.
And you just hired his successor, Neil Martin.
Mm-hmm.
So are you?
I think what that says is that all the best people want to work at our company, and that's really what we strive to create starting in 2013. We wanted to create a world-class company that would attract the best-in-class talent, and not just on the content side, on the technology side, on the digital side, our office, and at every level, what we're trying to, we only hire superstars, and we're looking for those superstars.
In the world of professional wrestling, there's something called a swerve.
Hulk Hogan has betrayed WCW!
Some examples. These tag team partners are called babyfaces, or the good guys. Then one of them swerves when he super kicks his tag team partner in the head, quickly assuming the role of the bad guy, or what the wrestling world calls the heel.
Are you kidding? What a despicable act that was!
Or a match is almost lost when, what's that? The superstar wrestler appears out of nowhere sprinting down the aisle to save the match.
That's the Warriors music! That's the Ultimate Warrior!
That's a swerve. So it should go as no surprise that World Wrestling Entertainment, known as the WWE, the most popular brand of sports entertainment in the world, is prepared for any swerves that come their way. So here's the story of how the WWE learned to see the swerve coming. So I spoke to Bloomberg reporters Felix Gillette.
I'm a writer for Bloomberg News for the global business team.
And Kim Basine.
And I'm the U.S. luxury reporter at Bloomberg.
To find out exactly how the WWE is positioning itself for an all-out global invasion, which starts with a massive change to their lucrative pay-per-view model.
WWE basically pioneered the pay-per-view model on cable. I remember as a kid when the pay-per-view events came up, all of our friends would scramble around and try and get one of the parents to pay for it.
But in 2014, they took a huge risk.
They saw a little bit sooner than some of the other entertainment brands that where this whole thing was moving was away from cable and satellite television and towards on-demand streaming video apps. They made this risky decision, in essence cannibalizing that pay-per-view model, which they had essentially built.
And after some early turbulence, it's working. Roughly 1.5 million people are paying $9.99 a month for the WWE app, making it the 5th most popular streaming OTT service. This adapt-or-die approach is in the WWE's DNA. Over the past 30 years, the company always seems to think 2 steps ahead. In the early 90s,
WWE was at its most threatened when Ted Turner took them on with WCW,
which stands for World Championship Wrestling. And back then, the WCW was winning the ratings war. So in order to compete with them,
WWE had changed its product from a family-friendly kind of cartoonish style to this really raw. That's why they called their show Raw. It was this raw style of wrestling.
With violent, outrageous, reality-inspired plot lines and aggressive personas.
From a 16-foot ladder!
And they won that fight against Ted Turner. And they bought WCW.
The early 2000s ushered in an era of testosterone-driven programming aimed at the red-blooded American male.
Bra and panties matches, and people smash each other over their head with like barbed wire bats and things like that.
Until 2015, when WWE fans started a hashtag Give Divas a Chance. Since then, WWE has hired 40 more female wrestlers, and that growing cast of female characters was part of a much larger plan.
They started to try to appeal to a broader set of people.
Let's attract more female fans. And after we've attracted more female fans, let's attract more international fans. They're broadening their base, and they're doing that in large part to make it more advertising friendly.
And not just friendly to advertisers.
They're trying to build up their fan base in China. They're trying to build up their fan base in Europe. They, already have a pretty good fan base in India.
India is a place where they already have an established wrestling culture.
Because of the gigantic Indian wrestler, the Great Khali. But there's still a lot of work to do. While the WWE set a revenue record in 2017, only 30% of it is coming from an overseas audience. And there's one person whose responsibility is to grow that number.
The buck eventually stops at Vince McMahon, no matter what's happening within WWE.
Yeah, he's a very controlling guy, and it's a very, very, very tightly scripted company.
And that goes all the way down the board to big stars' entrance music. And their outfits and things like that.
So with a CEO like McMahon always planning 2 moves ahead and an aggressive push into multiple international markets, a big issue is money.
It's hard to do all those things simultaneously without committing a huge amount of capital to it.
And that's where the WWE becomes an attractive company for buyers.
Potentially, one thing that could happen with WWE is they could benefit by being acquired by a bigger technology or telecom company, an Amazon or Facebook or a 21st Century Fox.
So with a market cap of $2.8 billion, the advantage of owning 100% of their own content, and a rapid consolidation spreading throughout the entertainment industry, it looks like the WWE is well positioned, even if there are swerves ahead.
Ara, thank you very much for coming here.
Thanks for having me.
I've always been relieved ever since you were appointed, because at least until your appointment, I seem to have the most unpronounceable name. But now, so we will keep it as Dara and John. This conference is called The Year Ahead, but in your case, you are close to 6 months into the job. And I wondered what you saw in terms of the year ahead at Uber as your biggest challenge. What's the thing that you think about most when it comes to 2018?
We definitely have our share of challenges at Uber. And for me, where I want to get Uber to the year ahead is a year of normalcy. 2017 was, I think, will go down as one of the most difficult years for any company out there. And I have to give credit to the Uber team and the employees there. It is a group of true believers who believe in our mission, who believe in mobility as a service being available to consumers everywhere at a reasonable cost. And what my job in 2018 is to get rid of the distractions, and get the company back to business, get the company back to normalcy. There's a lot that we've done in the past 6 months as far as bringing new investors, driving a new culture and norms where doing the right thing, period, comes first, bringing a new management team, et cetera. There's a lot that we've gotten done, but this is a company that knows how to execute. This is a service. Mobility as a service is something that's universal, that's needed in the world, and I just want to get back to doing business.
It's quite interesting. You said true believers.
Yeah.
Normally, true believers are the last possible people where you're able to change a culture. Can you explain a bit about that?
Well, I think that they understand that mobility as a service, bringing the cost of transportation down, making transportation services available to anyone and everyone on a local basis, and partnering with cities to be a solution to traffic, to pollution, et cetera, that is a mission that they all believe in. And I think that they, having seen what happened in 2017, to some extent the crisis, the enormous crisis that the company has gone through, is a benefit because everybody at the company knows now that we need to change, that we need to break with the past as far as the way the company was run. We need to go from growth at any cost to responsible growth and growth in partnership with other players out there. That's clear, but now I've got to kind of get the company down to the normalcy of execution of building great technology, and I think we're going to get there. It's still some tough sledding early on, but I absolutely think we're going to get there.
When you talk about execution, is profits one of the things you want to get? I think you lost $4 billion last year.
Well,
peanuts by the standards of
profits would help. Yes. So at some point we absolutely have to become profitable, and that's part of the plan.
Do you have a kind of goal for that? Do you think you should be profitable by 2022 or by 2020?
I think that we'll be profitable before 2022. This is the business itself.
Do you want to come back a bit closer, 2020?
Yeah, listen, it's not going to, I don't want to name a specific year, but this is a business that the core business, the ride-sharing business, can be profitable within 3 years. We will continue to make very aggressive investments in building out autonomy because we think that's a terrific opportunity for building out new technologies such as Uber Elevate, where near-term profitability is not a goal, but long-term growth is. So we will look to balance near-term profitability, but as a company, we will always be a company that makes big, bold bets and takes big risks.
To what extent, though, do you think that drive to become profitable fights against a little bit of this culture change? If you want to make, you talked about making money, but not at all costs. Do those two things spar against each other?
I don't think that profitability and culture are their issue. It's the company in the past was willing to make trade-offs as it related to how it did business, and I think was guilty of hubris, was guilty of thinking that they knew better than others, and I think that what we know now clearly is that breakneck growth can hide cultural issues, that there are no excuses for not doing the right thing, and that you do have to make trade-offs. And as a management team, we're specifically talking about those trade-offs that you have to make. We have to be a little more patient sometimes because working with governments, regulators, et cetera, sometimes takes longer, but in the end, you build a more lasting business. And so maybe what we went through was necessary, but we're here. We can control our actions from this moment onwards, and I think everyone at Uber from this moment onwards wants to build a great company, not only in terms of growth, but in terms of the kind of company anyone would want to work at.
Can I ask you one thing which you have got as sort of hangover from last year, which is all the regulatory problems, and particularly all the cases against you? I think there are 6 criminal probes or whatever going on.
The lawyers are lining up outside the door.
Which one do you sort of think? Which one do you fear most? I suppose out of these different things.
Listen, I think that all of them are serious issues, and my response is that we're going to be transparent and we're going to take responsibility for our actions in the past. I do think that the there are certain circumstances where there was smoke but no fire. And I think as a company, we have to defend ourselves and work within kind of the appropriate frameworks. And my goal is just to get beyond this stuff.
But some of these things like pricing policies, surely they go right to the heart of what Uber is, or am I wrong about that?
Yeah, I think they do, but I think that there's a way of being smart but transparent at the same time, and that's where we've got to take the company.
Take me through governments. When you talk to governments privately, do they talk any differently than they do publicly?
Governments?
Yes, governments.
I think that they are honestly a bit relieved with how we are engaging with them, because I think that the engagement is now real. I think they feel like we're out there, we're genuine because we've learned our lessons of the past, and I do think that we can take, for example, the data that we have in terms of traffic and in terms of movement of our drivers and riders, and we can use that data to partner up with cities in order to solve congestion issues, because congestion doesn't help anyone. It wastes enormous amounts of time for consumers. It hurts the environment. And I think that we are aligned with cities, for example, to partner with them in a fundamental way to solve these problems. And I do think that when these are conversations that a number of regulators and cities have wanted to have with us for many years, and I think we are really engaging with them at a depth that I think is going to create a real win-win going forward.
Do you think you were too confrontational on this before?
Yeah, I do. I think that the company was pushing growth. And listen, any innovator, to some extent, the innovation is about questioning past kind of present practices. It's about breaking things, the Facebook breaking things. We just went a step and a half too far. And what I want to keep, hopefully, is the best of both worlds, which is this spirit of innovation, the spirit of can-do, et cetera, but the responsibility of partnership. We don't know better than you. We're actually going to work with you, of actually having dialogue and respect for our city partners, for regulators, and then continuing to take risks and continuing to do daring things. And I think we can accomplish that.
Imagine this audience here is a collection of mayors or a collection of city officials, and you want to depict, this is the Year Ahead conference, depict what the years ahead in this thing are going to be like. How far is driverless cars going to go? You talked just a few days ago about the idea of there being flying cars in 10 years' time. Can you just give a description of what you think transport is going to look like?
Well, I think that we think there are three keys to transport and where the industry is going: autonomous, electric, and shared. And I think all three are necessary in order to get to the next level of city planning, et cetera. There are many cities where up to a fifth of the space taken in these cities is taken by parking and storing these cars. And so I do think that you need autonomous, you need electric, and you need shared. And I do think for every single use case is some ways away. What we bring to bear is our developing autonomy, and we will have autonomous cars on the road, I believe, within the next 18 months, not as a kind of a test case, but as a real case out there. And over a period of time, we're going to bring autonomous transportation and feather it in with the non-autonomous transportation with drivers.
What does feathering in mean?
Feathering
to,
in means
to a layman like me?
Mean
crashing.
Yeah, feathering in means if you're, for example, in Phoenix, and you make a request to go from A to B, which is what you do with Uber, there will be 95% of cases where we may not have everything mapped perfectly, or the weather may not be the right weather, or there may be an accident on the road, or you may not have 2 or 3 ways of getting from A to B, where you may say, you know what, that's not an autonomous use case. We're going to send a driver to pick that person up. For 5% of cases, everything is going to fall into place. And we will send an autonomous car. The user will be able to pick, do you want, there's an autonomous car, yes or no? And we'll be able to service that A for B. That 5% is going to go to 10 and 15 and 20 as our computers and our algorithms learn more and more about what it takes to drive in a city in a real life situation. And every minute of every day, that driver, that computer is going to get better and know Phoenix better and better and better. And in 5 years, we'll have the perfect driver in Phoenix. We will have to retrain that driver in every single city. We're going to have to build out 3D maps of these cities. And it will take time, but over a period of time, you essentially have a driver who becomes the perfect driver. It'll take 10 to 15 years, but that's the feathering in that I'm talking about.
And will a child born today, will they ever need to learn how to drive?
A child born today? No, I don't think so.
So within sort of 20 years from now, we will...
I don't think so. Listen, I hear some groans.
And also,
listen, I heard a couple of groans. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. That doesn't count an estimated 20 to 50 million people that are injured. Okay, this is actually a public safety issue. If you look at cars, 96% of cars, 96% of time, cars are sitting there not being used. It is a huge amount of pollution that's caused by these cars being in the road, and a huge amount of wasted time. So the safety is there. Electrification is absolutely key, and sharing these platforms is going to allow us to be much safer and also put our assets where they add value.
But it's quite interesting because when you first came in, I remember you sounding somewhat more skeptical about self-driving cars. You've been converted. Is that a?
The choir has spoken, and I'm listening. It's pretty exciting technology out there. But again, it will be a hybrid technology for some period of time.
What about flying cars? That came as a slight surprise.
Yes, that's a great project that we're working on. It's called Uber Elevate. And it is actually about battery technology.
It would have helped a lot of people here.
I know. I wish that I was available. We'll launch it here if we can. But battery technology is allowing us to have multiple rotors on planes, or helicopters, if you want to call them that. These rotors that are much smaller will be much quieter than helicopters are. Much quieter, much safer. If you add sharing into the equation, you can actually get the economics of going from A to B. We think within 5 to 7 years to a place where normal people would think about taking these flying cars. That'll be the beginning, and then it's about scaling. And we're working with a number of partners right now.
Do you think the regulation on flying cars, I've heard some proponents of it argue that it might be easier than it has been on driverless cars, because driverless cars you have to deal with existing roads, existing everything. Flying cars, essentially you're going into unconquered space.
I think that mayors that are forward-thinking understand that traffic and pollution are a real issue, and I think flying cars can be a significant solution to traffic issues in cities. And these cars, to start with, they're going to be very specific. They'll be kind of highways in the air. There'll be very specific routes that these flying cars go on. They're not going to be able to take you to your backyard and land in your backyard. There'll be these skyports. So there'll be very specific routes that you go on. And I think if you build a regulatory framework that has that kind of structure around it, I think you get to a better solve.
Can I drag you back, somewhat reluctantly, back to the real world? But you have Rajiv Misra, who came in with you from SoftBank.
Yes.
He's going to become a director. Last week, he said that Uber should focus on repairing its market share in the US and on key European markets, rather than going going to new ones. Do you agree with that? Is that the way you look at Uber?
I think one of the fundamental strengths of Uber is the global scope that we have. This is
you
a
had
brand.
that motto, everywhere. What's it? Everywhere for everyone.
Yeah, everywhere for
everyone.
everyone.
You want to make it some places for some people?
No, we like the everywhere for everyone. It's much sexier than some places for some people. That's
telling me.
Just not interesting. I do think seriously though the global scope that our company brings is important. Our being able to build technology that we can amortize essentially everywhere in the world is hard, but it is part of the fundamental value that we introduce. So I would look at Uber very much as a global brand. That said, we're going to look at all opportunities, but at this point we are leaning forward, and 2018 for us is going to be very much a lean forward year for the company.
But without, I'm not trying to create new boardroom tension at Uber, but that would appear that SoftBank is keener on a more limited idea, whilst you're keener on everywhere for everyone.
Well, listen, SoftBank is a very important shareholder. They're our largest shareholder, and many of our shareholders have opinions over what's the right thing to do. Ultimately, the governance of the company is going to be at the board, and we'll have those discussions at the board, and we'll set our long-term strategy, and then execute on it.
One of the things which Uber played, perhaps not very fortunately, a role in was the whole sexual harassment questions and everything to do with that. I suppose one very obvious question, do you think that you have solved that part of the culture? But secondly, do you think that this is a real revolution and it's going to stick?
I think that what was happening at Uber was serious, and I think that while what Uber went through, what was difficult, I think the Susan Fowler blog was probably one of the best things that happened for Uber, and it certainly started a movement that's an incredibly important movement of the company. I'd be reticent to say that it's solved.
Yeah.
But it's not an endemic issue within the culture of the company, and I think the company has learned, and I think the company took very harsh and appropriate steps to make sure that kind of behavior is absolutely clear, that kind of behavior is not accepted in any way, shape, or form of the company, regardless of where you are, regardless of if you're a great performer or not. So I think we're at the right place for Uber as a company, but I think in general, we're not where we need to be in terms of women in senior positions, making sure that we're welcoming of women in technology, and we help women really build their careers within our company. There's a great kind of bottoms-up energy there, but we're not where we need to be, and we have a lot of work ahead of us.
On the issue of, you talked about the top performers, is that looking back, and also I suppose looking forward for many of the people in this room, because there are a lot of people's businesses which have been affected by this. If you had to give lessons to other people who are now looking at this issue, perhaps more seriously than they have done before, is the really bad issue, and I suppose I'm thinking some ways about the media industry in this, is that giving top performers more room for maneuver or whatever than people, or more discretion than people thought? Is that top performers need to be treated the same as everybody else?
I think they absolutely need to be held accountable. One of the really valuable lessons that I got early in my life was actually through Jack Welch, and he said, it's very tempting to allow top performers to misbehave in any way, but for me, he was talking about being aligned with the CEO. Sometimes you allow top performers. The tendency is, well, let them get away with some kind of behavior that is not the right behavior because they're so good. And what Jack told me very early on is that it's the top performers who are problematic culturally that are the most dangerous because they have followership within the company because people look up to them. So he's like the dumb person who is bad culturally. He's not the problem because everyone says, well, that's a dumb person, so who cares? It's the smart person who has followership, so it is incredibly important for the top performers to actually be held to account more radically than anyone else because they're the ones who have followership at the company, and they have to set the example. So for me personally, that has absolutely guided how I've managed. Expedia was a company that had, excellent cultural values, and one of the first things we did at Uber was to go out and reset our cultural values, and we call them norms because to me, it's not just these values that you put on the wall and kind of people stare at and you know, it's all nice. It's about behavior. And we set out to change behavior at Uber, and I think that the company was thirsting for it, and we are starting on a path, and I believe it's going to be a positive path.
An inevitable question, I hope you won't regard it as a cheap shot, but you talked about smart people who have followers throughout a company. I mean, Travis would seem to be the epitome of that sort of figure. Is that, do you think of him as being in that category of people that Jack Welch was talking about?
I think, listen, Travis was the CEO of the company, and he had incredible followership, and he was held to account, right? I mean, he's no longer the CEO of the company, and he's a board member. He's a big investor, and so he's absolutely going to play a part on the board. But we've also been very clear as a company that we do have to make a break with the past, with how we behaved as a company. And to some extent with the new CEO being a very different kind of a CEO. So in the end, you have to be held accountable, and I think that Travis was held accountable, and at this point, he's a board member and a constructive one at that.
If you look around the world now, where do you see the next competitors to Uber? You've obviously got Lyft breathing down your neck.
Yes, yes.
Where else do they come from?
Well, I think that as you move into a world of autonomy, the position of the car manufacturers, the position of, for example, Google, who's developing Waymo and Waymo autonomous technology, you're going to get a lot of players interested in this space. And a lot of people think about Uber and ride sharing as a significant enterprise, and it is. But the fact is that we account for less than 1% of miles driven on the road now. When autonomy comes in, that number over the next 10 years is going to be closer, I believe, to 15 to 20%. So, because we're not yet a true alternative to car ownership, and I believe that as you bring autonomous and you bring the price of mobility down and make it available to everybody, everywhere, then we become a real alternative to car ownership, and that really opens up the market for us, but it also opens us up to many more competitors.
And is Google at the forefront of those competitors at the moment?
Google is one of many. I think that they've developed very strong autonomous technology, but what we think, which is exceptional, is having autonomous technology and the network under one roof, which allows us to use autonomous in a very practical way, nearer than you think.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser on Bloomberg Radio.
Yes, indeed. Live from New York and New Jersey, streaming on YouTube. It is Thursday, October 22nd, 2020. Paul Sweeney, I don't know if they told you, but the show's actually going to be 10 hours today because there's so much going on.
We got plenty in the lineup today, not a spare minute.
No, I hope you brought some snacks. All right, politics, though, definitely at the top of our agenda. We've got the presidential debate. We're still waiting on stimulus, and there's really some concerns about protecting our democracy. We're going to cover it over the next few hours. First up, though, let's get a check on that trading day and check in with Charlie Pelley.
All right. Hi, thank you very much. Happy Thursday to you both, and absolutely right. Lots going on today. Let me get right to the numbers. I'll give you the why in a moment. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ at or near session highs right now. S&P up 17, up by 0.5%. The Dow's up 152 points, up 0.5%. NASDAQ, which has spent much of the day swinging between gains and losses, up now by 24 points. That is a gain of just about 0.2%. So the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, they are all higher right now. Stocks have been swinging between gains and losses as lawmakers in Washington continue to haggle over a spending bill. Treasury slumped. The yield on the 10-year now 0.84%. down 6/32. Gold down $20 the ounce, lower by 1.1%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.5%, 40.61. Gold, by the way, hovering just above 1900 at 1903. After earnings, AT&T surging 5.9%. Coca-Cola up 1.5%. And first day of trading for McAfee shares, that's the cybersecurity software company, it is down by 6.8%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, got your market set up. Thank you so much, Charlie Pellet. Let's set the Business Week agenda. For that, let's bring in Vince Signorella, global macro strategist at Bloomberg News. He's on the phone from White Plains, New York. Dave Wilson with us, stocks editor at Bloomberg News on the remote access from New Jersey. Vince, let's start with you. What's top of mind for you? I know you've been watching the U.S. consumer big time.
Yeah, watching the consumer, and clearly the situation is credit's drying up to the consumer, and without a further stimulus plan, I don't think we're going to see the G.I. Joe with the Kung Fu grip. No one knows what that means. This Christmas, it's setting.
If you watch Jerry Seinfeld and you watch the reruns, there was just one on with a girl he was dating whose father collected old toys, and he was just like into it. And G.I. Joe was a big part of the story. But anyway, go ahead.
Well, I lost my train of thought.
Sorry.
Fourth quarter is not really shaping up to be good for the consumer. And with the ongoing debate with stimulus, it very much appears that Pelosi and Mnuchin are buddy-buddy and coming to terms. And it's looking at like $1.9 trillion at the moment, of which $300 billion is going to go. They have earmarked for local and states aid. Flies in the face of the Senate. There was a story out just a few moments ago by the Washington Post citing aides that basically say there aren't 13 people around who are going to vote for this crap. So while the market is bid on it at the moment because of what they heard from Pelosi today and what they're getting from the White House, the reality of the situation is it isn't going to get done before the election from a standpoint of writing the bill and being able to vote on it. Now, will the two sides come to an agreement? Perhaps, but the Senate's never going to vote for it before the election, and then you have to wonder what's the impetus for a lame duck Congress or a lame duck Senate to vote for something that presumably, if Biden is president, will only help him. It's not a lot of motivation for Republicans to get behind this.
So, David, just send it to me like Vince Signorella's throwing some cold water on the market's rally here today. We're near the intraday highs here. What are you looking at when you see the equity markets today?
Well, just to sort of follow on from Vince's point, I was taking a look at the performance this month of the 11 main industry groups in the S&P 500 and the consumer discretionary category, which is retailers, automakers, home builders. You're talking about industries that in one way or another depend on consumers' willingness to spend. Well, they've been market leaders really going back to 2009 when bull market began. This month, they basically moved with the S&P 500. They don't stand out at all. And today, you get the latest report on mortgage rates. The 30-year mortgage at a record low for the 11th time this year. And then you look at the builders. I mean, they're pretty much lower across the board here. Pulte Group, which had a 36% increase in orders in their latest quarter. They had earnings and revenue that beat analyst estimates. Those shares are down 4.7% right now, and they have a lot of company among the builders. So it just goes to show you that, all this back and forth, without any resolution when it comes to a stimulus package, it's getting people's attention here.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Vince, I just am curious, what's going to get your attention on tonight's final presidential debate, assuming you're going to watch?
To be perfectly honest with you, I'm not. But I would say what I'm going to read about it afterwards is I think what people are going to want to really look at is the two differing approaches of how they're going to how they would deal with the virus going forward. And the one thing I'd be really curious to hear what Joe Biden says, if he reiterates that he would follow the scientists and do another lockdown if it so calls for one. I think that's something that needs to be on people's mind going forward. I'm not saying for or against in any way, shape, or form, but we know what that did to the economy the last time. And I think if you're an investor, you have to keep that in your back pocket, because if we do have that situation again, it doesn't really bode well in the short term for stocks. but it could create some amazing buying opportunities.
Well, I will say that's interesting. And I will say that a lot of the guests that Paul and I are talking to, especially on the medical side, I mean, there's a bunch of them that are pretty nervous about what's to come over the next few months if we are not responsible and if we don't have some leadership to get us through. David, quick check and tease for your chart coming up.
Well, here's a very deep tease. I have been out at outdoor dining the last 2 weekends.
No.
I've seen propane heaters.
Yep.
The concept showed up in the Fed's Beige Book report. So I'm taking a look at what's going on in that market.
Yeah, man, I know. Everybody's buying them. Everybody's doing pieces on that. Have you bought one, Paul?
We've always had one, and we learned that from California. It's just the way of life out there. But now, as Dave said, finding propane is a problem. My usual propane guy, he's not as reliable as he used to be.
Gotta love somebody who's got a propane guy.
That's
all
right.
right, guys, we're going to leave it there. Vince Signorella, always thank you. Global macro strategist. Check him out. He contributes to the Macro Squawk Desk. Squawk, a real-time curated news that is audio streamed directly through your terminal. You can find it at Squawk Go on your Launchpad. Dave's going to be back a little bit later on. So I don't know about you, but I've actually been looking forward to watching the presidential debate tonight, Paul Sweeney. I think I just want to see how it goes, how different it is from last time, and what we get in terms of substance from the candidates.
Yeah, I think so. And, this could be a little bit different this time around with the mute button, which is, is something that perhaps will make it a little bit more orderly. But as Vince was saying, I think, as we start to get this surge back again, and there's some surging in Florida, and we know what's going on in Europe, I think people want to say, how is this government going to deal with it this time around? Last time around, as we all know, it was kind of left to the states and local municipalities, and is there going to be anything different this time?
Right, exactly. We know everything's tied to getting the virus under control and really the future of our economy. We've got it covered. Bloomberg contributor Rick Davis, former Republican strategist, who was former manager of Senator John McCain's presidential campaign. He's going to be here also on the subject of our democracy, especially on a date and day where there are some concerns about interference, international interference, again, or foreign interference in our election. Retired U.S. Army Lieutenant General H.R. McMaster. He's got a book, Paul, Battlegrounds, The Fight to Defend the Free World.
Yeah, and it's very interesting. I was kind of going through some of the details there, and it's he kind of breaks it down by different places around the world, China, the Middle East, kind of saying, and Russia, and so on and so forth, and what should be our strategy there. And in a world where it's kind of internationalism is out of favor right now, certainly with this administration, America first, if you will, as opposed to the internationalist policies of post-World War II that arguably had some huge benefits, i.e. the growth of the West and the defeat of communism. You kind of put that into context of where we are now. It's a much different view. What will former Vice President Biden say about foreign policy?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. And our cover story this week in the magazine Robinhood, we've all been talking about this addictive trading app. It's basically, we're going to ask the question, what does it want to be when it grows up? So we'll get into that. And then we've got Intel earnings. We're going to do a deep dive into chips. In the meantime, let's get a check on world and national news. For that, it's over to Nancy Lyons in D.C. Hi, Nance.
Hey, Carol. U.S. officials are accusing Russia and Iran of election interference, saying Tehran is sending intimidating emails to Democratic voters. Terry Haynes, founder of Pangea Policy, tells Bloomberg it's in the self-interest of the intelligence community to go public with what they know.
After the last 4 years of various nonstop drumbeats about election security and election meddling in the 2016 elections, I think what you saw last night was an effort to say, look, it's in our self-interest as well as the public's interest to make sure that we are much clearer and much more public about what we're doing and how we're doing it.
Well, the Senate Judiciary Committee today made quick work of approving the nomination of Judge Amy Coney Barrett to the U.S. Supreme Court after all Democrats decided to stay away. Bloomberg's Irv Chapman with the latest.
I just find this to be a surreal environment we're in.
Republican John Cornyn referring to the photographs Democratic senators placed on their empty seats of constituents who would be hurt by the repeal of Obamacare as Chairman Lindsey Graham convened the meeting.
That was their choice not to participate. It will be my choice to vote the nominee out of committee. This is a groundbreaking, historic moment where you can tell young conservative women there's a place at the table for you.
With a unanimous vote of 12 Republicans, Judge Barrett's nomination headed for confirmation by the full Senate. In Washington, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says they're just about there on reaching a stimulus deal. She's talking again this afternoon with Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Master along with Paul Sweeney. New Jersey governor, my governor, your governor, Phil Murphy, and his wife apparently risking exposure to COVID-19. That happened over the weekend. He was outdoors at a Hoboken bar. Anybody who knows Hoboken, that's my next-door neighbor, is a town that has, I think, the most bars per capita, basically. But anyway, he said they were unmasked at times. He said this in a radio interview. I kind of cannot get my head around that.
Well, he was out there eating outdoors, and I know the restaurant well. And they have a big outdoor seating area, and it's a big social area, but they were they were social distancing. They were outdoor, masks off while they were eating, and he was exposed. He and his wife were exposed to someone who was tested positive, and through contact tracing, they were notified. The good news is, Carol, I think both of them, the governor and his wife, have tested negative twice. So they'll take another test, so they are quarantining. But I think, to me, as I read the story, it is, with masking, you can live a fairly reasonable normalcy,
life,
if you will. Is there some risk out there? Yes, but for a lot of people that risk is manageable. For some, it's not, and I respect that.
Right.
But it just goes to show that you can, if you do the right things, you can still be at risk. But it's better than completely shutting down, which we can't afford. And we're seeing some of the numbers coming out of Europe and even certain parts of the U.S.
Well, absolutely. You mentioned Europe. We see wave of infections rising. Italy, Germany, the Netherlands, and at least 7 other nations reported record numbers of coronavirus cases. Florida cases jumping as well. So I guess my take is you're right. You respect if somebody can't wear a mask. If you're eating outside, you can't. But I guess I'm watching very closely when the numbers start to go higher. That would make me even kind of double down.
I'll give you a little homework assignment for the weekend. On Saturday, look at some of the Southeastern Conference football games, and you'll be amazed at how full the stands are. It is scary.
With masks? No masks?
No masks, mostly.
That is pretty scary. All right, we're just getting started on this Thursday. This is Bloomberg.
updates, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Stocks are higher, in fact, at session highs as lawmakers in Washington continue to haggle over a spending bill. Treasury slumped, S&P advancing after House Speaker Nancy Pelosi said she is, quote, hopeful about reaching a deal with the White House. S&P up now by 21 points. Again, best level of the day, up by 0.6%. The year-to-date gain on the S&P now 7.01%. The Dow's up 200 points, up 0.7%. And NASDAQ is up 34. That is a gain of 0.3%. 10-year is down 5/32. 10-year yield 0.84%. Gold down 1%, $19.04 the ounce, lower by $20 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up now by 1.6%, $40.66 the barrel. Shares of Gap are flying higher today, says it expects to return to profitable growth next year, easing investor concern over the financial strain of the coronavirus pandemic. Gap shares up 10.5%. Intel reports after the closing bell, Intel up now by 1.2%. Again, recapping, 10-year yield 0.84%, S&P up 0.6. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Well, as we deal with this pandemic, there are so many things to talk about as it relates to the healthcare aspect of it. Lots of things are changing. We're not going into offices. Telemedicine is taking a big source of growth for the healthcare business. To chat about all of the changes, plus the virus, plus any potential vaccines, we are very pleased to welcome Dr. Caleb Alexander, Professor of Epidemiology from Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. He joins us on the phone from Charm City, Baltimore, Maryland. Dr. Alexander, thanks so much for joining us here. Let's just start with the latest on the numbers. Carol and I were just talking about the really negative trends we're seeing coming out of Europe and even in certain parts of the United States. What's your take on what we're seeing right now?
Well, thank you for having me, Carol and Paul. It's a real privilege. And I should say that there's a lot of concern about the way the trends are going. And, you know, we've been talking for some time about the potential for a third wave, if you will, as the weather cools, as people start spending more time indoors, as some of us are starting to feel a little bit more pandemic fatigue. And indeed, the numbers are not looking good. In other words, we're seeing rising rates of infections, and in some parts of the country, corresponding increases in numbers of hospitalizations or deaths. And it's keeping a lot of people awake at night, I can tell you that.
Well, and I do wonder, we didn't have the playbook, right, the first time around. We were all kind of learning as we go, and in many cases scrambling just to keep up. I do wonder, Dr. Alexander, what have we learned from the past 6 or 7 months, certainly when it comes to treatment and certainly when it comes to keeping things under control or in check, if we can?
Well, we know an enormous amount more about the virus itself. We understand a lot more about how it does damage to the human body, and we certainly have made headway in identifying some potential treatments that do have an important role to play. So we do have a lot more options than we did in January or February. And I think we've also had plenty of time to understand how the virus is transmitted and what sort of public health measures can be used to prevent such transmission. And I suppose one of the most remarkable things is that despite the amount of time we've had, and despite the amount that we know, and despite the amount of scientific consensus about things such as mask wearing, that we still have such debate about that, and in some cases lose sight of the science and lose sight of what we know about how this virus infects people and kills people.
Can I just ask you, do you think that sending everybody back to school, kids back to school, has been a mistake?
Well, I mean, it's taken place differently in parts of the country, and I think that that's what should be happening. In other words, there's a lot of variation county to county, city to city, school district to school district in the extent of community spread of the virus. And frankly, I think schools differ in how well equipped they are to manage that. So there are certainly some districts where I don't think that it's a great idea for children to be in classrooms face-to-face, and there are other districts that I think are managing it with a large number of accommodations. And so it's really an area where we can set consistent evidence-based guidelines for how schools and school systems should manage this, but the application of those guidelines really has to be fit for purpose within individual communities.
Doctor, on the vaccine front, what is your understanding of how this might play out? There are so many companies pursuing so many different vaccines and therapeutics for that matter. And I'm sure the folks at Johns Hopkins are right in the middle of all of that.
Yeah.
How do you think this is going to play out over the next 3-6 months?
Yeah, well, it's going to be a good problem to have if and when we have multiple vaccines on the market. And you're right that there are many, many in different stages of development, several that are in late-stage development. And the best estimates that I've heard, the most credible estimates, are that by late this year or early next year, we may have one or more that have what's called emergency use authorization. That's a designation by the Food and Drug Administration that's not, it falls short of full approval, but it allows for a product to be used on the market. And if and when that happens, not everybody needs to be vaccinated in one fell swoop. We won't have enough product to do so. And frankly, there are some people that are at much greater risk, either because of their occupations or because of their comorbid conditions, the diseases they have, how old they are. So there are going to be different tiers of people that really need it early and people that can wait and don't have such a pressing need. But we really need to do everything we can to ensure that the scientists and public health professionals are to do their jobs.
Right.
And we're fortunate to have such a good drug administration, and they really need to be regulating these products and governing their access to the market.
Dr. Alexander, sit tight. We're going to do a little bit of world and national news and then come back and continue the conversation, because I do wonder about that variety of vaccines that's going to be out there. And is it a case that we're all going to be taking multiple vaccines at one point? And can we overdose on vaccines? And I kind of want to understand that a little bit more. Dr. Caleb Alexander, professor of epidemiology at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, of course, supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week, and this is Bloomberg Radio.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 106.1. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
Yes, indeed. Bloomberg Business Week. It is Thursday. Carol Master along with Paul Sweeney. We're going to get back to our conversation with Dr. Caleb Alexander over at Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, talking about the virus. And I've got a few questions about the buffet of vaccines that we are expecting at some point. So we'll get some guidance on that. First up, though, back to your top business stories. Charlie Pellet.
I thank you very much, Carol Master. And again, happy Thursday to you both. Lots going on today. Great reason to keep it locked into Bloomberg Radio. Of course, we will have the presidential debate for you tonight. 8:30 is when our coverage begins. The actual event takes place at 9 p.m. Stocks higher across the board. In fact, we are close to the session highs, just off the high right now on the S&P. Stocks are advancing as lawmakers in Washington continue to haggle over a spending bill. Let's get right to the numbers. The S&P up now by 19 points, up 0.5%. The Dow up 185, up 0.7%. NASDAQ is up 21. For NASDAQ, that is a gain of about 0.2%. 10-year is down 6/32. 10-year yield, watching that very closely today, 0.84%. We've got gold down 1.1%, $19.03 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.5%, $40.61. Again, worth repeating the 10-year yield there, 0.84%. A source says a participant who died during a trial of AstraZeneca's COVID-19 vaccine in Brazil had not received the company's shot. AstraZeneca shares the ADRs here in the U.S. up by 0.6%. The symptoms of coronavirus continue to linger in some patients even after they are well out of the hospital. Dr. Jason Farley is a nursing professor at Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. He was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Television.
There was a recent publication in the Journal of the American Medical Association, highly respected journal, showing that they followed patients after their initial onset of symptoms for up to 2 months after they initially became sick. And they found that patients' fatigue was the most common symptom, but they also had lingering symptoms from their respiratory system, so cough and some difficulty breathing at times.
The Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. McAfee shares opened 7% lower after its IPO raised $740 million in a muted return to public markets. After a decade, the cybersecurity software company started trading at $18.60 below its $20 IPO price. McAfee, ticker MCFE, now lower by just about 6.9%. Recapping, 10-year yield 0.84%, S&P up 19, up 0.6%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Master along with Paul Sweeney. Let's get back to Dr. Caleb Alexander, professor of epidemiology at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. He's founding co-director of the Center for Drug Safety and Effectiveness, principal investigator of the Johns Hopkins FDA Center of Excellence in Regulatory Science and Innovation. He is the perfect person to talk about when it comes to vaccines as well. Of course, Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. So, Dr. Alexander, I do wonder, we just heard from one of your colleagues at Hopkins as well, Charlie Pellet, talking about that, those COVID long haulers. I do wonder, though, about the upcoming array of vaccines that we will get. And do we, as patients, consumers, ultimately, will we be taking multiple vaccines, or are we going to at some point have some medical guidance that says this is the kind of vaccine you should be taking versus somebody else takes a different vaccine? Help me understand this.
Well, it's a great question. And if and when we get to a point where we have multiple vaccines that are on the market, and again, I would say that that's going to be a good problem to have if that happens. They will no doubt have some differences. They may have differences in how effective they are. They have slightly different side effect profiles. They may differ in terms of how well tolerated they are. And I think that it's plausible when they first come out, we're not necessarily going to know if one vaccine is better than another in a particular instance, but we certainly will, as time goes on, have information regarding the relative importance of the different vaccines. And rest assured, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and other professional governmental organizations will be looking carefully to develop and disseminate guidance for people regarding which vaccine is right.
Doctor, it's interesting, and just as we were talking here, Sam Fazeli, who is our senior pharmaceutical and healthcare analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence, he's based in London, he just messaged me and he said, if you have a vaccine with maybe 60% effectiveness and only 50% of the people take it, is it even worth it to go down the vaccine route?
Well, there's a huge push. I mean, it's very, very, very important that when vaccines hit the market, that they're used, and rest assured there will be a huge push to try to encourage people to use them, because we're not going to achieve what is called herd immunity. In other words, having enough people vaccinated so that essentially society is protected and the COVID virus doesn't transmit easily within communities unless there's widespread vaccine adoption. And so, if there are multiple different products on the market, if there are multiple different vaccines, another benefit of that is that there's going to be a demand that will far outstrip supply, even if there's some subset of the population that doesn't want the vaccine for one reason or another. And by having multiple manufacturers that are producing the vaccines, we'll have a better chance of achieving that target of what's called herd immunity. In other words, enough people getting vaccinated that the virus can no longer simply jump person to person within communities.
So, okay, and I have to say, Dr. Alexander, I do think about, is this our world now, and we're going to have similar type viruses that are really tough and very contagious and very lethal? Is this our future?
Well, we're going to get through this. I mean, I think the general scientific consensus is that, we're not going to be with this in February, so don't get your hopes up, whether or not there's one or more vaccines on the market. And it may be that there's some lingering COVID years down the line, just as we have what's called seasonal influenza, seasonal flu. But we will get through this. We will not, rest assured, in a few years, we will not all be, wearing masks to the supermarket and conducting as much engagement as we can by computer and telephone.
So there's not going to be a COVID like 2022? That's a whole new variation? No, I mean it seriously. Just got about 20 seconds.
Yeah, well, I think, we look back, the last major pandemic worldwide was 1919, and I think the best estimates and expectations are that within 12 to 18 months that we'll be in a significantly better place than we are right now.
All right, that's some optimism I can certainly use on this Thursday. So thank you so much. Dr. Caleb Alexander, professor of epidemiology at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, joining us on the phone from Baltimore. And, of course, the Bloomberg School of Public Health, supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP. Back to World and National News. Lots going on. Nancy Lyons has it covered from D.C. Hey, Nance.
Hey there, Carol. Judge Amy Coney Barrett is one step closer to being confirmed to the Supreme Court. Today, Republicans on the Senate Judiciary Committee approved her nomination. All the Democrats on the committee boycotted the vote. Republicans say the process is still on track to have her confirmed before Election Day. Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden is now outlining what he has planned for the court system if he wins the White House. Bloomberg's Amy Morris reports from Washington.
Biden says he'll set up a bipartisan commission to study reforms of the court, spurred on by his party's calls to expand the number of seats on the Supreme Court.
And it's not about court packing. There's a number of other things that our constitutional scholars have debated, and I'd look to see what recommendations that commission might make.
In an interview that will air on Sunday, Biden told CBS's 60 Minutes he'll look at several alternatives, and while he didn't get specific, Democrats and legal scholars have suggested term limits, jurisdiction stripping, and court packing, which is something Biden has said in the past he does not like. In Washington, I'm Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says she's pleased with the progress of stimulus talks with Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin and White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. She says a deal is possible.
They still haven't completely signed off on it, but I think we're just about there, that we will allocate, again, the resources and the policies necessary to do that.
Pelosi says the two sides have still not reached an agreement on state and local funding and liability provisions. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Nance, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Master along with Paul Sweeney. This story, like, I'm just thinking if the bars were open in New York, everybody would be sitting around having a cocktail and talking about this one, because Goldman Sachs, legendary firm, you worked there, didn't you?
No, that's one of the firms I did not.
Okay, you did not. All right. Well, they admitted a role. They basically admitted its role in the biggest foreign bribery case in U.S. enforcement history. We've talked about this a lot here at Bloomberg, conceding that its officers helped spread $1.6 billion in illicit payments across Malaysia and the Middle East in a scheme that diverted money from a development fund, we're talking about 1MDB, into an international spending spree on mansions and lavish parties.
It's just an incredible story. It's a global story. I think, with the numbers are huge. The total sum of the fines that have been announced so far on Goldman Sachs, approximately $5 billion. So that gets everybody's
That's real money,
attention.
right, Paul?
That's real money, even for the good folks at Goldman Sachs. The angle that I find very interesting is the story we saw today on the Bloomberg about Goldman Sachs intending to claw back bonuses from some of the senior people at the firm and those involved, and that's including former CEO Lloyd Blankfein and some others. So it goes right to the top.
Yeah, they're going to also cut the pay of current CEO David Solomon and some other current leaders. And as you said, claw back compensation from Lloyd Blankfein and several other former executives. The bank coming out and saying that. Listen, we've talked about this, right, with all of these scandals, whether it's, a regular company or it's a financial company, that when there's things that go wrong and they pay these fines and then no executives are held accountable. It's a very different feel, right, coming off, I think, of the financial crisis. This is maybe some residue from that.
Yeah, this is a clawback. This is probably one of the most senior level clawbacks I can remember. So, and that, when you talk about Wall Street folks, the one thing that gets our attention is compensation. And you mess with our compensation, that's a problem. And that's why the clawback can be such an effective tool.
Yeah, this is an incredible story. And no doubt about it, it is among our most read on the Bloomberg. Check it out. This is Bloomberg.
updates, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ are all advancing. Stocks close to session highs. Stocks are advancing as lawmakers in Washington continue to haggle over a spending bill. Right now, the S&P is up 17. That is a gain of 0.5%. Dow Jones Industrial Average advancing 164 points, up 0.6%. NASDAQ is up 18. That is a gain of just about 0.2%. 10-year's down 5/30 seconds. 10-year yield now 0.84%. Gold is down 1%, 19.04 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.5%, 40.61 a barrel. After earnings, AT&T surging 5.6%. Coca-Cola up now by 1.4%. Also after earnings, Southwest Airlines up 5.9%, American up 2.9%. After the closing bell today, we will be hearing from Intel, shares up now by 1.1%. Again, worth repeating the 10-year, the yield there 0.84%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, Robinhood, Paul, definitely one of the COVID economy's breakout successes, right? We've talked a lot about it. It can take advantage, those who use it, of volatility in the marketplace. It also can create volatility, I think, in the marketplace. But I feel like now it has to figure out what it wants to be.
When it grows up.
Yeah, when it grows up. It is this week's cover story in the magazine. Let's get more from Bloomberg News investing reporter Annie Massa. She's on the phone in New York City. Also here, Bloomberg Business Week editor Joel Weber on the phone in Brooklyn. I mean, we know, Joel, the millennials, they're pretty addicted to this one.
Yeah, and this has been, like you kind of hinted at there, it's been sort of one of the stories of the pandemic is just how day trading became the thing that has been captivating people on their phones for months now, and it's made people be doing things that are sometimes a little bit crazier than what they would have probably otherwise been doing, simply because there's nothing else going on that looks like an entertainment in the same way. And so it's basically almost become, Robinhood especially, has almost become sort of part of this like financial entertainment ecosystem during the pandemic. And so we've been watching it along the way, and Annie Massa has been breaking a ton of news. And we wanted to kind of put it all together and just say, like, look, this is Robinhood is now officially a pandemic pastime. But the question becomes, where do they go from here, I think? What's the plan? How do you take something that, they popularized free trading, fractional shares of ownership now, but where do you go from there? And Annie, what did you find out as you tried to ask that question?
Yeah, that was a major question we were trying to figure out, because Robinhood has proved so amazing at just getting people onto its platform. Like, it spread like wildfire, signing up 3 million users in the first 4 months of the year alone. And so we were kind of asking, what's the next act for Robinhood? And when you look at it, the way that they're pitching themselves to these investors, they say, okay, we get these first-time traders in the door, and then the next step for us is to have them grow with us into all kinds of other products that Robinhood doesn't offer yet, but things like one day they'll want us for mortgage lending or car and rental insurance or life insurance even. So they have a much bigger vision for what they want all these customers to do on their platform. That's not just trading. But the catch is, if you're going to offer things like insurance and retirement accounts to people, you really need their trust, and that's a place where they've struggled.
So, Annie, talk to us about the typical Robinhood trader or account user. What's the profile?
I think that there is kind of a stock image in everyone's mind of the typical Robinhood trader. I mean, 80% of their assets under management do come from millennial users, so it's absolutely a millennial product. But Gen Z is in the mix as well. And I think, the typical image that you might get in your head of a Robinhood user is maybe a college age or, kind of 20-something trader, a lot of men. But that's not the only profile. We spoke to all kinds of people who use this app, including people who don't use it just for day trading, who are trying to invest a little bit more long-term. And so it varies, but that millennial group is core for them.
And Annie, you mentioned some struggles. Let's talk about sort of the pieces of the puzzle that Robinhood users have encountered, and some of them have become frustrated about? What are some of those main gripes?
Absolutely. Well, one of the more recent issues was around 2,000 accounts were compromised, in which they found in an internal review, and that's news we broke a couple weeks ago. And the main frustration, I think, around this issue and others that have come up with Robinhood over this year is they don't have a customer service phone number, and a frustration that's
Wait,
vented
what?
again and again.
It's like you just stop right there. It's like, what? Yeah.
That's right. So, and I mean, it's really it's very Silicon Valley, actually, like a lot of companies that we use all the time, a lot of tech companies don't have a real customer service number.
But this isn't like Uber, I didn't get my car. It's like I have a question about my investments.
Exactly. And if you're worried that your account was hacked, or if there's an outage, like they had a major day-long outage way at the beginning of, right before the pandemic lockdown started on March 2nd that lasted all day. So if you're sitting there with your phone, either the app is totally down, or I'm seeing, funds disappear from my account because I'm worried it was hacked, there's no one to call, and that does freak people out. So it's this question of can we move into a world where people are okay with that?
Annie, I'm just wondering what the competitors are thinking here. I'm thinking E-Trade, Charles Schwab, TD Ameritrade. Are they saying we need to adapt a little bit because these Robinhood folks have tapped into something?
It's a great question, and I think they have. I mean, one thing, Robinhood was really an early mover into free commission trading, and at the time, I think it was kind of a wacky idea, and now that's the industry standard. I mean, around this time last year, Charles Schwab moved to zero commissions, and all of the other major brokerages did the same, and now, zero commission trading is the industry standard. So, I mean, that's one way. They offer fractional shares. That's something which is the ability to buy just a piece of a stock instead of the whole thing. So, for example, buying just a $5 slice of Amazon or another big tech stock. And that's something that, Fidelity and Schwab have now. So Robinhood has, in some ways, bent the industry to its image. It's true.
So, Annie, what are the likelihoods that a company like Robinhood might go public?
So, in reporting this story, we did hear that it's possible that this wild year that they've had could pull the prospects of an IPO public. And without commenting on the exact timeline, co-founder Vlad Tenev did say that they see themselves as a large independent public company in the future. And so, especially if you're so capital markets focused with your customers, you can imagine that they might want to harness some of that and some of the real lightning in a bottle that they've captured this year by trying to work towards an IPO, though we don't have an exact date yet.
Well, we're all watching. And I have to say, Paul and I caught up with one of the co-founders of Wealthfront, Andy Ratcliffe, over the last week or so, and he had some thoughts certainly on Robinhood. Right? Paul, one of the kind of early financial disruptors.
Right, exactly right. And, this is the question is this a trend, or when we come out of the pandemic, are people going to kind of back away from this?
And do you have to be more and offer more services? I have to say one internal message I'm getting from one of our Bloomberg colleagues who said basically, the customer service or lack thereof is one reason that they switched back to a major brokerage because they just were uncomfortable with it. All right, Annie Massa, thank you so much. Bloomberg News investing reporter, and along with, of course, Bloomberg Business Week editor Joel Weber. And that conversation we had with Wealthfront, it's featured in our weekend show, so folks can check it out over the weekend on Bloomberg Radio. For those of you listening in New York, D.C., and San Francisco, watching on YouTube, Bloomberg Business Week, we're going to continue. If you're listening on Bloomberg 106.1 in Boston, Bay State Business is coming up next. I cannot wait for the next conversation. I love talking politics.
Yeah, and today is a day for politics with the presidential debate coming up tonight, which is going to be must-see TV, I believe.
Yeah, good stuff. All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Business Week, and this is Bloomberg Radio.
Bloomberg World Headquarters. I'm Charlie Pellet. We move into the final hour of trading on this Thursday, October 22nd. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all advancing. Stocks trading close to session highs. S&P 500 index up 17 now. That's a gain of 0.5%. The Dow's up 161, up 0.6. NASDAQ is advancing 22 points. For NASDAQ, that is a gain right now of just about 0.2%. Stocks are rising with banks rallying as Treasury yields jump as lawmakers in Washington continue to haggle over a spending bill. The S&P advancing to a session high. Financial firms rallying by almost 2%. 10-year Treasury yield topping 8.84%. That is the highest since June. To be clear and worth repeating, right now the 10-year, the yield there, 0.84%, down 6/30 seconds. Gold up 1%, $19.04 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.5%, $40.64 a barrel right now on West Texas Intermediate crude. Well, Wall Street is continuing to monitor stimulus developments out of Washington. Michelle Meyer is head of U.S. economics at Bank of America.
The fiscal stimulus program that I think would be put in place would look different than back in the spring, and it would be focused more on supporting spending and purchasing power of the unemployed, supporting small businesses. Those seem to be the two really most important factors right now when you think about where there's still some lingering pain in the economy that can slow down the overall recovery.
Goldman Sachs Group will recoup payments from its top executives, marking another black eye as a series of global probes concludes over its role in the 1MDB scandal. The Wall Street Giant will claw back compensation from CEO David Solomon and his predecessor, Lloyd Blankfein, this according to a person briefed on the matter. Goldman Sachs shares, they are up now by 1.3%. It is an up day for the U.S. stock market. ExxonMobil plans to lay off an unspecified number of employees as low oil prices force the company to delay major projects. Shares of ExxonMobil, they are up today. ExxonMobil up by 4.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
So it is 11 days, 9 hours, 57 minutes, and 54 seconds until the November election. I know a lot of people have already voted. I know I have this great clock. I know everybody says 12 days. No, that's when Election Day will be over. We may know an outcome. But 11 days until we all start voting. Tonight, of course, the final presidential debate. A lot going on politically today. Bloomberg contributor Rick Davis is back. Former Republican strategist, former manager of Senator John McCain's presidential campaign, partner at Stone Court Capital. He's back with us on the phone from Virginia. Rick, so great to have you here with us. I don't even know where to start. So let's start with the debate. I cannot wait to watch. What are you expecting? Will it be vastly different? I mean, certainly the topics are supposed to be different, but do you think it's going to be very different this time around?
Well, you know, the difference may be in the debate commission. They've said they're going to control microphones, at least in the initial question and answer period, which is at the top of each section, 10-minute sections, 2 minutes each. To answer a question, the commission will control the mic so that Trump can't talk over Joe Biden and vice versa. But then it's opened up, and so I do expect it to be combative. The Trump campaign has made it totally clear that Donald Trump's going to go after Joe Biden on his corrupt family and dealings that his son had in China and Ukraine. So I would expect sparks to fly. It'll be interesting to see how Joe Biden reacts to that aggressive approach that Donald Trump seems to like. And I think that this is the last chance to make a real material change for the campaigns in the election. We'll then have to worry for the next 11 days what kind of events will occur around the world that could affect the election. But tonight's the big night for the campaigns to make their point.
I just want to follow it. You know, I think Americans like fighters, and I don't know that. Do you think that it hurt Biden when he said, you know, shut up, come on, man, or whatever, you know, or did people feel like, yeah, I felt the same way and I would have done the same thing? So I do wonder what's the balance that Biden has to have tonight.
Yeah, there's no question that it's kind of hard to tell out of that first debate whether people reacted to Trump's overbearing and, you know, interruptions and domination of the dialogue, or whether they reacted positively to Joe Biden's, you know, sort of pushing him back. But it was a good week for Joe Biden. I mean, he clearly advanced in some of those polls in the battleground states after that debate. It was also the time when Donald Trump came down with coronavirus, so that was a bit of a distraction from all those things. And yet the campaign has sort of settled back to where it was before the last debate, polling-wise. And so I would imagine that the Biden people are happy with the outcome of the first debate and would love to replicate that.
Mm-hmm. So, Rick, I'll be honest. I'll be switching back and forth between the debate and the Giants-Eagles game, but I think there'll probably be more action.
Oh, I guess we have a night off tonight, right?
Yeah, there might be more action with the debate. Is there, this president's been reported again that he is not necessarily taking the time to prepare for this debate. I guess we're going to rely on his gut. Is there anything that you would advise this president to do in tonight's debate?
Look, I think that he did turn off voters in his last debate because of his tone, overly aggressive, in his approach, overbearing. And so I don't think he has to change too much about what he says. I think he has to change the way he says it. Tone and demeanor are really important. I mean, this is part of what people have to live through for the next 4 years. And there is, in the polling data, a pretty good amount of Trump fatigue that's out there with voters. I mean, he's just in your mouth, mouth, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You wake up in the morning with 40 Twitters and you go to sleep, with him at a rally screaming his head off. So, if he wants to get reelected, I think if he just dialed it back, people would say, wow, that's the Trump we want.
So, conversely, Rick, I mean, the pandemic numbers are starting to go in the wrong direction again. How should former Vice President Biden portray that and the U.S. response or lack thereof from a federal response tonight? What's the best course of action as it relates to the pandemic for Mr. Biden?
Well, the pandemic played a pretty big role in the first debate, and I think this is where the Biden people feel they really made up ground. Not only did they attack the administration's lackluster approach to it, but they offered a very specific plan for the future, a plan which in subsequent interviews Donald Trump says is basically something he agrees to. He hasn't implemented it, but he doesn't disagree with the Biden plan. And so I think that they want this election to turn on who is the future administration best able to navigate the United States and, frankly, help the world get through the coronavirus and a subsequent economic downturn. And I think that will be as much of the debate as he can possibly push his plan for coronavirus.
What do you make of the president releasing the 60 Minutes interview, or a big chunk of it? I have to say I'm a little obsessed. I've been trying to squeeze in watching it in between prepping for the show and stuff. He's pretty agitated, it feels like, from the get-go, before they even started talking. How does that impact anything, or what's the strategy here, Rick? And would you have, if you were advising him, would you have said, yep, release it?
Yeah, I think he's trying to basically bait the refs. It's you go after the referee before the game starts because you want them to feel good for the home team. And I think this is sort of a message to the debate moderator, Kristen Welker, tonight. He's been all over attacking her as being biased. I think he's always made a pretty good diet of attacking the media and looking for, I would think, some kind of better deal out of them by pushing back hard on them. And by the way, I think that's worked relatively well in his administration. I think there is a little bit of president's ability to cow the media by being so aggressive at them, and this is just another example of how he's done that. He is setting up a lot of alternatives on Election Day, and he needs the media to be compliant with some of his, I think, more outrageous options. And I think this is all a plan to get that ready for that.
Well, and I think many would argue that a lot of the media has become gun shy, afraid about being thrown out of the press room or, not being able to have access to the White House. So we're going to continue, do a little bit of news, and then come back and continue with Bloomberg contributor Rick Davis, former Republican strategist, former manager of Senator John McCain's presidential campaign, partner at Stone Court Capital. Paul Sweeney, have you been watching any of the of what Trump has released?
I have seen some clips there, and it's from the get-go. You were right. Yeah, he was not happy just from the very beginning, so we'll have to see how that goes. Right now, let's head down to Washington, D.C. 99.1 Studios. Nancy Lyons, let's get some world and national news, shall we?
Thanks, Paul. President Trump has just landed in Nashville, where he and Joe Biden will be squaring off in their final debate tonight in one of the last potential turning points of the 2020 election. Jeannie Zaino is a professor of political science at Iona College.
Joe Biden has to be very careful he doesn't get very upset or frustrated by the attacks on his family, particularly his son, which we hear are going to be a big part of what the president may do tonight. Beyond that, he's in the lead in most polls. He's got to really do no harm in this debate. A lot of the focus is going to be, can the president change the narrative?
Tune into Bloomberg Radio and Television for complete debate coverage beginning tonight at 8:30 Wall Street time. No deal yet on another stimulus package, but House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is sounding encouraged.
We continue to be engaged in negotiations, and I am hopeful that we will be able to reach agreement. We've made good progress this week.
She says they're still working on state and local funding and those liability issues. The coronavirus pandemic is impacting the Social Security Trust Fund. The Bipartisan Policy Center says the fund could be depleted by 2030, 5 years earlier than the official government estimate before the virus hit. And this is due to resulting recession and long-term near-zero interest rates. The report says even under the most optimistic economic projections, the fund could run out of money by 2034. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. We're going to get back to Bloomberg contributor Rick Davis, talk a little bit more about the debate tonight and really kind of look forward. I want to talk about the election interference or allegations of more interference. There is a plethora of political stories on the Bloomberg right now.
There is, it really is, and I think the one of the issues that's really interesting, and it came from that 60 Minutes interview this time with former Vice President Joe Biden, talking about what would he would form a commission to study the U.S. court system, and the Democrats are saying that these alternatives go well beyond court packing to talk about maybe term limits and things like that. But it's all kind of in response, Carol, to the Republicans moving aggressively to fill that Supreme Court seat from Ruth Bader Ginsburg so close to the election. That really enraged Democrats, and I think they're putting some things back on the table that maybe hadn't been there for a while.
What's really cool about 60 Minutes is apparently they've been doing this for decades in terms of the lead up to a presidential election, and they sit down with both candidates, and so they do a deep dive. And obviously we've been talking a little bit about President Trump. We've actually seen a bunch. If you just go to YouTube, you can see a lot of, he's released a bunch of, I guess they were doing their own taping on the interview, and the same with Joe Biden. But you're right. I think the courts are a really interesting part of this process and really kind of our political system and what can happen when an election changes, certainly in the White House, right, and an administration changes. I mean, the courts, they are set and they impact, decisions that come before them for decades, right? And exactly these have lasting impacts.
They sure do. And what's happened is they've taken on more political type cases for the simple reason that the polarization between the Democrats and Republicans, they can't get as much done perhaps as they used to. They can't work together as much as they used to. So it kind of falls to the courts to rule in cases that may, be in place of actual legislation for some issue. And it's happening more and more. So the question is, does a court need to evolve as well?
Yeah, and you do wonder, right? Do we get, more justices or how things will change?
Yeah.
Order submitted. Order filled.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We begin with a developing story. EQT Corp, that is the biggest producer of U.S. natural gas, seeking to acquire rival CNX Resources. This, according to people familiar with the matter, as M&A accelerates in the distressed shale patch. EQT surging 2.8%. As for CNX, it is up now by 9.4%. So again, developing story, one that we are keeping an eye on. Now, let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Plenty going on. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie.
Order
US stocks
submitted.
are in the green, helped by stimulus comments. Dow's currently up 145 points. S&P's gained 15. NASDAQ lagging a bit, only up 6. The U.S. 10-year yield at 0.85% now. Gold trading trading lower by 19. Transports are little changed. And among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders to the upside were energy and the financials. Real estate led to the downside. Leaders to the upside in the Dow, JP Morgan, Boeing, and American Express. Salesforce and Apple were weak. And after earnings, Southwest jumped 6%, while Rail Union Pacific fell as much as 7%. In other news, McAfee opened at $18.60. The IPO was priced at $20, and Pelosi says we are just about there on a stimulus deal. Wrapping things up, some of the names pointing after the bell tonight include Seagate and Intel. Live from the First Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney, and to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg Type Squawk SQUAWK on your terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Again, just days away from the election. Tonight we have the final presidential debate. Let's get right into it. Rick Davis joins us once again. He is partner of Stone Court Capital, former Republican strategist and Bloomberg contributor, and he was Senator John McCain's presidential campaign. He ran that campaign. He joins us on the phone from Alexandria. So, Rick, if you believe the polls, and I know a lot of people necessarily don't believe the polls, President Trump is behind Joe Biden. What would you advise him to do over the next 11 days to try to rally?
He's got to do is pick his shots. There are arguably a dozen states that are in play, states that are within the margin of error in the polling, states that are critical electoral college states that Donald Trump would need to be able to put together a strategy around getting 270 electoral votes, and he's just got to pick his shots. He's not only behind in polling, he's behind in money. And arguably 44 million people have already voted, so he's probably behind in votes already. And so he's just got to narrow his campaign aperture down to something that he's just got to be convinced that if he can win in these 4 or 5 states, Florida, Arizona, Pennsylvania, maybe Michigan, Wisconsin, then he's got his whole campaign riding on that. Right now he's still running what I would call a national campaign. Where they're spending a lot of time in a lot of states that arguably aren't going to matter if he's not going to pick a few states to win.
So what does Joe Biden need to do to win?
Well, I think Joe Biden's got tons of options, right? I mean, he's got more money, so he can spread the board a little bit. He can look for opportunities in states like Arizona that have voted Republican in presidential campaigns since Bill Clinton won in his his reelection, and try to force the Trump campaign to spread thinner than they are able to, and so he has the advantage of if the election were held today, he'd probably win in most of these states. That being said, the next 11 days are critical. There's no question that the 2016 race was able to swing around where Hillary Clinton was ahead of Donald Trump at this point in the race, albeit less than Joe Biden's doing right now, and wound up losing. So there's still time for this race to change dynamics, and yet I would say tonight, Joe Biden does a good job in the debate tonight. He will have crossed an important bridge to winning.
Is it still really close?
Well, when you look, first of all, it's not a national election. So forget all these polls that show nationally Joe Biden win by 10 points, right? I mean, we don't vote nationally. Hillary Clinton won the popular vote by 3 million and lost. So take that off the boards. When you look at states like Florida, dead heat. North Carolina, dead heat. Ohio, dead heat. Arizona, dead heat. I mean, these are really important states for electoral votes. Whoever wins Florida and Arizona is going to be the next president.
Canceled.
And those states are within the margin of error in most public polls. And when you talk to the Biden campaign, they say they're winning those states. And when you talk to the Trump campaign, they say they're winning those states. So if Trump wanted to consolidate his entire campaign into Florida and Arizona, he'd probably be smart to do it.
Hey, Rick, let's just assume that Biden wins. Republican strategists, they go back and they think about, what are we going to do with our party going forward? And my question to you is, what happened to the Republican Party, the party of Reagan, Bush, Dole, McCain? And does the Republican Party want to get back there?
Yeah, well, that's about leadership. The Republican Party is a very hierarchical party, right? We are all about our leadership. And when you're president, you are indisputably the leader of the Republican Party. The Democratic Party is much more of a bottom-up party, right? And power is much more emanated from the bottom that goes to the leaders at a local level. The Republican Party, we like the top of the ticket. And so I would say one thing that people, regardless of what happens in this election, need to remember, and that is that 4 years from now, it's very likely that you could have 2 women running for president, which would be historic, Kamala Harris and Nikki Haley. And I like our prospects for the Republican Party if that's the contest 4 years from now. So you can see how quickly things can change as to who represents the party of Lincoln and Reagan and John McCain. You could change that overnight with a nomination of someone like Nikki Haley.
Rick, I would just say, though, as a woman, it's taken a long time to finally see something, actually female candidates, potentially running for president. So it feels like, even though things can change quickly, it feels like it's been a long time coming.
Well, it may be the best possible option for electing a woman is to have both parties nominate one.
I love the idea. I love it. Yep. Bloomberg contributor Rick Davis, always love talking with you. Thank you so much. Great insight. Former Republican strategist, former manager of Senator John McCain's presidential campaign, partner at Stone Court Capital, on the phone from Virginia. My favorite conversations have been the ones that we've been doing with Rick and also Jeannie Zaino, just talking about, this election, because it's been a race like no other.
It's been a race like no other. And again, that's a new idea for me, is Nikki Haley versus Kamala Harris 4 years from now. What would that mean for this country, and how would that race go? Just
some great SNL skits coming off of that one.
Yes, some great SNL skits. That's exactly right. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 1061. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Paul Sweeney, Carol Masser on this Thursday. Coming up, we got the chart of the day.
I wonder what Dave Wilson's going to have today, and I wonder how he's going to tie it into his music. That's always the fun part.
You didn't cheat? You didn't look at his chart of the day?
You know what happens? I do, but then I forget about it. That's why
they come out early, right? And it's like,
I know.
I don't know. Anyway, Dave will fill us in just a moment. Let's get back to your top business stories. Hey, Charlie Pellet.
Well, hello. There are lots going on. 28 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. We got the big debate tonight. Another day, another deal in the hydrocarbon industry. EQT, it is the biggest producer of natural gas in America, seeking to acquire rival CNX Resources, this according to sources, as M&A picks up in the distressed oil patch. Shares of both companies are up on the news. EQT up now by roughly 4.5%. CNX up now by just about 12%. An update on Wall Street. Let's begin with the 10-year yield. Look at that now, 0.85% on the 10-year, down 9/30 seconds. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all surging today. S&P up 21 now, a gain of 0.6%. The Dow up 180, up 0.6%. NASDAQ up 0.3%, up by 36 points. Russell 2000 up 1.7%. Dow Transport's up 0.2%. NASDAQ 100 index up by 0.1%. So again, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. We've got gold down 1% now, $19.04 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up by 1.5%, $40.63 for a barrel of West Texas Intermediate crude oil. A source says a participant who died during a trial of AstraZeneca's COVID-19 vaccine in Brazil had not received the company's shot. As for shares of AstraZeneca, they are higher today, up by 0.4%. Researchers say they are seeing improvements in therapeutics being used in the treatment of coronavirus patients. Dr. Jason Farley is a nursing professor at Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health.
There was a recent study that just came out from the WHO that's still under peer review that calls to question, again, the mortality benefit, the death benefit of remdesivir. But we had already had good data that showed that remdesivir did not reduce death, it reduced symptom burden. So again, another study that seems to be similar to what we already know. So what we're seeing is cases of patients having greater access to these treatments, which is also going to help us reduce ultimately the mortality level as we can scale up these interventions.
The Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. McAfee shares opened lower after its IPO raised $740 million in a muted return to the public markets after a decade. Cybersecurity software company started trading at $18.60. That is below the $20 IPO price. Ticker MCFE down now by over 8%. Again, recapping, 10-year yield 0.85%. S&P up 22, up 0.6%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Muted IPO, Paul Sweeney. That is not what you want to hear.
That's not what you want to hear, particularly if you're the company and also the investment banker, because you know you're going to get a not-so-muted phone call from the CEO.
Exactly. All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Business Week, and this is Bloomberg Radio. Okay.
Nope.
I don't have a clue. Dave Wilson, come on in. Chart of the day. What is that?
You'd have to be kind of a TV buff to know this one.
I did think it had a theme sound to it. Wait a minute.
It is
like a Western.
Is it Western? Is he right?
No, not quite.
Is it Green Acres kind of thing?
No, that's...
You're kind of in the right direction, I suppose. It's from an animated series called King of the Hill.
Oh, okay.
Ran on Fox for a number of years.
Yeah.
And here's why I picked it. Mr. Hill, the title character, was a propane salesman.
Man, that needed a whiteboard to explain that connection.
And the chart's about propane. It all fits together. Please.
Okay.
You know, Paul was wondering how I was going to tie it all together earlier.
Yep.
That's how I did it.
Well done. Well done. All right, so tell us about your chart here.
You know, it's funny because I mentioned this last hour that I've been out to a couple of restaurants lately, outdoor dining, and they had these propane heaters. And, you know, Paul was talking about how his propane supplier wasn't as reliable as he used to be.
His propane guy.
Yeah, well, there you go. What got my attention is that the word propane actually popped up in the latest Beige Book report from the Federal Reserve, specifically in a discussion of the Boston area. It said restaurants were having difficulty finding propane heating units for outdoor dining. So that got me curious about propane, you know, the heating gas. And, you know, I was familiar with a company called Suburban Propane Partners that actually trades publicly, and it's one of the biggest suppliers of this gas. So the chart compares the two, and when you run the numbers, you find out that both propane itself and that Suburban Propane Partnership units, I mean, we're talking about limited partnerships, so it's sort of their equivalent of shares, they both set record lows in March. Now, the record in propane, based on our data source, only goes back to 2008, but Suburban Propane has been public since 1995, so you're talking about basically a 25-year low for these partnership units. And what's happened since then is you've seen a rebound. In fact, the price of propane has more than doubled from its March low. And as of yesterday, you've seen Suburban Propane's partnership units up 94% from their low. So when you start hearing about propane and all these restaurants having to do outdoor heating and you can't get the gas and you can't get the heaters, well, this may well prove to be what the headline of the chart on the Bloomberg terminal at least says, rally fuel. And if you want to know more, folks, send me an email. I'll get you the chart, the explanation that goes with it, and everything I do going forward. The email address is dwilson@bloomberg.net. That's dwilson@bloomberg.net.
And I can tell you from long personal experience, having spent a lot of time in California, where this is kind of the way they eat out all year round. These space heaters, they work well until, at least from my perspective, until like the mid 40s, maybe low 40s, and then nope. You know, it just that's kind of the end. So I'm kind of thinking around here we can get through part of November.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I think once you cross into December, no dice, and you're kind of waiting till that March period again.
Yeah, that's totally. I mean, listen, this is such a great story, and it's just such, you know, so indicative, Dave, of kind of where we are right now. Did we lose Dave? Oh, did they get rid of him? Jeez, guys.
Oh, my goodness.
This is a harsh
Dave
crowd.
Wilson. Yeah, exactly. No, but it's interesting. You know, the first thing I remember thinking back in March, you know, about the restaurants, I remember thinking even back in March, boy, they better, and I told some of my restaurant friends, get the space heaters now, because come the fall, you're not going to find them.
I think I saw an interview, was it with the CEO of REI or something, right? It's just like anything propane is just flying out of the stores.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's a hot commodity, literally, as Dave pointed out. So we'll have to see how that plays out. But the restaurants are being creative as they can to keep people coming. Yeah,
and keep it open as much as they can to help them out. All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Let's get back to World and National News headlines. For that, let's turn things over to Nancy Lyons in D.C. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. President Trump and Democratic challenger Joe Biden will face off tonight in their last debate. Trump just landed in Nashville a short time ago. A spokesman for the president, Hogan Gidley, was asked on MSNBC to explain Trump's debate prep.
I'm not going to get into whether or not the president has had those debate prep sessions. He said many times that obviously his tit for tat with the press is a lot of the debate prep that he likes to have. And with the questions you guys throw at him every single day, he's well prepared. But of course, he does prepare for these debates as well.
Joe Biden has stayed off the campaign trail this week to work on his debate prep. With less than 2 weeks until Election Day, Biden is leading most national polls and has a narrow advantage in the battleground states that could decide the race. The pandemic has prompted a Washington think tank to move up its forecast for when Social Security could run out of funds. Bloomberg's Nathan Hager reports.
The Bipartisan Policy Center says the Social Security Trust Fund could run out of money within 10 years due to the coronavirus-induced recession and long-term near-zero interest rates. Prior to the pandemic, the Social Security Administration estimated the trust fund would be depleted by 2035. At that point, payroll taxes and other income would cover only about 79% of costs, meaning the government would need to raise taxes, cut benefits, or pull revenue from other sources. In Washington, I'm Nathan Hager, Bloomberg Radio.
The winds are back in Northern California, and that's prompted utilities to shut off power in some areas to prevent sparking wires from igniting new wildfires. About 32,000 customers affected. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take. Powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar along here with Paul Sweeney. So this is somebody who really understands the credit markets. It's certainly a well-known name to our audience and to Bloomberg Terminal users. Boaz Weinstein and Eric Schatzker caught up with him, did an interview, put out a story on the Bloomberg, but it talks about how he is predicting credit chaos, around the U.S. presidential election, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at the equity markets, and that's pricing in some risk here. We have a VIX around 30, but the spreads in the corporate bond market are very, very tight. And he just feels like something's got to give there. And I'll tell you, I think the folks need to listen to him. His fund has had an 80% return through September. That's in his flagship hedge fund. So they've played the volatility in the market very well, extraordinarily well year to date. And he kind of feels like, something has to give here. Either the equity markets are a little too jittery, or maybe the credit markets are just too complacent.
Yeah, exactly. Listen, that's what jumped out for me at this story, that 80% return through September. I mean, that's just off the charts. He's a guy, he doesn't pick stocks or bonds based on fundamentals, doesn't look at things like cash flow or earnings growth. He's basically interested in, Paul, as you were talking about, relative value and determining whether the prices of similar instruments are out of whack and then positioning to profit as the imbalance corrects. So, I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see what kind of election, what the day is like, what the night's like. Do we have a winner by the end of election day? And to see how the markets react. Because if you remember 2016, initially futures sold off after Donald Trump was elected, and then they quickly turned around.
Yes, that's right. And I think here there was a time just a few weeks ago when the market was really pricing in a contested election and real weakness in September. And then as Joe Biden's poll numbers improved, that kind of dissipated a little bit. And now people are just kind of getting a sense of what's going to happen to the Senate. That's also important as well.
It's huge. Anyway, check out this story. I'll put it out on Twitter. This is Bloomberg.